Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sleepy Scares. I know many of you tune in to unwind and drift off into a peaceful sleep. So before you settle in, I'd love for you to drop a comment, letting me know where in the world you're listening from. If you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get cozy, relax, and dive right in. Story 1. Everyone has tales about the strange and bizarre. My story is about how my half-whole mask saved my life and continues to save my life to this very day. Late in December, I was traveling north from California to my home state of Oregon. Nothing fancy, I was just going to visit the family for the holidays. On my way north, I hit a small snowstorm. Nothing awful. Just a lot of snow falling all at once. I wasn't worried about the small increase of snow at first, considering I had snow tires installed before I started my long journey home. I did, however, get a little hesitant to drive when the snow started to really come down. The large amount of falling snow, coupled with the large amount already littering the ground as I traveled higher into the mountains, caused me to consider finding a place to stay for the night. I figured I could get some sleep while the storm passes over. That and the fact that I could give my car's heater a break before it would decide to burst into flames. Or worse, just stop working altogether. I scanned as much of the landscape as I could. But there were no buildings in the immediate area. The only other option that I had for my predicament was to keep driving and hope there was a town or exit nearby that I could take in order to escape from the storm. I must have been driving for at least an hour before I saw a sign up ahead indicating how far the closest city was. My heart sank a little when I weighed 162 miles as it flew by my windshield and vanished into the snowy night. At this point, the snow was beating against my windshield, and I knew that I wasn't going to last 162 minutes, let alone 162 miles. The digital clock on my radio read 1:21 a.m., and I decided that the next turnoff I saw, I would take and hope that I could find a neighborhood that will produce some results on my current endeavor. My thought process was either freeze to death in my car, or stay the night at some random person's house. Weighing the two options in my head, I picked the only thing a sane person would pick and go with the house. Another 30 minutes flew by, and still no luck finding a place to pull off. Just when I was starting to lose hope, I saw a turn off in the distance. A small shape started to make its way closer into my headlights, and on further inspection, it was revealed to me that there were two wooden poles that possibly belonged to a fence. When I turned onto the road between the two wooden poles, the ground beneath me felt rocky and rough, like I was traveling on gravel. I didn't drive for too long before I started to see a small cabin creep into my field of view. The lights in the cabin were off, but the place seemed to be in good shape. I parked my car under a tall, wild-looking tree that took residence on the cabin's front lawn. Getting out of my car, I immediately grabbed my extra jacket and put it on, pulling the half-whole mask I wore around my neck up and over my ears to keep the heat around my face. I put my cap on and trudged up to the cabin after putting my cap snug on my head. As I traveled through the cold, windy night up to what I felt was my salvation, I immediately regretted not getting any gloves for my hands. Despite the irritation I had with my hands, my face and the rest of my body were comfortably warm, so I didn't have much room to complain. I stuffed my frozen hands deep into my pockets and continued my journey across the cabin's lawn. As I made my way to the door, I noticed something odd. There was no indication of life anywhere. There wasn't even a car in the front yard. Taking my right hand out of my pocket, I knocked 3 times, waiting patiently before saying, "Hello? Is anyone in there? I'm sorry to bother you so late at night, but I need a place to stay for a few hours." Nothing answered my plea for help, so I knocked 3 more times on the door, hitting my knuckles harder against the aged wood of the entrance. "Hello," I said again a little louder before continuing with, "I'm not here to rob you or anything. I just need a place to stay for the rest of the night. I promise I'll be gone by sunrise." As I finished my sentence, I touched the ornate metal door handle. Noticing that the door seemed to be unlocked, I said in a loud voice, "I'm coming in now. If there's anybody in there, let me know now, please. I pressed the metal lever down, finding it a bit odd that the door was unlocked, and opened the door with little resistance on the other end, closing it behind me with about the same resistance, despite the fact the door looked really old. Looking around the area, I noticed the cabin had 5 rooms. The living room, which was the biggest room, a small kitchen, an even smaller washroom, and what I assumed were 2 small bedrooms in the back. No lights were on inside the cozy cabin, making it almost pitch dark if my eyes weren't already adjusted to the darkness from outside. I decided the best thing to do would be to search for a light switch. So I took out my phone and turned on my flashlight app to scan the walls. My scan produced no results, however, and at the risk of losing precious battery power on my phone, I decided the best option would be to turn off the light and put my phone on airplane mode. Before turning off my light, I studied the paintings hanging on the wall that I glossed over in the initial scan. Each painting that crossed my sights was just typical landscapes or harbors. Things like that. There was a painting that looked like a fox hunt or something like that. But other than that, it was just typical paintings you would see hanging on the walls around an elderly person's home. There was a painting, however, that caught my attention. The painting was small and consisted of what looked like 2 adults. The mother and father, a teenage girl, and a small child. The family captured in that painting were wearing what looked like Victorian-era clothing. I'm only guessing about the clothes. I mean, they could have been from the 1800s or the early 20th century. The point is that the clothing was very ornate and regal. There was something really disturbing about the image in the painting, though. The faces of each member of the family looked like they were smoothed over with clay. It's kind of hard to describe it, but the 3 family members looked like they had no facial features. By no facial features, I mean, instead of the normal facial features you and I have, the 3 people in the painting had grooves of smooth flesh, where normally you have an eye, nose, or mouth. The only person in the painting that didn't pass as a blank face was the teenage girl, which had normal facial features for a teenage girl. In fact, she was quite breathtaking. I pulled myself away from the painting to take a glance at my phone for the time. My phone indicated that it was past 2 o'clock in the morning, so I decided to go to the back room and check to see if it was occupied. To my relief, the room was vacant. Besides a medium-sized bed, ornate dresser, and nightstand, there wasn't much to go by. The walls were blank besides more sappy paintings to give it a little more atmosphere, although there was no indication of a heating system. Besides a chimney, the rooms were bearable enough that I figured I could just bundle up in my clothes under the covers in order to stay warm. I was only going to be there for a few hours anyway, so there wasn't much point in starting a fire. Plus, the people who owned the cabin wouldn't be back tonight considering how late it was. I hopped into the worn-out bed facing the open door next to another door I assumed was a closet, and pulled my half-whole mask completely up and over my face to make sure my head would stay nice and warm the rest of my stay. Pulling the fabric of my mask down slightly, I set the alarm on my phone for 4:30 a.m. and put it back down onto the nightstand. I covered my face again and bundled up tightly with the sheets, closing my eyes and letting dreamland take me away until I woke up after what felt like minutes later to the sound of scratching. My body froze as I heard the noise over and over again, softly coming from the closed door. I tried to relax myself by thinking that all the noise that I heard was just a rat or some other animal that was spending the night in the closet while the cabin's owners were away. Quietly, I shifted onto my back, pulling my half-whole mask down slightly, so a little slit appeared, giving me a small window to look at what was out there. I laid on the bed stiff as a board with my cap and mask covering my face in such a way that it acted like a visor, giving me a small peek at what was in the darkness. Thankfully, my eyes were still adjusted to the dark, which gave me a small amount of reassurance as I continued looking in the direction the scratching noise was coming from. The scratching continued louder and longer for what seemed like minutes, until just like that, it suddenly stopped. Silence filled the room again, but it wasn't a safe kind of silence. The deafening silence in the room was a foreboding, ominous sort of silence. The vacuum of sound in the air was the type of silence that happens in a movie just before something jumps out at you. Just when I began to calm myself down, the doorknob closet began to jiggle and turn very slowly. My heart was racing out of my chest as I saw and heard that knob turn, and every inch of my body wanted to bolt out of that bed and out of that cabin before whatever was on the other side of that door got out after me. I laid perfectly still on the bed despite the fact that I had a cocktail of adrenaline, nerves, and instincts telling me to get the hell out of there. My eyes widened as the door to the closet opened slightly, and I saw what looked like a dried head attached to an elongated neck pop out of the opening, followed by a skeletal body. The thing that was emerging from the closet crawled on all fours out of the doorway and slowly made its way to the bed I was sleeping in. I had never been more frightened in my whole entire life as the thing stood up, almost touching the roof of the cabin, and looked down in my direction. The creature stood there, studying me as I peeked through the thin slit in my mask, pure terror swirling around in my mind as I glanced up at the body of the creature. Looking at the creature's skeletal face, I noticed that it had no eyes in its eye sockets, which led me to believe that it couldn't see me, even though I could see it. Just when the idea of it not being able to see me started to give me a little comfort, the creature began to speak. Strange, the creature whispered softly as it continued to watch me, and then began to speak again. Has no fear of me, the creature continued to say in a hoarse tone as it began to breathe loudly, continuing to look at me and gripping down on the edge of my bed. Feeling the creature's bony hand touch the edge of my bed caused my brain to go into complete panic mode. The only thing that stopped me from jumping up was the thought that maybe the creature believed I was dead or asleep and wouldn't attack. How can it not fear? How can it not fear me? The thing said through clenched teeth, before loudly gasping and suddenly pulling back with its mouth open in an expression that seemed like fear. It has no face. It has no face, the thing whispered to itself as it continued to back away. It has no face, the creature said again, but this time louder than before and slightly more threatening. It has no face, the creature shouted as it backed off further away from the bed. I heard the thing breathing loudly and quickly before calming down and slowly returning to the side of the bed. Leaning over me slowly, the creature continued to look at me before softly beginning to breathe on my face. I could smell its foul breath even through my mask. The smell was so powerful that it took all my strength to not gag as a reflex to the awful stench. In my mind, I made the choice to keep motionless and not do or say anything that could compromise whatever illusion I was giving the thing that was currently studying me. The creature breathed on me again softly. The stench I smelled from its breath could only be described as pure death, which only strengthened my resolve to stay perfectly motionless. Strange, the thing whispered at me again, leaning in close to me to the point where I could see and smell its decaying flesh. The creature slowly reached for me, its hand slowly moving towards my face. With every inch that decaying hand moved, I couldn't help but feel my situation becoming more and more dire. I thought that this was it for me. The creature would kill me tonight, or take me away and torture me, then kill me, and no one would know what happened to me. No one would find my body out here, and no one would know my story. I could feel tears start to swell up in my eyes as I thought of everyone I ever loved being yanked away from me in this one moment. No face, no face, no face. The creature softly chanted as its hands crept ever closer to my face. I could hear the anguish in the creature's voice as it continued chanting over and over as it reached for me. As the creature's long, bony hand crept only centimeters away from my face, I braced myself for the worst, making the last thoughts I would ever have about the people who I loved. Just as I thought my life was all over, a sudden loud noise erupted from the room, filling the ear closest to the nightstand with a flood of beeps, and causing the creature to scream and jump back. As the noise continued, the creature threw itself back against the wall, shrieking uncontrollably in terror as it stumbled back towards the closet. I was dumbstruck for a second before the thought came to me that I had set my alarm for 4:30 a.m., which must have been the source of the noise. I jumped out of the bed, grabbing my phone and pointing the lit-up screen at the monster as the alarm continued to ring loudly. The loud ringing caused the monster to shriek even more in confusion and terror as it retreated quicker as I approached. Seeing my chance, I activated my phone's flashlight and put it on strobe in order to disorientate the monster further. "No face! No face!" the creature shrieked at me as it withdrew to the safety of the closet. I continued to shine my light on the creature, and for added effect, I started playing loud music as I continued to jab my phone in the monster's direction. Like a lion tamer, the thing threw itself into the dark recesses of the closet, and I shoved the door back, locking it after I slammed it closed. The shrieks coming from the monster started to get fainter and fainter, like it was retreating deeper into the house. "No face! No face! It has no face!" I could hear the creature yell out as it got further and further away. After hearing the last retreating words of the thing that terrified me, the whole night I bolted from the cabin at breakneck speed, jumping into my car and floored it off the gravel road. I was shaking all over as I drove, and when I pulled my half-whole mask further down, my exposed skin was as white as the snow that littered the ground. I was so frightened by the whole experience. As soon as I pulled into the first town I saw, I parked my car and began to sob uncontrollably for a while. The experience that I had just been through would scar me for life. But as I wept in my car in the parking lot of a 7-Eleven, I couldn't help but start to laugh a little in between my fits of crying. I got through my ordeal without so much as a scratch on me. Well, besides the mental scars, I was fine. I was alive, and I didn't have to worry anymore. After I finished with my whole episode of crying and laughing like an insane person, I entered the store sniffling and wiping away the rest of my tears. As I continued into the store, the cashier looked up at me and traced my direction with his eyes before continuing with what he was doing. The store was mostly empty, besides an elderly couple. I was the only customer in there. "Had a rough night?" the cashier said with one eyebrow cocked up while he scanned my items. "You have no idea," I said, looking out the window at the sunny winter day. "I noticed you looked a bit upset when you came in. What happened? Did you get dumped or something?" he said, looking up at me as the register computed how much I owed him. Looking at the young man behind the register, he seemed to be a little younger than I was. Although that doesn't say much, because even though I'm 22, I look younger than my actual age. I looked at the cashier's name tag for a second before feeling that I had nothing to lose by telling him about the night I just had. The small name on his ID tag read Evan, and as I finished telling him my frightening tale, something odd happened. I expected him to burst out laughing or say I was the best liar he had ever talked to. Instead of doing any of that, Evan just stood there, his skin milk white, as he stared at me with an expression so horrified. He gave me the impression that he just witnessed someone get run over by a train or something. "Evan, are you all right?" I said, looking into his eyes while we both stood there quiet. "Oh, yeah. It's just," Evan began to say before his thoughts trailed off, due to the new feeling that we were both being watched. I began to feel eyes burn into the back of my head before turning around to see the old couple I glanced at when I entered the store beforehand. The old couple possessed the same horrified look that Evan had just a few seconds ago. They must have heard the whole story I told. After a few moments of silence, the old couple asked me what I knew about the cabin, to which I couldn't really say. I gave them the best description I could about what I saw. The couple proceeded to tell me about the cabin, how long it's been there, and that it was haunted by a presence so terrifying that the place was condemned and left to rot away after so many people disappeared there. They told me that no one who ever stayed in that cabin has ever been seen alive again, if they've ever been seen at all after their visit. "One of my best friends stayed the night in that cabin," Evan said quietly as he stared off into the distance, but continued his thoughts with, "I refused to go into the cabin. I knew something bad would happen if we went. I tried so hard to convince him that the dare was stupid and to not go in, but he refused to be labeled as a chicken and continued with the dare. Evan's eyes began to water as he continued with his story. I never saw him again after that night. I kept calling his house, but his parents still couldn't find him. We put out flyers and billboards, but we never had any luck. After a few days, we contacted the police, and I told them about the cabin. Evan began to choke down tears as he clenched his fist. They found him in the basement of that cabin, sprawled out on the floor. His eyes were surgically removed from his eye sockets. His nose was removed, and his lips. They were sliced off. When they found him, he was naked with an incision from the bottom of his rib cage to his pelvis, down the middle of his body. All of the internal organs were extracted from his body, and to add insult to injury, his genitals were sliced clean off. But you want to know the worst part of it all? When the police did an autopsy on the body, they found that he was alive during the whole process. Evan winced as he remembered the whole gruesome sight and said, "They never found who or what did it. There was no DNA evidence to convict anybody. They didn't find the tools that made the incisions, and they didn't find anything." Evan clenched his fist tighter on the table before the old man, listening to our conversation, put his hand on Evan's shoulder to reassure him that it was going to be all right. As he comforted Evan, he looked at me and said, "People have been disappearing from that area for decades, maybe even centuries for all we know, but the bodies always end the same gruesome way. I don't care who you are. No one deserves something like that happening to them. They should just torch that evil place to the ground." The old lady joined her husband's side and looked at me with the most foreboding face I had ever seen. "If your story is true, you should consider yourself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. In all my years of living, you are the only one to go into that cabin and come out alive," the woman said, gripping onto her husband's hand tightly as she spoke to me. After hearing the old woman's words, I realized that Evan said the body of his friend was found in the basement, which explains why the monster's voice got fainter. It would have pulled me into the basement if my phone hadn't gone off. I quickly paid for my items and left the store more troubled now than I was when I entered, feeling drowsy due to the lack of sleep and constant adrenaline rush caused by my whole terrible ordeal. I decided to go to a hotel and spend the day sleeping and relaxing to get my mind off things. That night, I sat on the bed in my hotel room and looked at the two items that saved my life. In one hand, I gripped onto my half-whole mask, which hid my face from that terrible monster. In my other hand, I held my cell phone, which scared away the horrible beast that could have killed me. I decided that from that day on, I would always wear my half-whole mask to bed. It saved my life. That's the least I can do for it. The recent brush with death I just experienced had taught me that life is too precious to waste. So I decided to ask my best friend Samantha out on a date, and things worked perfectly. Samantha and I were together for 2 years before I recently asked for her hand in marriage, which she said yes. Part of me will never forget that awful night. And because of it, not only have I been wearing my half-whole mask to bed every night since then, I've also made it a priority not to live in any type of house that has a basement. As an added safety measure, I started locking every door before going to bed. It's a pain, but you can never be too careful. Despite these crazy precautions, Samantha has accepted my little quirks and has continued to be supportive as we continue our journey through life together. I couldn't be happier with the way things turned out in my life, and I'm so lucky to be with Samantha. Everything's perfect. There's just one thing that bothers me, and I think I might just have to blame my imagination. But sometimes when I wake up at night, when it's really quiet, sometimes I'll hear soft scratching noises. Also, and I think it's just paranoia, but I swear, sometimes I hear something whisper, "No face," from inside my closet. Story 2. For the past 5 years, it's just been Ian and me. My wife's pregnancy with him wasn't easy, There were a number of scares and close calls due to health issues that she had experienced all her life. Every doctor she had ever been to had told her that she would never be able to get pregnant in the first place. She put on a brave face and joked that she would just get an entire litter of puppies instead. But when she was thinking about it and didn't know I was watching, her real feelings were etched all over her face. She loved kids, and the thought of not being able to have one herself was heartbreaking for her. We discussed other options, of course. Adoption, fostering, you name it. And we looked into it. We even had a meeting scheduled with an adoption agency when a miracle happened. That miracle was Ian. Against all the odds, Ellen became pregnant. Her doctors were at a complete loss. Should have been impossible. But suddenly, there we were, talking about converting our second bedroom into a nursery and planning out how to shuffle around our work schedules to make sure that one of us was always home with the baby. The complications began about 4 months into the pregnancy. It seemed like every few weeks we were at the hospital while the staff ran tests or performed procedures. Ellen was amazing during all of it. I was acting like a complete lunatic, worried out of my mind about every little thing. But she would just lay there in the uncomfortable hospital bed, stroking her increasingly large belly and smiling to herself. She would tell me that she just knew that everything would work out in the end, and that all of the issues were just bumps in the road. She went into labor early, just a few days after the 31-week mark. She waddled into the kitchen and told me in a very calm and very matter-of-fact tone that the baby was coming. I had been getting ready for bed. So in that same collected manner, she retrieved the bag we had packed weeks earlier and the car keys while I frantically got dressed and grabbed the few necessary items that hadn't gone into the bag yet. 6 hours later, Ian was born. He was so small that I could feel my heart sink as he emerged. The doctor immediately took him over to a radiant warmer table, where he and a nurse began working with him. A second nurse kept me from getting too close to ensure that I didn't get in the way. The activity suddenly stopped, and the most wonderful sound filled the room. Our son started to cry. The doctor informed me that due to Ian's size, he would need to spend a couple of weeks in the newborn intensive care unit, but that from what he could see, the child would be fine. I remember feeling so relieved that I had to put a hand on the bed's footboard to steady myself. My fingers had just touched the plastic when the alarm on Ellen's monitor went off. Ian and I lost her in less than an hour. It wasn't anything that the hospital staff did wrong, and it wasn't anything that could have been prevented. The stress of the labor and birth had been too much for her, and she had suffered massive hemorrhaging. The staff did their absolute best to save her. It just wasn't possible. She never even got to hold Ian before she was gone. I never got a chance to mourn her. I was now a single parent, and all that mattered was that tiny little baby in the NICU. The next few weeks were spent going to work, getting through my shift, and immediately returning to the hospital to sit with Ian all night before doing it all over again. Shortly before he was released, I secured a position with a new company. It paid less, but it allowed me to work from home. Without much of a family support system, I needed to be there for him at all times. After all, it was just me and him now. I wish so much that Ellen could see this incredible child that we made together. He's loving, energetic, frustrating, confounding, and so much more. He's everything that we could have hoped for, and so much more. He also has a very vivid imagination for his age, which is partly why I didn't believe him when he first told me that he was being visited by something during the night. It took a while to get to this point, but we've settled into a routine each evening. We have dinner together, spend about an hour running around outside if the weather is nice, or playing inside if it isn't. Ian gets his bath, and then he lays down to sleep for the night. This routine is supposed to be finished around 8 o'clock each night, but if you have kids, you know that no routine is foolproof. On the first night that he was visited, I didn't manage to get him wrangled into bed until almost 9. I was catching up on work at my desk when I heard Ian yell for me. I'm ashamed to admit that my first reaction was to feel irritated. Normally when he called out like that, it was to try to get one last drink of water or to tell me that he isn't tired and can't go to sleep. That would happen at least twice a week. I said that I have an incredible child, not one that wasn't prone to the usual 4-year-old tendencies. When he immediately cried out a second time, though, I stood up and pushed my chair back so hard that it tipped over. There was panic in his voice. I hurried up the short flight of stairs to the second floor and flung his door open, my hand immediately going for the light switch. Ian was sitting in his bed with tears streaming down his face. The left leg of his pajama pants was pulled up, and his hands were pressed down on the skin. The sheets and comforter from his bed were laying on the floor. His pillow was hanging halfway off the mattress. I hurried over to him and knelt down next to this bed, putting down the safety rail as I did so. He immediately flung his arms around my neck and started crying harder. The sobbing was so intense that he started to cough uncontrollably. I pried him off of me and held him in my lap to allow him to catch his breath. We sat there for a long time, him crying and sniffing loudly with me, gently stroking his hair and telling him that everything was all right. When he finally calmed down, I sat him on the edge of his bed and took his hands away from his leg. There were 3 long scratches running down it. They weren't deep, but there were a few tiny beads of blood. I gently asked him what had happened. He remained silent. I asked him again, and this time he lifted his head to look me in the eyes. "Nighty-night hurt me," he told me in a tiny voice. I looked back at him in confusion. I don't know what I had expected him to say, but it certainly hadn't been that. "Nighty-night?" I asked softly. "Like what I tell you at night before you go to sleep?" "Nighty-night," Ian repeated more forcefully this time. He scratched me, like the bad cat did. Just after his 3rd birthday, he had been scratched by a neighbor's kitten while trying to play with it. The claws had even punctured the skin, but the incident had stuck with him. "I'm sorry, big guy. I don't understand." "Are you saying that Nighty-Night is a cat? No cat? Nighty-Night is a monster, Daddy. He hurt me." I looked back down at the scratches. They were obviously real, but just as obviously they hadn't been caused by any monster. Something else had happened. I want to make it clear that I never thought for a second that Ian was lying to me. Sure, he was prone to the occasional fib just like any young child was, but he never lied to me about important things. Besides, he was too scared to be making up a story. Scooping Ian to my arms, I carried him into the bathroom and got the first aid kit out of the cabinet. As I sat down on the toilet and maneuvered him into my lap, I mentally slapped my forehead. The past few nights I had forgotten to trim his fingernails when I had given him his bath. He must have scratched himself in his sleep. It had woken him up, and his still half-asleep mind must have interpreted the whole thing as a monster attacking him. I quickly bandaged the scratches before trimming his nails with a small silver clipper. He had calmed down by that point, and I gave him a hug before carrying him back to his room. When I went to put him down in bed, however, he held on to me so tightly that I nearly tipped forward. He absolutely refused to sleep in his bedroom that night. We ended up falling asleep together on the couch downstairs. And by the time the sun was up, he was back to his usual self. The events of the previous night seemed to be forgotten. It was Saturday, and because I didn't have to work on the weekends, I took Ian to a local state park. We spent the entire day playing on the playground and splashing around in the lake. By the time we left the park and headed home, we were both exhausted. He fell asleep in his car seat just a few minutes away from the house. I carried him inside and up to his bed. He remained passed out through the entire process. I planned to let him sleep for an hour or so. He still needed to eat dinner, and I knew that if he napped for too long, it would be almost impossible to get him down that night. I kicked off my shoes and flopped down in a chair to enjoy the momentary silence. That silence didn't last long. It was shattered by Ian screaming. It wasn't a yelp or crying out like it had been the previous night. This was a full scream, one filled with pain and terror. I yelled his name as I leaped up the stairs and burst into his room. Ian was seated on the floor, his thumb in his mouth and his eyes watery. He was rocking back and forth slowly. He looked up at me with a blank expression. as if he knew that I was there, but my presence didn't mean anything to him. I picked him up, and as I did so, I felt something warm and wet on my hand. I pulled it away from his back and saw that there was blood on my fingers. Just as I had the night before, I carried him into the bathroom and turned on the light. I immediately saw his back, reflecting off the mirror over the sink, and I felt like ice was poured into my veins. Pieces of his shirt were torn away, and the shreds that remained were red with blood. I set Ian on the counter and lifted the shirt up over his head. He was unresponsive during the entire process, and the part of me that was still thinking clearly wondered if he was in shock. On his back were 3 cuts, each of them spaced roughly the same distance as the scratches on his leg. These were much deeper than those, though, and they were bleeding freely. I bandaged them as fast as I could before taking him downstairs and back out to the car. The cuts were too much for my basic first aid skills. He needed a doctor. The drive to the hospital was torture. I patted his car seat as much as I could with a blanket to try to take pressure off of his back, but he started screaming in pain before we got very far. Knowing full well that it was illegal, I pulled over, unstrapped him, and set him down in the passenger seat with him sitting sideways before getting back in and continuing to drive. Maybe that was the wrong call. I honestly don't know. All that I know is that I couldn't stand for him to be in agony like that. The nurse behind the emergency room desk immediately waved us through the door when she saw Ian's back through the window. She ran off to get a doctor while I carefully set him down on a nearby gurney. I hugged him as best as I could without touching his back and told him that everything was going to be okay. I know it hurts, little man, but I have to ask you something, I told him, giving him a reassuring smile. What happened? Nighty-night, he replied immediately in a matter-of-fact voice. Nighty-night hurt me. I didn't have time to question him further. The doctor arrived, and she took one look at Ian's back before telling a nurse to wheel him into a nearby examination room. I went to follow, but the doctor told me that she thought it was best if I waited outside. Her eyes were looking past me as she spoke, and when I glanced over my shoulder, I saw that she was looking at a security guard standing at the far end of the hallway. If I had been thinking straight, I would have understood what was happening, but at the time, I was too worried about Ian to figure out what that look meant. The doctor went into the examination room as the nurse came back out. She put her hand on my arm and gently led me away from the door. I protested, of course, but she made it clear that I had to come with her and answer some questions before I would be able to see Ian. She started by asking me if there were any pets or animals in the house, to which I replied that there weren't. She then asked if we had been with anyone else when his injuries had occurred. When I told her that we hadn't, she followed up by inquiring if I had been drinking that day. That was the moment that I started catching on. The hospital staff was trying to determine if I had been the one that hurt my son. At some point during the conversation, a man in a gray suit entered the hallway and came to a stop next to us. He introduced himself as a social worker, and he stated that it was his job to make sure that Ian was safe and got the best care possible. He asked his own set of questions, and I answered them as best as I could, but I was sure that he wasn't really believing me. It didn't help that I couldn't tell him what had happened, because I had no idea myself. Sometime later, the doctor came back out of the room and informed me that while one of the cuts had been shallow enough to bandage, the other 2 had required stitches. To say that I was irate was an understatement. I wasn't upset that she had done what was medically necessary. I was angry that I had been kept out of the room the entire time, instead of being in there to comfort him during the process. She stood there calmly as I yelled, and once I had said my piece and was winding down, she told me that she was recommending that Ian stay at the hospital overnight for observation. After taking a deep breath, I asked, as calmly as I could, if I would be able to stay with him. She didn't answer, but the social worker did. He told me in a clearly practiced tone that due to the nature of the injuries, he was going to take Ian into his custody for the night while he worked to determine the nature of the injuries. His tone might have been pleasant and measured, but the implication behind his words was very clear. You think that I hurt you? I said, fighting back a second wave of anger. I would never hurt my son. If you think for 1 second that I'm going to let you, that's enough, the social worker snapped, cutting me off. You need to stop right there. I haven't made a determination one way or another on if I think you did this. I will say that I've met a lot of abusive fathers in my time, and you don't strike me as one of them. I have policies and protocols that I have to follow, though. What's best for everyone involved is if you go home for the night, get some sleep, and let me do my job so that we can get this put behind us. He had caught me off guard. I stared at him for a long moment before nodding once. Anything I did other than what he told me to would only jeopardize my situation. And even though the thought of being apart from Ian for a night made me sick, the thought of him being taken away permanently was much worse. I nodded again, and he patted me on the arm. He told me to come back in the morning and to ask for him at the desk before turning to go into the examination room. As he opened the door, I clearly heard Ian call out for me. I left the hospital feeling as if my entire world was burning before my eyes. I went home and immediately marched up to Ian's room. I was determined to figure out what had happened to him. The scratches on his leg could have been explained away by him causing them in his sleep, but the cuts on his back were another matter. He couldn't have reached that area of his body. Even if he could have, there was no way that he could have made markings that deep. Something else had happened. I tore apart his room, looking for answers. A loose screw or nail that he had leaned up against. A broken piece of bed that I hadn't noticed. A toy with something protruding. Anything. I examined every inch of the room from top to bottom. I came up empty. There was nothing that I could find that could have caused his injuries. Defeated, I leaned up against the wall and slid down the floor. Something caught my eye, and I reached over to pick up a small stuffed duck. Its yellow cloth had faded, and overall it looked a bit worse for wear, but I could still easily identify it as the first toy that Ellen had bought for Ian. It had been right after we had found out that she was pregnant. She had named it Mr. Quackers, an absurd name for an absurd-looking duck. The events of the day caught up with me, and I started to nod off. I felt my eyelids growing heavier with each heartbeat. This was good, I reasoned. I would get some sleep, then be at the hospital the moment the sun began to rise. That was when I saw the creature standing in the corner of the room. One moment there was nothing there, and the next there it was, its extremely tall gray body bent over as it pushed up against the ceiling. Its limbs were extremely long and thin for the creature's size. The two arms ended in 3 needle-like fingers that had to have extended at least 3 feet from the hands. Stretched out on its elongated neck was its face, its lips, dry and cracked and missing entire chunks in some places, were pulled back in an eternal grin that exposed its oversized white teeth. The lidless eyes were black in the center, and the areas that on a person would have been white were the dried yellow color of old parchment. Dark ichor that had pooled in its jaws slowly dripped onto the floor as it watched me. Nighty-night, the creature rasped out. My entire body jumped as I snapped back to full consciousness. The creature was gone again with no trace that it had even been there in the first place. The spots where the ichor had splattered onto the floor had vanished. I sat there on the floor, alone in the room with my pulse racing and my breath coming in short gasps. I could have attempted to rationalize what I had seen. It probably would have been easy enough to convince myself that I had imagined it, that it was a trick of the light that my nearly unconscious mind had twisted into a horrifying vision. That was a perfectly rational explanation. The problem was that I had seen it. I knew that it had been real. There was no question about it in my mind. It was impossible, but I was sure that it had been occupying the corner of the room across from me. Seconds earlier, my breathing slowed, and my panic was slowly replaced by nausea as a realization came to me. Ian had also seen this creature. It had stood over my 4-year-old son with that nightmarish face. It had then proceeded to hurt him, not once, but twice. If I was this scared, I couldn't fathom how frightened he had been. Nighty-night. Ian had called it nighty-night. It must have said the same thing to him that it had said to me. I got up off of the floor and left the bedroom, closing the door behind me. I stood in the hall for a moment before rushing into the bathroom and throwing up in the toilet. It went on for quite some time, so long that I started to wonder if it would ever stop. When I finally did, I collapsed against the bathtub, lightheaded and close to passing out. There was a thud from inside of Ian's room. I lifted my head as best as I could and looked out through the bathroom doorway. I managed to focus my eyes just in time to see the knob on the bedroom door start to turn. There was an audible click, and the door slowly swung open. Nighty-Night's face took up much of the bedroom doorway as it grinned at me. I tried to stand up, but I was too weak from throwing up to manage it. I could only watch as Nighty-Night pressed its head against the wood frame. It was too large to make it through the opening. My feeling of relief was only momentary. Nighty-Night started to push its head harder. Its face stretched back as the head slowly began to force its way through. It felt like watching rubber being forced through a hole. Nighty-Night, it rasped, the voice coming out distorted through the stretched lips. I had to leave, and I had to do so quickly. More of the monster's head was making it through the doorway every second, and it wouldn't be long before it was free of the room's confines. Ignoring my aches and pains, I forced myself into a standing position. My head swam, and once again I was sure that I was going to pass out. But somehow I was able to barely remain conscious. Nighty-Night's face was almost all the way through the doorway now. I stumbled into the hallway and pressed myself up against the wall opposite from the creature. Being as careful as I could, I moved past it, feeling its hot breath on me as I did so. Its teeth were mere inches away from my body. I made it through the thin opening and hurried down the stairs. My foot caught on the last step. It wasn't enough to make me lose my balance entirely, but it did trip me up, and I stumbled forward before falling over the side of the couch. My head struck one of the armrests. I must have blacked out. I don't remember doing so, but the next thing I knew, I was being awoken by the sound of knocking. I sat up on the couch and immediately regretted doing so, as the worst headache I'd ever had greeted me. The knocking continued. It took me a few seconds to figure out that someone was banging on the front door. I stood up and took 2 steps towards the door before I remembered what had happened. I looked up the stairs expecting to see Nighty-Night squeezing its way down the hallway towards me. But the creature was gone, still a bit dazed and not sure what else to do. I continued over to the front door and opened it. Standing on the other side was a large man in a police uniform. He was holding a clipboard under his arm and a pen in one hand. He nodded at me, but didn't smile. He asked me my name, and I gave it to him. He informed me that he was here at the request of the social worker from the hospital, and that he would like to inspect my son's room. I moved aside and led him into the house. I closed the door behind him and led him up the stairs. I didn't want to go anywhere near the second floor after what I had experienced, but if I didn't comply with his request, it would undoubtedly impact my chances of getting Ian back as soon as possible. I took him to the still open bedroom door and we went inside. Night-Night wasn't there, of course. The officer took the clipboard out from under his arm and asked me a few questions, and I answered them as best as I could. He scribbled some notes on the paper as I spoke, seemingly satisfied with my responses. He then got down on one knee and examined the safety rail that ran along the sides of Ian's bed. "Have you done anything in this room since you brought your son into the hospital?" the officer asked. I looked around to try to figure out what happened. I told him. "Okay, but did you change the bed sheets or anything like that?" "What? No? What?" "No, I just moved things around and put them back. I didn't change the sheets." The officer nodded. "Well, it looks like Mr. Eaton was right." "Mr. Eaton?" "Mr. Eaton, the social worker assigned to your son. See here? There's no blood on the sheets, but there are 3 streaks along the safety rail. They match up to where the poles are on the rail. Mr. Eaton thinks that your son tried to get out of bed while he was still out of it and slid over the rail. He must have caught the poles just right through the fabric and they dug into him. Cute kid, by the way. He said that he was going nighty-night and that his back started feeling ouchy when he got out of bed. He even put things together from there. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The theory was wrong, and Ian's words had been completely misinterpreted. The blood trails and the spacing of the rail poles were pure coincidence. It was all working completely in my favor, though. Good thing, too. He continued. If he hadn't figured it out, or if I had found anything to prove him wrong here, we'd be having a very different conversation right now. Seemingly satisfied with everything. The officer left and went back to his car. I watched him through the window as he pulled out and headed down the street. The sun was starting to come up over the trees, and I could hear the family of robins in the front yard tree chirping. I decided that it was close enough to morning to go to the hospital and get my son back. It went smoother than I had expected. The social worker had me fill out some quick paperwork so that they had my statements for the record. And after that, he led me to a patient room on the opposite side of the hospital. He had barely opened the door for me when Ian came running up to me barefooted with his little hospital gown waving behind him and practically jumped into my arms. He hugged me tightly, and being careful to avoid the white bandages covering his stitched cuts, I hugged him back. We stood there for what seemed like an eternity. Me crying and him telling me all about his stay in the hospital. That was 2 months ago. The house that I raised Ian in is currently for sale. And my realtor tells me that there are a number of people interested, even though it hasn't been listed very long. The seller's market, she calls it. I've only been back twice since that night. Once to pick up our clothes and other necessary items, and once to pack the remainder of our belongings and put them into storage. Both times were during the middle of the day, and each time I made arrangements for Ian to stay with someone instead of accompanying me. We've been living at a hotel on the other side of town. My long-term plan is for us to move far away, possibly all the way to the coast. I want to put as much distance between us and this place as possible. Last week I read a newspaper article in the local paper about an officer that killed his wife. According to the report, he had said that he had just started to doze off one night when a giant monster appeared in his room. He had grabbed the gun that he kept in his nightstand and fired off 5 shots at it. The monster disappeared, but his wife had been walking into the room at the time. And 2 of the bullets struck her, killing her almost instantly. No one believed him, of course. How could they possibly have? It was a ludicrous story. He seemed so convinced that he was telling the truth that a psychological evaluation was ordered before formal charges were filed. 3 days later, he was found dead in his cell. Not just dead, but damn near decapitated. The police are baffled. He was alone in his cell, and there was nothing he could have used to do that to himself. The guards think that one of the other prisoners got in and did the job. Former cops don't have a lot of friends in jail after all. They're at a loss to explain just how a prisoner could have gotten into the cell and caused so much damage without alerting anyone. This was the same officer that had come to my house. I know what happened to him. It was the same thing that almost happened to both myself and my son. It was nighty-night. I think that I've got the creatures of hearing and disappearing act figured out. I was on the verge of becoming unconscious both times that I saw it. The first time I was almost asleep, and the second time I was trying not to pass out. When I actually did black out, it didn't harm me. The officer said in his statement that he was falling asleep when he saw the monster in his room. I think nighty-night exists in that ever so brief moment between awake and asleep. When you enter into that moment, you can see it, and it can look right back at you. Or maybe I'm wrong, and it's always there, watching and waiting until it can come for you in that short time where your world and its are connected. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I doubt that I ever will. Knowing exactly what Ian had gone through might provide more insight, but it doesn't matter. I refuse to ask him about it. He's sleeping through the night now that his wounds have mostly healed. And I'm not going to dredge up bad memories that could only hurt him. He deserves to be safe and protected from things both natural and unnatural. He's been through enough already. I'm afraid that he's going to be through more before this is all over. Last night, as I watched him sleeping on the bed in our hotel room, I started to drift off in the uncomfortable chair in the corner of the room. I was just about out when I heard something through the glass window to my right. It was faint, as if coming from quite a distance away, but I recognized it immediately. "Nighty-night," the raspy voice called out in the darkness. I jerked awake and immediately stood up to start packing our things, being careful not to wake Ian up as I did so. He needed his rest. We were going to be on the road for a long time. Story 3. I am not a person who is scared easily. I don't let fear control me. I have had bullets whizzed by my head. I have had rocket-propelled grenades explode less than 10 yards from me. I know what it is like to jump from an airplane under gunfire. I know what it's like to live as if this was my last day on Earth. Yet I was never afraid. I can only remember one time in my life where I could not control fear. One time where I truly felt uncontrollable fear. The fear that makes you cry and tremble. The fear that makes you lose control. No one but my best friend ever believed what I had experienced was true. My family didn't believe me. My now wife didn't believe me. I don't know if you would even believe me. I don't care. I'm past the point of not telling my story for fear that I won't be believed. Please understand that I grew up in the middle of nowhere. Closest people to me were my grandparents, who lived just down the road from us, and my best friend John's family, who lived right next door. There were several other homes in the area within walking distance, but far enough apart that you really couldn't call them next neighbors. I learned to hunt, fish, shoot, and survived in the woods at an early age. My father had grown up in the country, moved to attend college, and met my mother. My mother was the opposite of my father. She grew up in the city. She taught me art, science, and how to cook. I had the best of both worlds growing up. I played multiple sports in high school, but decided to join the Army Reserve after I graduated. I graduated with honors from basic training in 8 and enrolled in a local college afterwards, with plans to study computer engineering. At college, I entered ROTC. I graduated from college and completed bulk, Basic Officer Leaders course, for the Army. I returned home only to be deployed to Iraq, where I served for a year. As a second lieutenant in Iraq, I was in charge of a platoon of soldiers. We were good at what we did, and command took notice, putting us on missions and patrols that were most likely to see action. I loved it, but after a year, the adrenaline had worn off, and the being shot at and seeing things explode feet from you began to fatigue my men and me. In the end, because we were good at what we did, we all went home, bruised, battered, and tired but alive to our loved ones. I had managed to keep up on my computer engineering skills while in Iraq and had landed a job with a company 2 hours from where I grew up. I came home in August, and the job wasn't going to start till mid-January of the following year, so I had some time to relax and unwind. I was still living with my parents until the job started, and fall meant one thing: hunting season, specifically bow season, which was something I missed the last 2 years because of my training and deployment. I eagerly unpacked my hunting clothes and gear from the attic where my mother had stored them, and woke up early one September morning to head into the woods to scout for a hunting spot for that upcoming season. As I walked out the front door with my backpack full of gear on, I noticed John and his father standing in their backyard around the pen in which they kept chickens. John was bigger than me. He wasn't college educated, but he was good with his hands and worked in construction. He was living with his parents while he was building his own house in his free time on some land he bought a few miles away. "Morning," I said as I lumbered with my gear to where they were standing. "What's up, brother?" John replied with a half smile. "Just heading out to do some scouting for bow season." I could see the pen door was open, and they were both looking at it inquisitively. John's dad was slowly moving it back and forth and playing with the latch as if to test the door itself. "I don't know," John's dad said, puzzled. "I don't know," John's dad said, puzzled. The latch is too high for a raccoon unless they climbed the wire fence and opened it. I've seen them do some crafty things, and they are smart, replied John to his dad before turning to me. It's the second time in 2 weeks someone or something has gotten into the coop. Took a chicken last week and 2 last night. It might the damn town kids who ride their ATVs on the paths back in the woods all the time, or it might be raccoons. Either way, we're going to have to lock the pen with a padlock now. Town kids must be getting bored if they're stealing chickens, I stated with a sarcastic smirk. The local kids from the nearest town always played pranks or committed some minor act of vandalism or theft. Usually the result was broken mailboxes or some type of penis-shaped graffiti on a house or garage door. Nothing was so serious that it couldn't be fixed or cleaned up. Before I left to head into the woods, John had told me to scout out Crow Hill. He mentioned there had been a lot of deer activity up in that area, and that he would have put his tree stand there, except he got an offer from his girlfriend's dad to hunt their family farm. Crow Hill was a densely wooded hill about 3/4 of a mile from our houses. One half of the hill was covered in a thick pine forest where murders of crows would occasionally hang out in noisy groups. The pines abruptly came to an end and opened up into a hardwood forest with fairly thick underbrush on the other half of the hill. The leaves had just started to fall, and the smell of the woods and crisp air excited me. The dust and sand of Iraq paled in comparison to the crunch of leaves under my boots and cool air of my home. I had already seen several deer and deer signs by the time I reached the top of Crow Hill. As I came over the crest of the hill, a loud snort like a blast of air rang out. My senses heightened as I quickly scanned the area. Over the top of the underbrush, I saw it. There it goes, there it goes, there it goes, I thought to myself excitedly, as I watched 2 pair of very large deer antlers glide over the top of the underbrush and disappear into the pine forest. I walked to the border of the pine forest where the deer had run. It was a meeting of 2 worlds. Hardwood forest had leaves, but the sunshine was bright and lit up the forest floor, while the pine forest trees blocked out almost all light, leaving the forest floor dark and mysterious. It was a little creepy to me, but I didn't care. There were deer tracks, antler rubs, droppings, and deer beds on the ground all around me. This was the spot. I turned in circles as I scanned for the perfect tree to attach my ladder stand to. Something to my left caught my eye as I spun. 10 yards away was a section of ground that looked like it had been purposely cleared of leaves in a circular fashion. Something was lying in the middle of the circle. With curiosity piqued, I walked over. What the hell? I was thinking out loud as my eyes tried to recognize what I was looking at. It was a house cat's body, but it had been dismembered. The limbs were strewn around in no organized fashion, and it was missing its head. Only skin and bones were left. The cat had been there a while by the looks of it, but what confused me more than the position and condition of the cat were the odd markings around the body. Lines and circles surrounded the cat in an odd fashion. Damn kids, I thought to myself. The town kids had probably come across a cat that was probably killed by a coyote or bobcat, and decided to make its corpse look spooky by drawing weird, incoherent symbols in the dirt around its body. The empty beer bottle just outside the circle confirmed my theory. As much as the sight bothered me, the thought of deer hunting pushed any concern for the dead cat out of my mind. I brushed off the find and began looking for a tree again. I picked a large tree that was centered perfectly between the pine forest and the hill's edge I had just walked up. There was a bit of a clearing that ran from the tree to the hill's edge. I pulled my large Bowie knife out of my backpack and began to clean out the clearing and around the base of the tree. I cut away as many small shrubs and branches as I could to make a clear path for me to walk. As I was almost finished, the flapping of the wings and the familiar squawking of a murder of crows flying overhead into the pine forest could be heard. Something had kicked them up. The hum and hiss of an ATV engine soon followed. It grew louder and passed. That's probably what scared them. I'm probably close to one of the paths that run behind the house. I made my way through the underbrush in the direction of where I heard the ATV. Only 20 yards from the tree I chose, I ran into a dirt ATV path. I cleared out a walkway from the tree to the path, marked it and my chosen tree with a ribbon, and followed the path back until I began to recognize the woods behind my house. It was the perfect setup. There was an easy path to follow, and I wouldn't have to worry about scaring any deer on my way to and from the tree stand. The next day, John and I took his four-wheeler up to the tree I had marked off, and we set up my ladder stand. I had since forgotten about the cat I had found the previous day. The seat and platform were about 25 feet off the ground, which was the perfect height. I could see everything from the ATV path behind me to the edge of the hill in front of me. I felt good about this spot, and I was ready to start hunting the beginning of bow season in the coming weeks. When bow season finally arrived, a few weeks after I had everything set up, and I spent my days and evenings in the woods, I saw plenty of deer, and even a few bucks that I considered shooters. I was holding out for those 2 bucks I had seen when I crossed over the hill that first day when scouting though. One of those 2 monsters is what I was after. I always took my cell phone with me. It was kept on silent in case of an emergency. Strangely enough, because we lived near radio towers, I got good reception from my tree stand and would take pictures of the beautiful scenery around me or send texts to John, mocking him about the size of the deer I was going to shoot, compared to anything he was going to get on his girlfriend's farm. Angry birds also helped to pass the time when all the animals in the forest wanted to be still. The day or night, rather, that I felt real fear for the first time ever was on October 23rd. It was a cool day and overcast. It was perfect for hunting. I had some errands to run in the morning, and had promised to help my father with some housework in the afternoon, which left only the evening for hunting. I was fine with that. It meant I got to hunt the twilight hour, or as hunters know it, the magic hour. It's that last hour before sunset, where everything seems to get brighter before it becomes pitch black, and all the animals are on the move. I was on my way back from running my errands when I pulled into the driveway and saw my father talking to one of our neighbors from down the road. "Mr. Dawson. How are you, Mr. Dawson?" I asked as I stepped out of my car. "Oh, just fine. You're looking good and healthy, and I'm glad to see you home from that hellhole across the pond," he said with a smile. His black lab was with him, obviously out for an evening walk. Jake was talking about someone taking his rabbits out of their pen. My dad started, and I mentioned that John's family recently had some chickens taken. Dawson chimed in immediately. "I know it was them damn town kids because my lab went nuts last night barking up a storm." I threw on the floodlight and the rabbit pen was wide open. I opened my back door and could hear those nuisances running up through the woods. "What the hell is wrong with kids in the town these days?" I stated with disapproval. "I guess you'll have to padlock your pens in cages like John and his dad did." "Well, that's the thing," Mr. Dawson started. "The rabbit pen is chained and locked. Whoever did this broke it clean off, probably with a bolt cutter. Now I have to run into the hardware store and get a new chain and a lock." That evening, with my backpack strapped to my back and my bow and arrows in hand, I headed out into the cool, crisp woods. As I was stepping into the woods, I could hear John's familiar voice call out to me. "Hey," he shouted in a proud tone from his back porch. "Got my deer this morning. When you get back from messing around in the woods, you want to come over and have a beer?" "Yay, I'll be over," right after I bagged that monster that's up by my tree stand. I taunted back. It was a good 25-30 minute walk to my tree stand. I was tired when I got to the stand, but my adrenaline kept me going. Like a ninja, I made my way through the brush to the tree, ascended the ladder, and pulled my backpack and bow up after me with a rope without making a sound, with my butt planted in the seat of my stand and my bow on its hook. I felt completely at peace. Beautiful nature surrounded me even on this overcast day. It was unimaginably better than the war-torn streets of Iraq. I pulled my phone from my backpack to check the time. 5:03 p.m. Perfect timing. The magic hour was going to start early because of the overcast day, and excitement was flowing through my veins. Everything was perfect. The wind was in my face, so deer coming over the hill or out of the pine forest wouldn't be able to smell me. Smaller animals were scampering across the ground, headed to their burrows or nests for the night, and the faint hooting of an owl that had just awoken could be heard in the distance. 5:55 p.m. I put my phone away and let my eyes adjust to the dimming light. My adrenaline had kicked in harder as the thought of one of those two large bucks coming into shooting range raced through my mind like wildfire. I knew I would be walking home in the dark, so I brought a flashlight to guide my way. I double-checked to make sure I packed it when I heard the crunching of leaves. My eyes opened wide and my ears perked up as I tried to quickly find the direction of the sound source. It wasn't a small animal. It was the distinct rhythmic sound of something heavier walking among the leaves. There it is! The noise is coming from over the hill's edge. I slowly pulled a pair of small binoculars from my backpack to see if I could get a better glimpse of what was coming over the hill. I can see it. It's a deer. My mind was racing. I couldn't tell if it was a buck or a doe, but I could definitely see the grayish-brown coloring of the fur of the distorted figure through the brush's branches. 10 more yards and I would have a clear view and a long shot at whatever it was. I strung the binoculars around my neck and got ready to stand up. It stopped, as if it didn't want to come into the clearing at the edge of the hill. The light was dimming fast, and I was afraid I would not get a shot at a trophy buck if that is what it was. The deer moved left into the brush. My heart sank to my feet. I began to relax and accept the fact that it wasn't going to come close enough for me to get a shot until I realized it was moving closer, but through the brush on the left side of the clearing. I stood up and put my left hand on my bow. I only had about 20 minutes of light left, and I wanted to make sure I made a clean shot. I could hear the deer 30 yards in front of me, in the brush, on the left side of the clearing. It was definitely in range of a clean shot. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was going to step out in the clearing. My heart was pounding. I could feel my body begin to sweat in excited anticipation. The excitement racing through my body stopped my senses from realizing the forest had fallen silent. I began to remove my bow from the hook when the deer began to move out into the clearing. "What is that?" From behind the bush appeared an arm, long, black, leathery, and with less than 5 fingers. It stretched out and planted its palm on the ground. A shock went up my spine. The hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. My body began to shake. My left hand fell to my side, and my legs gave out underneath the weight of my body, causing me to silently fall back into my seat. I grabbed my binoculars and slowly lifted them back up to my face. I didn't want to make any jerk movements. I didn't want whatever it was to know where I was. Was this a person? I watched through my binoculars as the rest of the body of this thing emerged from behind the bushes. Its skin was leathery and its legs were very long. It looked human-like, but it wasn't human. It moved in a crouching fashion. I could see something in its left hand. It was holding something brown. The light was fading, and I struggled to make my eyes adjust. It was a rabbit. Not a wild rabbit, one like Mr. Dawson kept and raised. I could feel fear gripping me no matter how hard I fought it. I trained to fight and to hunt. I didn't know what this thing was or how I would be able to confront it. I sure as hell couldn't leave my tree stand now. That's when I smelled it. I had smelled it once before in Iraq. Burning flesh. The smell nauseated me. The air reeked with this creature's presence. My binoculars were fixated to my face. What is it doing? The creature meticulously cleared out the leaves around its feet in a circle. I watched in horror as it raised the rabbit above its head. Its eyes were yellow with no clear center or pupil. Its mouth contorted into a half smile, bearing a mouth full of deformed teeth. Its lower jaw unhinged and sank loosely below as it placed the rabbit's head in its mouth, faster than a mousetrap. Its bottom jaw shut, and it jerked its head violently backwards, ripping the rabbit's head from its body. The snapping of bone sent a shiver up my spine. It grabbed the rabbit's back legs and held the lifeless body upside down. I watched in horror as blood flowed from the animal's corpse and splashed on the cleared ground. It shook the body up and down as if trying to empty it of every last bit of blood. Like a smoker with bad lungs, it seemed to giggle in a wheezing, airy fashion. My eyes swelled with water. I couldn't fight it anymore. I was gripped with fear. I was crying. The military officer who had been shot at, almost blown up, jumped out of airplanes, was crying. It was almost dark and I could just make out what this thing was doing. I slowly put the binoculars down and concentrated on not breathing hard or crying out loud in fear. Snap, snap, snap. I looked back at the creature. Each snap threw another shock of fear up my spine. It was dismembering the rabbit. Snap! The cracking of the bones made my body shiver. I watched as it purposefully placed each of the rabbit's body parts within the circle and drew random forms in the dirt around the dead body with its long bony fingers. It lifted its hand and extended one of its fingers. I bit my lip almost to the point of bleeding to keep from making any sound as it scooped the entrails from the rabbit's chest cavity and placed them in its mouth. As the last bit of light left the sky, I realized I would be stuck in the tree stand unless this thing left. I should text John to come get me. No. What if it sees the glow from my phone's screen? What if he gets here and it kills him? My mind was racing faster than ever. I didn't once notice the wind change. To my horror, in the last bit of light, the creature suddenly stopped what it was doing and became still. Tears were rolling down my cheek. My hair was on end. My hands were shaking, and I could feel my body sweat. I didn't want to move. Suddenly, like a dog, it raised its head and began jerking it up and down. The wind has changed. It can smell me. It sniffed the air in 3 different directions with mighty snorts. All of a sudden, it dropped low to the ground as if it were about to pounce. The wind was at my back. It knew I was there. Maybe not my exact location, but this thing knew I was there. The light completely faded as I watched it sneak back into the brush on the left side of the clearing. My heart pounded hard enough to cause a sharp pain in my chest. I wanted to cry aloud. I wanted to get my phone and call my friend, my parents, anyone who might be able to save me. There was no noise. The air was like a vacuum around me. I sat shaking in my stand. Crunch. Crunch, crunch, crunch. My ladder is on the left. God, what if it finds the ladder? I need to cut it down. The crunching was getting louder. The creature was close enough I could hear its incoherent rambling. It sounded like an old man struggling to breath, fighting for his last breath. I reached into my backpack as fast and as quiet as I could and pulled out my knife. I stood up and turned to face the tree. It was dark. I couldn't see anything. I felt the bark of the tree above me, desperately trying to find the cord that was holding the ladder to the tree. Ting, it's on the ladder. It's coming up the ladder. Where is the cord? God, please. Here. I pulled hard. The knife cut through the cord with a snap of breaking bones. I pushed the ladder away from the tree. I could feel its weight on the ladder. With a boom that echoed throughout the forest, the ladder crashed to the ground with the weight of the creature. It let out a scream that pierced my ears and echoed everywhere. I covered my ears to shield myself from the horrific sound. I had never heard anything so horrible. The squeal of 100 pigs mixed with a low roar pierced the night sky. I couldn't see it. I knew I pissed it off. I heard it scramble to its feet. I grabbed the tree to keep my balance. It's shaking the tree. It's trying to climb the tree. I could hear its fingers grasp the bark, sinking its nails into the tree's flesh. There was only 20 feet between this thing and me. I grabbed my bow, pulled back, aimed straight down, and released one of my arrows directly below my stand. The arrow smacked the ground, and the creature let out a scream louder than the previous. Pig screams. Thousands of pigs screaming pierced the air. At this point, I couldn't hold back my fear. My breathing was audible, and I was pouting like a small child. My pounding heart was about to break my sternum. My eyes were full of tears. It didn't matter. I couldn't see through the darkness anyway. I somehow fumbled another arrow from my quiver onto my bow. God, save me, please. Go away, I shouted, and released the arrow in the same exact spot as the previous. Again, the arrow smacked into the ground, followed by a bellowing squeal. The tree stopped shaking. I could hear it on the ground, its fingers digging into the leaves and dirt as it tore up the ground beneath it. The tearing came from beneath me. I struggled to put another arrow on my bowstring. The noise began to surround me as I fumbled along. It was to my right, now to my left, now below me, now behind me. The tearing was everywhere. No, are there more of these things? I'm going to die. Did it call others? I pulled back my bow with my third arrow. The noise was everywhere. It sounded to my left. I guessed and shot in the dark. The ear-shattering noise and screams continued. I had one arrow left. I struggled to prep my last arrow. The noise surrounded me as if thousands of these things had encircled me. The squealing had intensified to the point where my ears were ringing. I drew back my bow and fired the last of my arrows directly beneath my stand. The squealing roar became unbearable, as if I had hit it. I was out of arrows. I dropped my bow and slumped back in my seat. The noise was so intense I didn't even hear the bow hit the ground. I picked up my knife and held it tight to my chest. I could feel my body crashing from the immense adrenaline rush. Silence. I didn't notice the silence. My ears stopped ringing. Was it gone? The woods were still. All I could hear was the beating of my heart as it slowly came down from its frantic pace. The woods were silent and motionless. Whatever it was disappeared or was standing perfectly still. I could feel the last of my tears roll down my cheek. I couldn't smell it anymore. I couldn't smell anything. My nose was stuffed from my crying. I was still shaking and my body was exhausted. I should text or call someone to get me. No. If I pull out my phone, the screen light will give me away if that thing is still here. I had no idea what time it was. Absolute darkness engulfed me. The only thing that kept me from falling asleep from exhaustion was the thought of that thing being out there somewhere, watching me in the dark. Minutes passed. Hours passed. I was so tired, but I dare not fall asleep. A bunch of leaves every now and then caused me to grip my knife tightly. The woods remained silent otherwise. No creatures moving about. No owls hooting. No bats screeching among the treetops. Light. The first light peering over the horizon broke an eternity of darkness. I was able to start making out shapes and images. I looked down and saw my bow lying on the ground next to the ladder. The hair on my neck stood up again. My heart began to pound. My breathing became quick. All around the bottom of the tree I was in were symbols drawn in the dirt. The leaves were cleared for 10 feet in a circle around the tree. All these weird symbols were drawn in the dirt where the leaves once laid. It was now or never. I grabbed my phone and texted John. He was the only one close enough that had a four-wheeler. It was day, and I didn't see the creature. But there was no way I was going to stay in the woods another second, and I wasn't going to get down in case it was lying in wait under the brush. Me, John, I'm still at my tree stand. I need help. I waited. It was 7 a.m. Please God, let him be up. John, dude, it's 7 a.m. What the flip you still doing in your tree stand? He's up. Tears of joy began to well in my eyes as I fumbled quickly to reply. I put my phone down. I was exhausted. I hadn't slept all night. The familiar rumble of John's ATV began to fill the air a few minutes later. What adrenaline I had left coursed through my veins. When John was close enough, I could see him coming from the stand. I grabbed my backpack and jumped. 20 feet straight down I descended. I hit the ground hard with a very audible thump. My left leg gave out from beneath me, and I could feel the pain streaming through my body as my ankle twisted. I spent no time lying on the ground. I fought through the pain, picked myself up, grabbed my bow, and hobbled as fast as I could towards the ATV trail. The fear from the night before returned as I was running towards the trail. Now was the time I was most vulnerable. Now was the time the creature would strike. It was the perfect opportunity. The smell returned. The scent of burning flesh filled the air. John pulled up to the clear cut that led to my stand as I reached the ATV trail and jumped quickly on the back of his four-wheeler. "Did you just jump from the stand?" he said with a shocked voice. "Then what smells like hell up here? Drive, now." Okay. John spun the four-wheeler around and headed off towards our house. The feeling of fear wouldn't leave me. I slumped forward onto John's back out of exhaustion. I didn't have the strength to hold myself up. I only had enough strength to hang onto his jacket to keep from falling off. The motor of the four-wheeler covered my sobs of relief. "Are you okay?" John asked loudly as he navigated the trail. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was too exhausted from the fear that had gripped me the entire night prior. The motor cut off and I looked up. We were outside my house. I hadn't stopped sobbing. I rolled off the back of the four-wheeler and laid in my yard sobbing. That's all I could do. Everything went black. I sat up rapidly and scanned my surroundings in a panic. My mother and father were there along with John, telling me to calm down. The familiar softness of our couch on my body and smell of my mother's cooking filled the air. I was home. My ankle was wrapped with a bag of ice resting upon it. They gave me water to drink and questioned me about what had happened that night. I told them everything. As my story ended, I could see the disbelief in their eyes. My parents apologized to me for not checking up on where I was. Though I had come home and gone out with friends or over to John's for a drink, John apologized the same and said he assumed I had come home tired and went to sleep. They tired to rationalize what I saw. They said it must have been an emaciated bear with mange. I knew better. I knew what I saw, what I went through. I didn't hunt the rest of the season and refused to enter the woods. John, a few days later, had kindly gone to my stand to retrieve it for me without prompt. He brought it over to my garage and met me with a puzzled look in his eye. "So I found your stand," he started with an unbelieving tone in his voice. "And it was on the ground. It's been beat up and the safety cables are busted off like someone had ripped it from the tree. Found your ladder, too." He pointed to the white marks on the bottom rungs of the ladder. "Those look like claw marks to me. Found 3 of your arrows. You hit something because they are covered in some type of blood. Don't know what kind, but it smells like hell." He handed me my arrows covered in a reddish-black gooey crust. "Also, the tree your stand was in, the bottom half of it has been stripped of bark and is smeared in what looks and smells like animal blood. All of those markings in the ground you talked about. Yay, those are there too." He slumped down on the edge of his four-wheeler as if in complete disbelief. "I believe you didn't talk about it for a long time. We felt as if it were best to forget, never revisit or pursue. I eventually moved out of my parents' house to an apartment when my job started. The following summer, John called me with some interesting news. The missing animals continued infrequently throughout the spring. Mr. Dawson had become overly frustrated with whoever was stealing his rabbits. He set up a security cam to watch the pen, and had purchased an industrial chain and lock to keep them out. One night his lab went nuts and barking at something outside in the direction of the rabbit pen, figuring he had them on camera and to teach them a lesson. He let his lab out to possibly scare them away. The dog ran out the open door and in the darkness seemed to be struggling with something. When Mr. Dawson turned on the floodlight, the chains on the rabbit pen were busted off and his dog was gone. Someone also destroyed his camera before it could capture the perpetrator on video. While I felt for Mr. Dawson, the strange part of our phone conversation had yet to come. The construction company John had worked for had secured a contract to build a new housing development on the side of Crow Hill, namely the side with the pines on it, as it was closest to the nearest road. It was to be an upper-middle-class housing development. John was part of the clearing crew who would go up and clear out the trees and underbrush of the designated area where the housing development would be built. John mentioned that he was clearing a small bottom where they were going to build a retention pond for irrigation when they came across something disturbing. The bottom was nestled at the base of Crow Hill and a neighboring hill. It was devoid of large trees but rampant with small shrubs and heavy underbrush. As he and his crew cleared the bottom, they found what appeared to be pathways of bent grass and branches. They didn't look natural and were littered in small animal bones. As they cleared more and more, they came across what looked like a nest in the middle of the thicket. The grass and branches were bent over top of a bed of long grass like a makeshift dome. The outer part of the nest was void of grass and contained strange markings in the dirt. In the middle, on the supposed bed of grass, they found several strange items like broken locks, broken chains, blood-covered shreds of clothing, and a dog collar strapped through the top of what looked like a canine skull. John told me the tags had Mr. Dawson's name and address on them. He had returned them to Mr. Dawson, but didn't have the heart to tell him where he found them or in what condition. I could hear the slight trembling in John's throat. I knew he now believed me for sure. I went home several months later to see my parents. Our neighbors' animals had stopped disappearing. The housing development was about halfway finished. I was watching the news late that first night home. One of the headlines was, "Police on lookout for animal kidnapper." Apparently several family pets had disappeared over the last few months in the next county over. Story 4. Have you ever wondered why we see ghosts? Maybe they have a message for us. Maybe they have a message for us. Perhaps they're trapped somewhere between our world and theirs, oblivious to the fact that time has gone on without them. There have been tales of long-lost family members visiting us in our dreams, and unexplainable coincidences that put a smile on your face. But for every heartwarming story of visits from the other side, there is a frightening account of an unwelcome presence that can send a chill down your spine. I could share a number of instances where I felt uneasy or even frightened by what I knew was an angry or negative spirit. However, the story I'm about to share is one that has cast a dark cloud over my nightmares for over 17 years. I can just short of guarantee that this story will force even the non-believers to check that dark corner before drifting off to dreamland. Now, I was 11 years old the first time I saw her. My parents were away for the evening, and I had ordered Scream on pay-per-view. I haven't watched a PPV movie in a long time, but back then it would play the movie on a 24-hour loop once ordered. Well into the second viewing, I got up from the couch to grab a drink from the kitchen. I was headed for the stairs when I saw a shadow out of the corner of my eye. Hesitating for a moment, I took a deep breath and continued toward the stairway. Returning to the basement, the air seemed ominous. The room seemed darker. As I relaxed on my seat to watch the rest of my movie before bed, I saw what appeared as a strange silhouette standing near the bathroom door. I focused my full sight on what I thought was there. I blinked and it was gone. Boy, was this movie giving me the creeps. Then I heard it. The soft whisper of a young girl at first, followed by a much louder command. "Let's play now." I have 2 older brothers, so I flipped on the light expecting to see them playing a trick on me with a flashlight and a tape recorder or something. These are the same brothers who used to hide a toy record player in my room, blaring train sounds, and throw me in with the lights off, holding the doorknob so I couldn't get out. Needless to say, teasing me during a horror movie would not have been above them. With the lights now on, I yelled, "Ben, Phil, stop it or I'm telling Mom." Silence. I figured I was just overtired. I curled up on the couch and felt my eyelids getting heavier as I finished watching my movie. Just before I drifted off, I heard Ben's bedroom door creak. I dismissed it, too tired to get myself worked up over nothing. I then got the sense something was watching me. I tried to shake it off. I just wanted to sleep. Finally, I heard something breathing heavily and slowly. At first, I thought it was me, and that I was psyching myself out, so I held my breath for a moment. Nothing. Swearing off slasher movies forever, I turned to face the back of the couch, hoping that would help me get to sleep. "Can you play now?" The question came from lips that couldn't have been further than a few feet from the couch. Still turned, I yelled. I'm gonna tell Mom. If you guys don't leave me alone. Within seconds, Ben and Phil were at the landing by the back door. What the hell are you screeching about? Ben asked. He and Phil not the least bit concerned about the panic on my face. If you guys don't stop, I'm telling Mom when she gets home. As I spoke, I knew there was no way they could have been both places at once. The realization that my brothers were upstairs all night left me cold. I stood up from the couch and quickly marched upstairs to my room, praying I could just fall asleep and put this whole thing behind me. Unfortunately, I wasn't so lucky. 30 minutes into my restless shuffling, I was alerted to the sound of my bedroom door opening ever so gently. Jolting upward from my bed and opening my eyes, I became frozen as I saw, in the corner, a young girl with long, black hair, around the age of 6, in a once white nightgown. She stared at me with dark, unblinking eyes and a wide smile. It was the kind of smile that you muster up for a family picture day. In the sense, I could tell it was for show. I began to open my mouth, hoping to scream or cry, anything that might scare her away. Before I could make my decision, she pulled her bony finger up to her still smiling mouth. Shh. Now it's my turn to hide. I yelled louder than I had ever yelled in my life. To my surprise, my mom came running into my room. Honey, what's wrong? Honey, what's wrong? She asked, as I darted my eyes between her and the now empty corner of my bedroom. I couldn't answer. Was it a nightmare? Was my mind playing tricks on me? One thing was for sure. It was over. I shrugged it off as an all-too-real bad dream and went out to sleep on the couch in the living room. Fast forward about 3 weeks. It was around 10:30 and I was out playing Spot with Phil and nearly a dozen other neighborhood kids. For those of you wondering, Spot is a game of hide-and-seek played at night with flashlights. The rules were simple. We had to stay within our block. We weren't to go into backyards without permission, and you couldn't stay in one place for more than 5 minutes. I had been gearing up for this evening's game all week. I had the perfect hiding spot, and nobody would ever think to look there. Our next-door neighbors had a split-level house with a red deck off of the kitchen upstairs and plenty of room underneath for storage. Their yard wasn't fenced in, so it had easy access. I made my way under the deck and positioned myself behind their lawnmower. No way anyone will find me here, I thought. I had been crouched for around 3 minutes when I saw the beam of light coming from between the houses. My friend, Mike, was it, and he was running with his flashlight, nearing my hiding spot. Without hesitation, he turned at the edge of the house, shined the light directly on me, and yelled, "Spot!" There's no way he knew I was there. How did you do that? Did Phil tell you about my hiding spot? As I asked the question, I could tell he was paying little attention to me while he searched the area. Where did she go? Mike asked, a little hesitant. I'd been chasing her for half a block, and I just watched her duck under this deck. I couldn't tell if he was trying to play a trick on me, or if he was being genuine. Although I didn't want to know the answer, I asked, "What was she wearing?" As he answered, I felt a rush of cold all the way up my back, as if someone had splashed me with ice water. She had a long, kind of grayish pajama shirt on. It was really strange. Must be somebody's little sister. I leapt out from underneath the deck and stared at him for several seconds, reading his expressions. Mike, I've been under here this whole time, and you're the first person I've seen. With a small amount of light from his flashlight illuminating only a portion of his face, I watched his color fade. Whatever. This game's for babies anyway. I'm going home, he stated, visibly shaken, but doing his best to keep his composure. You're it now. He shoved the flashlight into my chest and walked quickly in the direction of his house. Although Mike was gone, I had a sudden awareness that I was not alone. Doing my best to avert my eyes from my once great hiding place, I pointed my flashlight back toward the street. My legs struggled to lift my feet. It was as if hands had emerged from the soft ground and clasped their menacing fingers around my ankles. In a desperate attempt to run, my legs had a different plan as I crashed, face first, into the wet grass. I lied on the ground, stunned for what felt like only a few seconds. Gathering my wits, I lifted my head to see bare, pale feet resting only inches from my nose. Ah! I screamed, suddenly sitting, but leaning back on my hands. I had no words. That girl, the same one from my room, was standing over me. What once had been a vacant grin was replaced with a disgusting, angry snarl. That was my hiding spot. Her voice now a high-pitched shriek, like thick nails on a dirty classroom chalkboard. Her shadowed eyes pierced through me like a hot blade as she began to cry. She continued with a much quieter, more sinister tone. "It's your fault." It was at that moment I knew she wasn't talking about the game anymore. She lunged forward, flailing her arms while she fell on top of me. I struggled to grab at her frozen wrists and hollered for anyone close who might be able to come help me. I caught one last glimpse of those sinister eyes before everything went black. I awoke to the sound of footsteps creeping up to me. "I'm sorry," I proclaimed, weak and covered in sweat. Just then, a hand reached down and grabbed my arm. It was Phil. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Everyone is going home now. We didn't know where you were, and it's getting late." As I stood up, I realized I wasn't in our neighbor's backyard anymore. I had somehow managed to end up in my own driveway, just a few feet from the front steps. "Are you hurt?" "What happened?" My brother was beginning to show worry at my lack of response. I don't know." I stood there, still puzzled at how I had come to be in the driveway. Well, better go in. It's almost midnight," Phil continued. "Wait, what? The words left my mouth, and I began to grow more and more concerned as to what might have happened after I blacked out. I had to tell him. There was a good chance he would think I was crazy, but I couldn't keep this to myself anymore. I saw this girl. The front porch light came on, and our dad stepped outside. He didn't have to say anything. We knew it was time to come in. The nightmares started that night. I lied in bed, staring at the ceiling for hours and doing my best not to look anywhere else when I felt my eyelids getting heavy. With each flutter, I could picture her face, staring at me with that look of hatred and disgust. I fought the fatigue for as long as I could, finally succumbing to the night. They say you only remember bits and pieces of dreams. You lose sight of what little you had as time marches on. But the horrors that plagued my subconscious for the next several nights are still as vivid and frightening as they were 17 years ago, reappearing every now and then, as not to let me forget. My first dream started out normal enough. I was with a couple of friends who have asked to remain nameless, and we were headed to an area near our house. We all called. Cherry Hill. It spans several blocks and housed lots of trees, trails, hills, and even an old train trestle. We did all sorts of stuff there. We built forts, rode bikes, played tag. The stuff you'd expect kids to do. We were walking down the trail, boards and tools in hand, looking for just the right spot to build. Settling on an area tucked in by the trestle, we got to work. I was nailing some small boards to a tree to make a ladder leading up to a long ledge. It was to be our lookout. I could hear my friends digging some kind of hole behind me. After a while, the sound of their shovels stopped. That same chill I had felt under the deck was inching up my legs to my back, then to my neck. I whipped around to see that they were gone. In fact, everything was gone. The shovels, the hole. It was as if they had never been there at all. It had gotten very dark. The giant trees were blocking any trace of light shining from the evening sky. As I strained my eyes to scan the area, I locked in on a familiar nightgown across the small stream of murky water. I was panicked, frozen in fear. I watched as she grew closer, never moving her limbs. She threw her head back in a disgusting cackle befitting a woman well her senior. I closed my eyes, hoping that would somehow slow my pounding heartbeat. Silence. I wasn't ready to open my eyes. My mind was racing, and I couldn't decide if I was awake or asleep. Before I had a chance to come to any conclusion, I felt the soft tug on my wrist. "They're gone now. Will you play with me?" It was that same soft voice I had heard in my basement. It wasn't creepy or angry. If I had to think of a word for it, I would say it almost sounded scared. No longer feeling threatened, I was ready to open my eyes. What a horrible mistake. She stood only inches from me, covered in blood but with no visible wounds. Through the gore I could see the frills of her gown, now torn and crimson. The more frightened I became, the more pleased she seemed with herself. Turning to run, I had made it only a few steps before tripping and crashing into the cold dirt. I had to compose myself. I sat up and glanced at the object that forced me to topple over. "Oh my God, no!" The words left my mouth as I stumbled back even further. There, laid out in a heaping mess, were my friends. Next to them was a shovel covered in blood and hair. She stood over the bodies, that menacing grin returning to her face, and she slowly brought her finger up to her lips. I awoke on the living room couch. I know I fell asleep on my own bed, but with a history of sleepwalking, I wasn't surprised. One thing was for certain. I wasn't going back to sleep. I turned on the TV and watched infomercials until morning. I finally got up to make myself a bowl of cinnamon toast crunch as the rest of the family emerged from their rooms. I wanted to tell them what was happening to me, but I was sort of famous in our house for stupid nightmares. To this day, I still catch guff about the big green duck with a machine gun that would chase me around the neighborhood. Nobody was going to take me seriously. I had to find a way to handle this on my own. That night, before bed, I knelt down next to my bed, and I locked my hands together in prayer. "Dear Lord, I need your help. There is something evil here that won't leave me alone. I don't know why it would choose me. Did I do something wrong? I beg of you, Lord, please stop this. I will never ask you for anything ever again. Amen." I was dream-free for the next 2 nights. Maybe there was something to this prayer thing. It was Saturday, and a few of us had gotten together for a game of street hockey. We must have played for at least 2 hours before someone said, "Let's go to Cherry Hill." As soon as I heard it, that cold chill raced up my back. "I think I'm going to stay here, guys." They weren't having that. After lots of prodding and pleading, we hopped on our bikes. We stayed near the entrance, making dangerous ramps out of leftover boards from our hockey goals. I wasn't that excited about going toward the trestle, but I figured there was strength in numbers. We were pointing out spots that would be ideal for a new fort. "There's a good spot," I said, pointing to a wall of dirt with an area already dug out. I was quickly outvoted as it was clear someone else had already claimed that area. We ventured down the trail until we neared the old trestle. "This spot is too open." I pled my case and hoped for the best. It must have been, "Let's do the opposite of what Jamie wants to do" day, because everyone ignored me and headed down toward the water. Not wanting to let my fears get the best of me, I followed. I walked toward the lookout ledge for my dream. It was as if something was pulling me in that direction. Glancing at the tree, I noticed letters etched out in the bark. They spelled out, "Shh." I was done. No more fort building for me. I jumped on my bike and sped home. I was still shaking when I pulled into the driveway. I refused to come to the door when a couple of my friends stopped over to check on me. I lied in bed, sobbing and cursing the ceiling. "Why won't you help me? I begged for your help, and you didn't listen." I cried myself to sleep. My next nightmare was much shorter. It was a very strange dream in that I felt like I was watching a slideshow. I remember watching an old, run-down farmhouse slowly fall to a pile of junk, but it was in pictures with each one showing more age and decay. There was a tree in the front yard, with a tire swing, and in every image there were children running around and playing. They didn't seem fazed by the crumbling house behind them. As the house aged, fewer kids were seen running around until only one remained. I watched as the last little girl stared at the ground, sad that her friends had left her. I watched her sadness turn to anger, and then into resentment. The background grew dark, and her eyes met mine. The edges of her mouth turned up into that all-too-familiar grin. She knew I was watching her. She stood still for several minutes as the wind blew through the bare trees behind her. Suddenly, everything went dark and I heard the whisper. What should we play next? I avoided my room for the next several nights, finding any reason I could to stay up well past my bedtime. Although I feared coming across her while I was alone in the dark, it somehow felt safer than meeting her in a dream. She could manipulate me in my nightmares. I couldn't look away. I tried seeing amounts of Mountain Dew, bright lights from the TV and music to avoid surrender to the night. I finally figured out that if I slept during the day, she left me alone. I still wonder to this day if she was fueled by my fear. I was calmed by the light of day. Kept me safe. I had nearly forgotten all about her by the time she visited me again. Weeks had passed, and I had started sleeping in my bed again. This final encounter was, by far, the creepiest. I consider this my final encounter because I truly believe any dreams since then have been residual, albeit terrifying. I awoke to the wind blowing my curtains across my face. This was significant because I have terrible allergies and am unable to sleep with the windows open. As soon as my eyes opened, I could hear faint laughter coming from the front yard. It almost sounded like the overused laugh track that goes with any clip of children playing in movies and television. I attempted to sit up and quickly realized I had no control of my own movements. I felt paralyzed. Before long, I was lifted out of bed and placed, standing on my bedroom floor. I began walking toward the window, still unable to move my own limbs. At the screen, I watched as this beautiful little girl skipped and sang through the grass without notice of the world around her. This time, I didn't feel as if she knew I was there. Mesmerized for nearly a full minute, I finally snapped out of it, to find I was no longer. From my surroundings, I could tell that this bedroom belonged to a girl. The walls were covered in bright pinks, purples, and yellows, with tons of princess dollhouses, Barbies, and dresses scattered along the floor and in the open closet. I stood in the middle of the room, still unable to move, and watched as the door flew open and that same little girl from the front yard came running in, crying. When she dashed by me without looking, I didn't think that she could see me. Had I become the ghost? The girl jumped into the closet and her eyes locked onto mine. As footsteps grew louder down the hall, she looked at me, put her finger up to her mouth, and gave a soft shh. Who is she hiding from? Why was she crying? I stood and watched as a tall man wearing a baseball cap, red t-shirt and jeans marched into the room with a menacing, come out wherever you are." The little girl kept her stare on me as tears rolled down her face. I tried to ask him who he was looking for, but he didn't respond. Couldn't he see me? His tone quickly changed. Where the hell did that BH go? I still couldn't tell if he knew I was there, but I knew she must be hiding for a reason, so I decided to keep my mouth shut. He gave one last look around the room and left. I watched him walk down the hallway until I could no longer see him, and when I turned to the closet, she was gone. In the blink of an eye, all of the room's bright colors turned to shades of gray. I heard shouts coming from another room in the house. Without hesitation, I ran toward the screams. When I got into the living room, the little girl was lying on the floor. This time she was wearing that same nightgown from my earlier visions. The man in the ball cap was standing over her, and I could tell that she was uncomfortable. "Let's play a game, sweetie. It's called the Quiet Game." Although his words were sweet, I knew his intentions were anything but. She was terrified. Her eyes were telling a story of fear and sadness. I panicked. "Leave her alone," I yelled the words as loudly as I could. I'm not sure what I was expecting to happen, but my shouts fell on deaf ears. It was no use. She turned again to look at me. I began to feel lightheaded, like I was losing oxygen. Everything went dark, but I could still hear the faint cries of a scared little girl. Cries were followed by wet, gurgling sounds. And that's when I heard the sound that still gives me chills as I write these words. As if he was right by my face, I heard the man whisper one last request. Shh. I woke up right after that and sobbed in my bed for what seemed like hours. Aside from the occasional nightmare, I haven't seen the little girl since. Although I haven't seen her, I still feel like she's around. I've spent time in libraries and news archives hoping to come across a story of a familiar missing girl, or maybe even something on the man in the cap. I believe my dream of the deteriorating house means the potential scene of the crime is long gone. I suppose it's best that I leave it be. But the question I fear will forever go unanswered is, was I just a kid with an overactive imagination, or was a frightened little girl reaching out for help that I failed to provide? Sweet dreams. Story 5. Twice I saw the face in the window, pressed up against the surface, its icy breath fogging the cold glass. At first it appeared strange to me, the skin beneath its eyes drooping in ripples of flesh, exposing the red sensitive strata underneath. It was the winter of '83, and I had booked the cabin for 3 nights. Only 3. A break was needed. Somewhere to relax, somewhere to recover. I had a heart attack 2 months earlier. Painful, excruciating experience which I would not wish on my worst enemy. Lying there sprawled across my kitchen floor, the sharp agony had siphoned through my veins, chest, arm, jaw. I lost consciousness, only to find myself in a hospital bed days later. It was my daughter, Jen, who discovered me. Thank God for her. So discovered me. Thank God for her. The cabin was to be a retreat, a place far removed from the stresses of my life. The fallout from a failed marriage, the pressures of a flagging career, and the ordeal of staring death in the face. Comfort had become a stranger. Fear, however, was now both my enemy and constant companion. Each beat of my heart was felt. The slightest change of rhythm or palpitation, a nursery for terror. The knowledge that, at any time, the agony of death could be brought upon me by the very thing which gave life, seemed perverted, an abomination of purpose. I now wandered through life like glass, afraid that the slightest exertion might shatter me. The doctors had done their part through surgery and medication. Now it was my turn to help my body heal as best it could. Only time would tell how successful such efforts had been. I was advised to relax, to undertake some limited physical therapy, and to avoid any anxiety or sudden shocks. But how does one avoid a shock or a nasty surprise? By its very definition, a shock is an unknown, unforeseen, unexpected event which lurks in the darkness of obscurity, out there, mingled with the fog of yet to come, around a corner, in the next room, a wrong turn taken, or an unwelcome phone call bearing bad news. I found the entire concept of avoiding the unanticipated to be a laughable one. And still, there I was, preparing for the quiet solitude of the countryside, following the advice of the experts. And those men and women in sterile white coats, I had almost ignored their recommendations, remaining slumped at home, festering, counting the hours and beats of my heart as finite measures of my life. When still, the mind can unleash a terrible onslaught of memories. I thought of Susie, of the years spent together and now wasted. We had been happy once, but I had played my part in where we ended. She came to visit me in the hospital. Perhaps she too wished for reconciliation, but feeling the gulf between us as she sat at my bedside was worse than any physical heartache. We smiled and spoke the empty words of day to day which litter each and every hospital ward. As she left, she touched my hand for the briefest of moments, and yet I could tell that she no longer sheltered the spark she once had for me. She tried to be kind, but some things done and said can never be taken back. A fire of resentment which can never be extinguished. They say time heals all wounds, but some cuts are deeper than others. In those bleak days of loneliness, I had only the thought of my daughter to keep me from slipping into a dark depression. And yet she stayed with her mother most of the time. Perhaps I had been cold towards her too. I knew my failings as a husband, but I had never conceived that I had been anything but a loving father. And so I lived for those brief 2 days a week when I could see her. The in-between times were filled with fear of death and thoughts of worthlessness. Friends, family, doctors, they all urged me to go on a holiday, but I was afraid, scared of my heart giving up, frightened by the possibilities brought forth by an anxious mind preoccupied with the fragile body which housed it. If it hadn't been for Jai, I would never have gone. He visited me several times a week and encouraged me to be as upbeat as possible with his usual quips and jokes. He kept me going, in fact, and finally persuaded me that a few days away in the countryside would do me good. Still, I was terrified of being left alone, isolated, away from things and people. What if I had another attack? Perhaps the next one would be fatal, and even if I could be saved, I would be too far for help to reach me in time. I needed somewhere that I could relax away from the world, and yet not so far from the wonders of modern medicine. That was why we chose Blackwood Cabin. Jai had visited there as a child. It sat on the outskirts of a large forest, hemmed in on a patch of open ground by a beautiful flowing river on the other side. Despite its seeming detachment from the world, it was in fact only 6 miles from the nearest hospital, which stood near a small town on the boundary of that thick, darkened web of trees. This, and the insistence of Jai that he stay as well, left me contented enough in the knowledge that help would always be at hand. I could feel myself begin to relax as we left the city, and during the drive we both talked and laughed, reminiscing about our days together at university. For the first time in months I felt positive about the world, watching the motorway recede into the distance, relinquishing its concrete grip to the wild, untamed, and imposing grandeur of the great outdoors. Only once did I bring up the mention of Susie and our separation. Jai quickly turned the conversation around to something more positive and fun, as he often did. I held out hope that the divorce would never be finalized, that she would come back to me, but hope too can be an exhausting predicament. So I attempted to filter Susie from my mind as best I could. The single-track road weaved its way through Blackwood Forest. We wriggled over 6 miles of twists and turns and serpentine slitherings before we finally reached the clearing. A large waterlogged patch of wild grass carpeted the area, so much so that we had to park the car a few hundred feet from our destination for fear of getting stuck. In the center of the soaked, near marshland ground stood the rickety and aging shelter, which we intended to call home for the following 3 days. The cabin was itself small, with one main room complete with cozy log burner and stove, and 2 cramped bedrooms at the back. It had been there for an age, that much was certain, and the darkened timber beams which carried the heavy burden of time above sagged and dipped as they lurched across the ceiling. The smell of moss and bark swathed the air, and the sound of the flowing river on the other side of the cabin bubbled and brewed, peaceful, serene, yet mysterious. The first day was uneventful. Exactly what I needed, relaxing with a book in front of 3 large logs smoldering in the fire, and spending a little while sitting on the steps to the cabin, watching the river swell and swarm with the winter currents. It was then that I understood the naming of the place. Peering out across the bobbled grass to the tree line, the forest seemed picturesque yet impenetrable from distance, and the clearing where the cabin sat provided only a temporary pause to its encroachment, before it once again continued to blanket the land on the other side of the river. The woodland was dark and black, a vibrancy of things: deer, foxes, beetles, rabbits. But I would never have guessed at the horror. Many tourist traps survive on tales of ghosts and ghouls hidden somewhere nearby. Stories exaggerated by pub landlords or hotel managers, speaking of rooms where something ominous walks at the midnight hour. Visitors flock to such places hoping to spend the night in a haunted room, to glimpse something in the darkness which whispers the thought that life is more bizarre, more interesting than we could possibly imagine. Even that lonely, and forgotten cabin seemed to have something of a myth attached to it. In a bookshelf, tucked away in the corner of one of the bedrooms, Jai found a warped old hardback. The papers were yellow, and while it contained the publication date of 1967, I was certain that it had only ever seen one pressing. Left in the cabin to titillate those staying there. The book was called The Beast of Blackwood Forest. Rifling through it, I found that the author had dedicated much of her life to the documentation of a local legend. I had myself heard the stories when I was younger, as I had once dated a girl who lived in a nearby town. All the kids talked about the Beast of Blackwood, a creature which everyone's uncle had seen while out hunting in the forest. Dark, hulking, monstrous. Of course, I always laughed at such things, and no concrete evidence for it had ever been found. But each winter, there were rumors, whispers about something shambling through the woods at night. As the day gave way to twilight, I read through some of those pages while Jai stocked the stove and prepared supper. Although I discarded the legend as nonsense, I found the book quite compelling, and the eyewitness testimonies contained therein affected me enough to cause me to see something which wasn't there. Shadows moving outside under the cloak of dusk. I began to feel my heart once more, and decided that it was best to leave the terrors of the horror genre, fact and fiction, behind. My mind was still fraught with the strain of Susie leaving me and the fear of the slightest palpitation signaling another heart attack. So, accounts of a terrifying creature preying on those in my immediate vicinity, no matter how preposterous, were not suitable for a fragile disposition. The clean country air, on the other hand, was doing me the world of good. After dinner, Jai surprised me with a bottle of my favorite whiskey, 16-year Lagavulin. I knew that the doctors would frown upon it, but the idea of swishing that warming liquid gold around my mouth and taking a deep gulp reminded me of something essential. It reminded me of being normal again, of being strong, of sitting in my family home with my wife and daughter, enjoying the finer side of life. A few drams would not be unwelcome. We talked and laughed about the past while playing cards and enjoying, again reliving old adventures we had traveling together during our university summers with the old gang. I would have happily stayed there wrapped in the comfort of those memories for an eternity. And in many ways I wish I could have sunk further into that moment of relief from my recent worries. But that was not to be. Around 11 o'clock, the log burner was running low, and we had all but run out of wood. Chai drunkenly picked up a torch and decided that he would go and quickly gather some more, so that we could keep the good times flowing. I didn't protest. I was happy. I was content to allow that night to continue. He was a good friend, and insisted that I not raise a finger out there in the cold darkness. He always was braver than me, and I'd be lying if I said that the outlandish thought of something lurking in the woods hadn't left its mark. I watched from the window for a moment as the beam from his torch bounced along the uneven, now frozen, grass. The light dropped to the ground for a second, and I heard the drunken merry laughter of my friend echoing out as he picked himself back up before continuing towards the tree line. Smiling, I returned to my book of choice, flicking through a few pages of an Ellery Queen detective novel, less dangerous than the previous read. After about 15 minutes, I realized how truly silent the cabin was. No noise, no wind, no sounds of life or the living. And for the first time I sensed something sinister resting in the stillness. Suddenly, Jai burst into the cabin and collapsed on the floor, panting. He turned to the door and kicked it shut with his heels frantically, his eyes wide, panicked, disbelieving. Scrambling back to his feet, he turned a small table on its end and wedged it against the skin of the aging wood under the handle. "Help me, for Chris' sake," he whispered anxiously. I stood up quickly and rushed to my friend's aid, helping him pack furniture, anything with weight, against the door. It was the first time since the heart attack that I had physically exerted myself, and it would not be the last. I felt the blood pump through my chest, and momentarily quivered at the sensation. I tried to find out what had happened, But Jai was exhausted and distraught. A shiny streak of sweat ran down his cheek as he wheezed and gasped for air. He flicked the light switch, smothering us in a darkness which was only broken by a crescent moon hanging in the sky outside, its slivered light vaguely illuminating the inside of the cabin, prowling the window which gazed out towards the forest. His stare never broke for a moment from the frozen world outside. We stood there, my repeated questions going unanswered, and slowly my fragility returned. I rubbed my chest for a moment as my friend's anxiety seemed to spread to me. My heart raced and my mind swung like a pendulum between the fear of an agonizing heart attack and the terror etched on Jai's face. Just what had scared him so badly? I breathed deeply to calm myself, but Jai took no notice. He was too fixated on the darkness outside. It was only when I poured him a large whiskey that he finally broke his silence. I've never been frightened of words, but my friend certainly shook me. There is something out there. I did not reply immediately, but when I did, I could only think to ask, something? What could he have meant by such an indefinite term? There were no bears in that part of the country, no large predators at all, but it did indeed seem that Jai had seen something big in the woods. He had been gathering wood for the stove around the tree line of the forest, and as he described standing there, listening to a short flurry of rain tap the canopy above him, I could see the fear grip his insides. As it did mine, my heart began to pound harder. As Jai stuttered over the words, I saw it moving between the trees, straight for me. I didn't look back, but I'm telling you, it wasn't human. I knew my friend was convinced by what he said, but while I dismissed the notion of an unknown creature stalking the woods outside, and perhaps in the attempt, hid the descriptions from the yellowed pages of that book which had etched into my mind, I very much did entertain the idea that there was someone out there. Someone dangerous, mad, or perhaps both. My pulse continued to race, and I could feel my heart beating wildly at the thought of a shadowy figure prowling around outside, watching us, waiting. After finally composing himself, Jai asked if I was okay, his fear now turning to concern for his friend. But I myself was transfixed on one course of action: escape. I rushed over to the cabin's phone, but on picking up the receiver, I was greeted by an icy silence. The line was dead, and what that still, lifeless receiver said about the unseen threat I was sure we now faced was enough to thrust dread into my very soul. I stood there for a moment, desperately trying to formulate a course of action. That serene, peaceful place in the daytime now felt imposing and absent of mercy. I just wanted to go home. Jai motioned for me, and then pointed with shaking hand at the darkness outside. It was then that he let out a suffocated whisper. It's there. Looking out into the moonlit night, I saw nothing at first, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkened landscape outside, I finally saw it. Deep down I'd hoped that Jai had simply drunk too much and spooked himself while out there, but now any dream of a simple and harmless explanation was extinguished. Someone was standing amongst the trees, just standing and looking, bathed in darkness. It was difficult to make out any detail. All I could see was an outline, the outline of a stooped and hunched figure, its arm wrapped around a tree as if steadying itself. I could not be sure, but it felt as though its stare was firmly transfixed on our cabin, our rickety shelter for the night which had no doubt seen many winters there before, and perhaps even encountered whoever or whatever was looking at us from across the sodden stretch of icy marsh which surrounded us. Who is that? I stammered. Keep your voice down, Jai snapped in return. And so we whispered and spoke of the hunched figure standing only a few hundred feet from us. Not a man, Jai kept saying, but I continued in my attempts to dissuade him from that conclusion. I saw it through the trees. It moved. It moved in a weird way, limping, like it was off balance or deformed or something. But it moved fast. I've no idea how I made it back. Maybe it won't leave the trees. His eyes widened, and it was clear that a revelation had sprung forth from his mind. He turned suddenly, walking across the room to a table where I had left those yellow pages, which spoke of a strange creature living in the woods. Jai thumbed through it, shielding the light from his torch, as best he could with his hand. As I watched him scan through the contents and flick to what he seemed so animated about, I almost laughed at the insinuation. "It's a man, Jai. Just someone messing with us." But he was convinced otherwise. "Look at this," he said, following the text with his finger as he read. "Accounts have varied over the centuries, but a central element to the myth states that the beast of Blackwood only wanders from the forest late at night. It has been suggested that the creature uses the thick canopy as protection during daylight hours. Locals claim that it is entirely nocturnal. There's no such thing as the beast." I could feel my pulse thicken as my blood pressure increased to the idea, so much so that I had to sit for a moment to allow my heart to recover its normal beat. "Are you okay?" "I'll be fine. Let's just wait until it gets light and we can leave." "Leave? Are you crazy? You didn't see that thing up close. It's huge and quick. If it wants to get in here, it will. So, there's a weirdo in the woods. He can't wait us out all night anyway. He's probably just a hunter or someone camping in the forest. He'll be harmless." I listened to the words exit my mouth. Even I didn't believe them. There was something about the place, the silence, deathly icy, a sickly sense of dread hanging in the air, hidden between the bark and the moss. Jai turned to look outside to the grassland which edged towards our car, sleeping in the night chill between us and the brooding forest. "We need to leave, or you can stay here and I'll get the police. Either way, I'm going." He turned to look at me sternly. "Which would you prefer?" I might not have been convinced that it had been an unknown creature that had stalked him through the woods, but by God, I didn't want to stay in that cabin alone. I threw my stuff in a bag, as Jai did the same, each of us grabbing a knife from the kitchen for protection. And there we stood, looking at the door, a pile of furniture wedged behind it. We dismantled our makeshift barricade as quietly as we could, and then, brandishing our kitchen knives nervously, slowly opened the door. It creaked softly, sucking in the night air, which felt cold and bitter, and revealed a slow patter of light rain threatening something greater from the heavens. Jai poked his head out first, and then, after a brief silence, waved me on. We descended the dozen or so steps which led down onto the grass, and as we peered around the corner we could see our ticket home. The car was parked a few hundred feet from where we stood, nestled in the last piece of dirt track which would give some way to road, and then the safe embrace of home, if we made it. It would take a minute or so to reach, but with knowledge of the figure in the forest lurking around somewhere nearby, it seemed like an eternity away. I slung the strap of my bag over my shoulder, and Jay, mindful of my condition, headed towards the car first. "Keep looking around," he urged me with a whisper. The waterlogged grass squelched underfoot, and the rain began to grow more angered as we stepped tentatively towards the safety of the car. We tried to be as quiet as possible, but even in the moonlight we had to use our torches to see what was ahead of us, advertising our position to anyone or anything in the vicinity. I kept looking out towards the forest, the tree line, the thickening river behind me, but I could see nothing, nor could I hear anything but the raindrops which now battered against the car and splattered on my hood. Then, Jai suddenly stopped. "What is it?" I whispered over the rain, my heart now beating wildly, throat dried by worry. The rain subsided slightly, replaced by the silence of a landscape petrified, frozen by a winter chill. Jai spoke without turning his head towards me, his breath visible in the beam of my torch. I thought I saw something moving in the tree line. A crack of wood. The sound of the unseen walking over the forest floor. Jai whispered with urgency, and we broke into a brisk jog. Adrenaline coursed through my veins as my pulse thumped desperately. As we continued on, all I could think of was my heart and the deep, stuttered and freezing breaths I took in trying to calm myself. As we drew closer to the car, the faintest wisp of moonlight hung in the air as the crescent above us swung behind a pack of clouds, and the world took on a strange, icy blue. Stumbling over the grass, we finally reached the gray outline of our ride home. Open the door. Let's get out of here, I pleaded as Jai fumbled for his keys, dropping them to the ground. Bastard, he growled. Instinctively, I pointed my torch downward, illuminating the long, wild grass, now whitened by a thick coating of frost beneath our feet. I waited for an instant, and as I peered down at the ground, I recognized that something was very wrong. Jai was not moving. He hadn't even looked down to see where he had dropped the keys. He was staring at something, and the look of sheer panic in his eyes told me that we were not alone. I raised my hand, and with it, a beam of light glinted off of the car. Two large eyes stared back from the other side of the vehicle. A hunched, hulking thing, glaring up at us, crouched behind the car bonnet. It shivered, and then again, and as it rose up, I saw it for a moment. Wet, drenched hair, mouth gaping, its face a pallid and quivering gray. It groaned loud, with a strange, unearthly, and high-pitched undertone, which only added to the creature's horrid appearance. "Run!" he yelled. I did not need to be told twice. I dropped my bag and ran as fast as I could. I panted, sweat, stumbled, thrust myself forward with every ounce of energy I had left in me. And as I did so, the first pains came. The freezing cold stung my eyes. I fell twice, helped to my feet by my friend. My heart staggered. It heaved, battered in my chest. I could feel a slight twinge of pain run up my neck, nestle in my jaw. My chest tightened. I cried in terror. This was a heart attack. I yelled out, "Help!" But all I could hear was Jai running behind me, screaming for me to move faster. "Keep going, and don't look back." As the cabin came into touching distance, I heard the heartbreaking absence of my friend's footsteps. I knew Jai, all those years as close as we were. He was always the brave one, something I had at times been jealous of, the one stubborn enough to stand up to anything. I understood implicitly that he was buying me time, a selfless gesture which helped me make it to the steps, scrambling up them only to turn and see him staring the creature down, face to face. The beast shrouded in shards of night. As its hulking mass lunged towards him, a searing pain ran up my neck from my chest. I collapsed to the ground. But he needed me, and whatever life was left in my failing body, I was compelled to use to help him. Staggering to my feet, the night air stinging my lungs, I lurched forward, clutching my chest, ready to strike the beast with everything I had left. Before I could assist, Jai appeared from the darkness, grabbed my arm, and threw me into the cabin. He frantically barricaded the door once more. We slumped to the floor, breathless, deciding to keep the lights out, and listened, shuffling in the darkness, but nothing more. The pain in my chest had subsided slightly. It was clear that the heart attack had begun, but when it would end me seemed uncertain. What was that thing? I asked between gasps. I don't know. But it wasn't human, said Jai solemnly, before showing me the knife he had used during the fight. Now covered in a putrid black liquid. I don't think even this hurt it much. This is crazy. What do we do now? I don't know. I just don't know. And so, we waited and waited. But the pain in my chest grew steadily, my breath more erratic. I took my pills, but I knew that the old enemy had returned, and that I needed more than something to calm my nerves. If I didn't receive medical attention, there was every chance I would die. Jai stared at me as I sat on the old couch against the window, worried that each breath would be my last. "We need to get you to a hospital," he said gently. "Yeah, just chopper me in." We both laughed for a moment, Jai stood up and looked outside. He seemed reluctant at first, and no wonder considering what lurked outside. But his concern for me appeared to slowly drown out his fear. I can't see anything out there anymore. The moon is behind those clouds, and we might not get another chance. I think I can make it to the car quicker on my own. Not that thing out there, I said, deep down ashamed that my fear of death galvanized a hope that my friend would indeed find the courage to try again. He leaned over me and smiled kindly, patting me on the shoulder. I can do this. It's pitch black out there. You'd need to use a torch, and then it would see you, I said, wincing once more at the growing pain in my chest. I'll flash it on and off. That way it won't know where I am. Maybe it'll get confused. I don't know. He clenched the torch tightly, while looking at the kitchen knife in his other hand. Hopefully that'll give me enough time to see what's in front of me and head for the car. The keys should still be where I dropped them. Jai, please wait until morning, I asked. But as my friend looked at me, clutching my chest, I knew he had already made up his mind. And part of me was glad for the hope his bravery provided. Barricade the door as soon as I'm out. Okay, I said, trying to hold back tears both of pain and worry for my friend's life. He gave me a hug, and then he was gone. I closed the door and bolstered it once more with anything I could find, before pulling myself back up onto the couch and looking outside. At first, I could see nothing but the black stillness of the forest, then a blast of light, then another, and another, as Jai's torch sporadically burst into life. Each flash illuminated the landscape around him, like a ghostly photograph documenting his progress towards the car. I could see what he was doing, and I smiled to myself for a moment, once more impressed by his ingenuity. He wasn't moving in a straight line, but zigzagging, so that his path could not be anticipated. Another flash, and another, each time. No sign of the creature, and one more precious movement closer to the car. Grass, tree, an anonymous wilderness of darkness. Another flash, another patch of grass. He was so close. Then, the intermittent light became erratic, moving one way, then another, backwards, left, right. Was he lost? Was he unsure which direction the car was in? A more horrific thought then entered my mind. Was he being chased? A flash of light. Nothing. Then another. Nothing again. Finally, the light beamed. It had made it to the car. The light was quickly extinguished, followed by the sound of a door opening. One last flash of the torch, the isolated outline of a hunched figure standing behind my friend. A blood-curdling scream. Then nothing. Jai was gone. The beast had got him, and I was alone. Grief now mingled with fear, feeding the pains in my chest and arm. My friend was most probably dead, and I was certain that I would soon follow him. I fell to my knees, sure that this was it, the end. Agony ran up my chest once more. There I knelt in the darkness, alone, resigned to my death. But as my heart slowed, my thoughts became clear. They turned to my daughter. Whether a good dad or not, I would be damned if I was going to leave her fatherless. And what of Susie? I still loved her, and perhaps in those sweet memories of better times between us, I could fix things, bring us back together as a family. She could learn to love me again. I would set things right. My heart still beat, and as long as it did, there was time left yet. For hope, for escape, for life. But time to do what? The phone was dead, and all I could wait for was daylight. Yet that was at least 3 hours away, and I severely doubted that I would last that long. Never mind that I was unsure that the old cabin door could survive an attack from whatever that hulking creature was, which lurked outside. I peered out through the window, the rain lashing down once more, obscuring an already ill-defined exterior world. And still, I was certain I could see something limping around in the darkness. As glints of moonlight pierced through the charcoal clouds above, I was sure that the attacker was out there somewhere, pacing, circling, waiting. But what was it? Was it a man? Or a thing yet to be discovered by science? I did not know where to turn, but all I could think of was getting home to my family. The hopeful, warm embrace of Susie and my daughter was enough to fuel my search for a way out. My only refuge was the book, that volume which I had mocked so readily before. I had to now consider the possibility that my dear friend and I had both come into contact with the beast of Blackwood. At the start of the day, that idea would have seemed ridiculous. The fear opens the mind quickly to any avenue of escape. I sat at the table and used the light from my torch to illuminate the pages, still shielding it from the outside. What I read intrigued me. The creature had been described since the 1700s, and there was even the suggestion that it had been seen before that, as there were references to the eerie gray man of Blackwood Forest in fragmented accounts from centuries earlier. There didn't seem to be much in the way of 20th century sightings. In fact, the last person to come forward officially had been in 1952, claiming to have encountered a stooped, gray-faced figure with a contorted, arched back, disappearing between the trees on the other side of the forest. The original myths did not say much about its origins, but it certainly spoke of its motivations. The creature was drawn or attracted by greed. Children would be told to share and be kind. Otherwise, the beast of Blackwood would appear from the forest and snatch them away at night. I could not look in the mirror and say that I was never guilty of greed, of selfishness, or of a number of other petty human frailties. But to be punished in this way seemed cruel. A dying prisoner trapped in the cabin of Blackwood Forest. Returning to the book, the only supposed protection against the creature was light, or being a person without selfish frailty. In centuries gone by, villagers in the local area would line the paths through the forest with burning torches when the beast had been sighted, to ward it away from unwary travelers. Thud, thud, thud. It was not my heart, but someone at the door. Thud, thud, thud. I hoped beyond hope that my friend had once again managed to evade the creature's grasp. Brandishing a kitchen knife, I hobbled to the door and plucked up the courage to shout. "Yai, is that you?" I prayed that it was, but the answer I was given was not the voice of one of my oldest friends, nor was it even that of a man, but the shrill cry of something utterly inhuman, a sound which spoke of time and age, and of moss and dank forest, a childlike shriek of unspeakable purpose. The door shook violently as I piled more chairs, pots, anything I could find, behind the wooden barrier. The pounding was loud and angered, and the cries continued. I clutched my ears in despair. Then I remembered the light, the torches of old warding the beast away. I flicked the switch, and the porch light came on outside. Another cry echoed out across the empty landscape, and at that, the thudding stopped. I quickly turned all the lights on in the house, now realizing the creature's weakness. I wasn't sure if I would last, if I could just make it till dawn. Maybe the sun would save me. Then, I heard it. The sound of something moving, shuffling, climbing. I stood paralyzed at the realization. It came from my bedroom. The beast had gotten in, attracted no doubt by any greed and selfishness I had harbored throughout my life. Slowly, the door from the bedroom creaked open. My heart pounded, and again my thoughts turned to my family, to my daughter's laugh, and the comforting caress of my wife. They fueled me, drove me to a strength I did not know I had. I launched in terror across the room, battering against the door. Even with all of my momentum, the creature's hand managed to slip through the gap, its bobbled gray skin and black matted hair soaked by the rain. I swung with the knife only to miss its arm. The beast seemed to hesitate for a moment, and as it did, I shoved my hand through the gap in the door and flicked on the light in the room. A howl of pain, and then nothing. I gasped for air, and rested against the door for a time, before I finally plucked up the courage to look inside. The window lay wide open, but the room was empty. I closed the window and staggered back into the main room. My heart raced, and while I fought to stay on my feet, a sweeping pain arched up through my back and needled into my chest, knocking the wind out of me. I felt like I was going to pass out and stumbled forward, landing on the couch. I breathed slow and deep. Not yet. Please God, not yet. The cabin remained eerily quiet, and in that silence sat the memories of better times, of my daughter playing as a child, of traveling with Jai in our 20s, of Susie's smile. I don't know how long I lay there, but I knew that soon my body would give up. I looked out through the large bay window behind the couch and hoped to see the first welcome rays of sunlight. But I saw nothing but darkness. If I was to survive, I had to make it to that car, outrun the beast, and drive through the forest to a hospital, or at least a main road. If ever I was to see my family again, to put everything right, the car was my only hope. It was all or nothing. Then suddenly the creature's stilted head rose up from beneath the windowsill. The inhuman face pressed against the cold glass. Its gray skin sagged and weeped away from its eyes. The moist, red flesh underneath visible in the cabin's light. The shock had finished me. My heart stopped for a brief moment, and then thudded, struggling to maintain my life. My body went limp, my head resting only inches from the window. Looking up helplessly, I watched as the beast stared into my eyes through the pane of glass. My heart sprang into another deluge of beasts, battering away at the inside of my chest. A sharp pain ran up my neck. The creature's green-tinged stare stabbed through me, and as its breath fogged the glass, I grabbed the only thing at hand, the old yellowed book, and thrust it at that putrid face. Book followed by fist shattered the glass. Countless pieces and shards showered down upon both beast and myself. A screamed, a hideous shriek of derision cut through the icy blackened night as I struck those horrid, accursed features, and again, its thorned hands waved and flailed, grabbing hold of me, and for a second I thought it was going to tear me from the inside of the cabin. Then the winter frost came to my defense. The beast slipped from its footing on a pike which clung to the outside of the rickety old shack, and as I clawed at its face with utter disgust, the creature fell to 6 or 7 feet to the ground below. The sound of something hurt lying beneath the shattered window broke my daze as I stared at the contents of my hands. Where there once had been eyes, the face now stared eyeless at me. Where there once had been a mouth, the creature gaped wide, lifeless, jawless, and utterly without agency. For in my fading grip lay the torn and crumpled remains of a mask. On the ground below, a man writhed in pain, wrapped in the vestiges of a hulking, false, monstrous suit, the fall having knocked the wind from him. Something then moved in the darkness nearby, a patter of feet, light and agile. Susie, my soon-to-be ex-wife, the one I had adored and agonized over. She screamed, attending to her lover on the ground. My closest and dearest friend, Jai, the beast of Blackwood Forest. Susie looked up at me with hatred and contempt in her eyes, but I couldn't muster anger, nor jealousy. All I could think of was that I must have been a monster to have deserved such malice from those I loved, the two people I trusted most in the world. Jai slowly rose to his feet, and yet he could not acknowledge me. He could not look up to the friend he had betrayed. Then it came. Finally, my heart began to give in, not at fright or fear, but at sadness, loss, the anguish of a broken heart. I stood up clutching my chest, and as I staggered backwards, I saw the smiling face of Susie, and then the words of my once trusted friend. Thank God. They embraced beneath the window as I fell to the cold and solid wooden cabin floor. And yet, I did not lose consciousness. The pain was agonizing, but nothing compared to the sharp incisions, made by each word spoken from below the window. What are we going to do about the window? Susie asked. I'll just say that he smashed it during a heart attack. But maybe they'll guess. No, baby, they won't guess anything. He'll be dead, and we can start a new life together when the insurance pays out. Now, you need to go back to the woods and go home. I'll clean up here and then phone an ambulance once I'm sure he's gone. I almost chuckled to myself as I writhed around helpless on the floor. I had hoped that Susie had refused a divorce because of love, because deep down she still wanted me, but instead it was only to hang on to how much money my death would make her. For a while I heard Jai slip and swear as he attempted to climb up to the broken window once more, but each time he failed to pull himself inside. He then changed tactic and tried to push at the door, but again I had barricaded it effectively, and obviously he didn't want to force it and leave further evidence of foul play. It was then that he started shouting in anger, even cursing my name of all things. It was only a matter of time before he got in, cleaned the place up, and told the police how sorry he was, that his dear old friend's heart just gave up. My last thoughts were of my daughter, of never having the chance to fix my mistakes as a father. I finally passed out, and yet my assumed death was not to be. I woke to find myself in the white glow of a hospital room, my hand held tightly by my daughter, who slept in a chair next to my bed. The doctor who attended to me said that I had suffered another heart attack, but one which was not as severe as the last, and that, while I was to take it easy, with some therapy I would recover. The police were keen to speak with me. I gave them my account of what had occurred, and they in turn told me of all they knew. My unconscious body had been discovered next to a main road just outside of Blackwood Forest, on the outskirts of the nearest town. The cabin was thoroughly searched and was found in the same condition as I had left it. The window smashed, and the front door locked and barricaded from the inside. There was no trace of Jai or my wife. They simply could not be found. The only evidence that they had ever been there were their footprints in the mud around the cabin, accompanied by a third much larger set, which led back deep into Blackwood Forest. Story 6. My name is Joshua, or Josh for short. It took me a while to come to this realization, and to recall the circumstances around my death. It wasn't easy facing up to the truth, but I've since come to terms with it. Some of you might be familiar with my story if you've read my previous accounts. If not, I guess it's pretty simple, really. I made a terrible mistake and people suffered as a result, and I had to pay the price. I wasn't sent to hell. I could well have ended up there. So I suppose I should count myself lucky. My temporary home was a crumbling and decrepit apartment building inhabited by a motley crew of bizarre individuals. This wasn't hell, but I guess it was some kind of purgatory. Every one of my neighbors was dead, and we all had our stories to tell. The complex we were trapped inside was anything but pleasant. Still, compared to what sat beyond our walls, the building was a sanctuary. Nobody ever stepped outside our building. Some had tried in the past, from what I'm told, but it never ended well. The outside was eternal night. Nothing except for darkness under a ghostly pale orb. Our building was surrounded by a shadowland inhabited by unspeakable monsters and sadistic demons. As bad as it was in there, the outside was far worse, and I should know, because I'd already seen these vile creatures in action. But to be honest, I thought little of the hellscape after we first arrived in this realm, because I wasn't alone in there. There were 3 of us living inside of this small and squalid apartment. 3 souls tied together in death, for better or for worse. Sally is my ex-girlfriend. More than that, actually. She is the mother of my child. But I didn't discover I was a father until it was nearly too late. My second roommate was Milo, the man who I'd killed in a drink-driving incident prior to my own death. I'd never faced justice for this crime on Earth, because Sally and I conspired to cover up Milo's death. Pretty screwed up, right? The three of us had been through a lot together, having literally fought through hell side by side. Still, the close confinement, boredom, and constant stress and anxiety gets to you in such a place. I don't know how long we'd been inside before the tension started to get to us. It was difficult to keep track of time in that realm. All I know is that the arguments became more frequent between the three of us, and we had few friends in this realm. The three of us were newcomers in their home, and we weren't trusted. The block warden was a man called Marcus. He did his best to keep the peace, but it was a tough job, and I could see him fast approaching breaking point. I watched this poor guy with his sullen eyes and pasty skin, and wondered what hell had lived through to arrive in this place. Whatever his story was, Marcus wasn't for sharing. I vividly remember the night when the first incident occurred. There was something foul in the air that night. A stench even worse than the black mold which infected the building. I remember having this foreboding feeling as I lay down on the hard mattress, staring up at the ceiling as I struggled to get some sleep. Sally lay beside me in the dark. My ex had nodded off about an hour before, although she remained restless, talking incoherently in her sleep as the nightmares invaded her subconscious. I didn't know what was going through her mind, but could hazard a guess. Our son was lost somewhere out there, on his own in an unknown level of the afterlife. Our boy had died alongside his mother in a freak car accident. I'd never even met our son, but still it pained me to think of him all alone. But I could only imagine what Sally was going through. For a mother to be separated from her infant child, I couldn't imagine a worse hell. I watched Sally suffer in her sleep for a while, covering my ex with a blanket and kissing her gently on the forehead. We weren't back together, and our relationship in there wasn't romantic. I felt no physical desire for her, and don't think it was possible to do so in that purgatory. But the love we'd once shared together, those feelings hadn't gone away, even after death. I didn't think I could sleep that night, but finally I did drop off due to sheer exhaustion. But my slumber was anything but peaceful. Nightmarish visions invaded my dreams, and suddenly I was back in the line, surrounded by snarling demons, trapped between heaven and hell. And then I was returned to the car, sealed in at the bottom of that damned lake, as I smashed my fists against the windscreen in a futile attempt to break out. Once again, I was mesmerized by the dark water surrounding me, but terrified by the wide-eyed predators which swam in rings around my sunken vehicle. Nightmares such as these were all too common, unfortunately, but what followed next was a horrifying first. I shot up from the mattress, gasping in air as my whole body dripped with cold sweat. I had awoken suddenly in a state of acute panic, but couldn't say why. Disturbances were a frequent occurrence in this building, with bumps in the night happening around the clock. But this was something else. All my senses were heightened as I adjusted my eyes to the dark room, surveying my surroundings but finding nothing out of place. I listened intently but could hear nothing except for Sal's soft snores. All seemed in order, but still, I could tell something wasn't right. Call it a sixth sense. But I knew there was a threat I had to face. I looked to Sally and saw she was still asleep. I didn't want to wake her, so I got up carefully and quietly as I made my way to the bedroom door. Milo was sleeping on the hard couch in the living room, rolling over in discomfort as I passed him. I looked down upon Milo for a moment and felt a mixture of emotions. Life would be a lot easier if Milo wasn't here. But Sally and I owed him a massive debt. He said he'd forgiven us for taking his mortal life, but as time went on, I wondered. I saw the looks he shot Sally and me, and noted all the times he'd snapped at us. Frankly, who could blame Milo for holding a grudge? But there was more to it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I reckon Milo was hiding something from us. He rarely spoke about his mortal existence, other than occasional references to his wife. Sometimes I wondered whether Milo really was just a random hit-and-run victim. But our roommate posed no threat on this night as he remained fast asleep. I scanned the living room and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Perhaps I was just being paranoid, but no. I had to trust my instincts. Slowly but surely, I made my way across the living room floor and reached out for the ragged curtain covering the window. With considerable reluctance, I drew back the curtain, only to recoil in horror at what I saw. On the far side of the thin glass, staring in at me, was a huge eye. Its white sclera, a good 3 foot in diameter, and black pupil, as large as a dinner plate. I gasped, covering my mouth with my hand to prevent myself from screaming. The horrifying giant eyeball took up most of the window, and I was unable to see the full form of the gigantic monster it belonged to. I don't know whether I was paralyzed in fear or trapped under the beast's wicked spell, but I couldn't move from the spot or avert my eyes from the demonic eye. It didn't blink or move, but I knew the beast was watching. Surely a creature of this size could break through the window with ease, and yet it didn't. Instead, it just stared for, I don't know how long. There's no telling how it would have ended, but suddenly I heard movement behind me, turning in time to see Milo rising from his slumber. I could only watch as my companion adjusted to his surroundings and saw the giant eye staring in at him. "What the hell?" he cried in disbelief. This prompted the beast to react, as it let out a banshee-like wail so loud it drowned out all other sounds. I fell to my knees and covered my ears in a vain attempt to drown out the horrific din. There were footsteps behind me, and I saw Sally out of the corner of my eye, her face filled with pure terror. But my attention remained on the window as the monster's foul wailing ended. I expected it to attack, but mercifully this didn't happen. Instead, the beast seemed to be spooked, since it retreated from the window and fled back into the Shadowlands. Against my better judgment, I darted forward in the hope of getting a decent look at the peeping monster. In truth, I could make out little in the darkness, but the beast had the shape of a giant bird with a long and sharp beak and unnaturally large eyes, perhaps evolved so it could see better in the dark. It retreated awkwardly across the dead ground upon long, stalk-like legs, which looked too thin and flimsy to carry its weight. Nevertheless, the beast moved quickly and soon disappeared into the darkness, leaving no trace of its unwelcome visit. And I turned back towards Milo and Sally, all three of us in a state of shock and unable to utter a single word. I met Marcus the next day. I suppose it would have been morning, except that the sun never rose in this hellscape. The block warden was anxious. I could tell as much as soon as I saw him. We met under the dim strip lights in the staircase, whispering in the shadows so not to be overheard by the other residents. Marcus smoked like a chimney, looking over his shoulder nervously as he listened to my account. I noted the heavy bags under his eyes and reckoned the poor man mustn't have slept for some time. Perhaps he wasn't permitted to ever rest in this hellish realm. I certainly didn't envy the job he had in there and reckoned it must have taken a toll on his sanity. Nevertheless, I told Marcus my story, describing the encounter with the saucer-eyed beast who'd stared into our apartment window. Marcus didn't comment as he listened intently, whilst nodding his head solemnly. There was a lengthy pause after I finished giving my account, as it appeared Marcus was deep in thought. In the end, I had to prompt him. "Well, what do you think?" I asked. Marcus looked me in the eye, and I saw the pain and suffering he carried with him. He sighed deeply before eventually replying, "But there were also rules. I kept the peace as best as I could, and we survived, always waiting for the end of our respective sentences. Ours was a tough life, but it was just about survivable." "So, what's your point?" I interjected impatiently. Marcus shot me a look, clearly angered by the interruption. I should have known better than to provoke a man on the edge. "My point is this," he answered through clenched teeth. "Things are changing around here. The creatures who stalk the Shadowlands, they've always been out there, but they never came close to our building. That's all changed now, as you witnessed." Marcus lowered his head and broke off eye contact before continuing in little more than a whisper. And there's been other incidents too. Shadowy figures walking the corridors, packs of harpies attacking the wire mesh, pale-skinned demons jumping over the rooftops. This isn't a safe place anymore, Joshua. I don't know how long I can keep it together. I felt a cold chill run through me as the terrifying reality hit home. I don't understand, I said nervously. What is this happening? Marcus raised his head, his lips forming into a half grin as he answered. You did. You and your two friends arrived, and suddenly the whole place went to hell. If you'll excuse the pun, I ignored Marcus's attempt at dark humor, feeling incredulous at his accusation. You think we're responsible for all this? I exclaimed, defensively. Marcus shook his head. Not me, but the others are talking. They're scared and want somebody to blame. For what it's worth, I'm trying to talk them down. He paused, briefly, looking over his shoulder once again before he next spoke. I can hold them back for now, but if there's another incident, some of the residents are genuinely dangerous. Hastings, Dr. Marshall, just watch your back, Joshua. That's all I'm saying. My anger subsided somewhat when I realized Marcus was actually trying to help us. I was still scared, of course, but at least Marcus had given me the heads up. I held out my hand for the block warden to shake, a small act to show my appreciation. Marcus seemed shocked by the gesture, staring at my extended hand in puzzlement for a moment. But finally, he shook, and I noted how his palm was ice cold. Marcus went to leave, but I still felt I owed him one. I placed a hand on his shoulder as he turned, watching him flinch at my touch. Hey man, are you doing okay? I asked sympathetically. Marcus didn't meet my eye, however, pulling away and continuing up the staircase. Yeah, I'm fine, he muttered. I'm just having some trouble with my TV reception. I didn't know what he meant, but Marcus wouldn't elaborate as he disappeared up the stairs and retreated into his apartment. As it happened, we didn't have to wait for long until the next incident inside the building, the crisis which brought it all tumbling down. The three of us were sitting down to have a meal at the small dining table off our living room. This was Sal's idea. It was a ritual more than anything else. We were dead and so didn't need to eat. And the slop we had in front of us came out of a can and was far from appetizing. I played with the gruel on my spoons, not wanting to put it in my mouth. But then I glanced across the table and saw disapproval in Sal's eyes. I'd seen that look before. This was important to her, and so I needed to play along. So I lifted my spoon up to my lips, placing the food inside my mouth before I started to chew. Sally smiled with satisfaction as she took a spoonful from her bowl. This is nice, she said rather unconvincingly. It's good to get back to some normality. I smiled and nodded, not wanting to break the illusion. But Milo wasn't playing ball. He scoffed in contempt, spitting out his food and dropping the spoon down on the table with a heavy thud. Remember your table manners, Sally exclaimed. Are you kidding me, lady? Milo shot back angrily. You really think we can play happy families in here, after everything that's happened? Are you crazy? I opened my mouth to respond, but Sally beat me to it. For God's sake, Milo, what's your problem? I know it's rough in here. We're all hurting, but we've got to make the best of it. Milo shook his head in disgust, and I could tell he wouldn't back down. He glared at Sally and then at me, holding my gaze with hatred in his eyes as he snarled through clenched teeth. You know, I thought I could forgive and forget what you both did to me, but I didn't think those sick imbeciles would stick me in here for the rest of eternity, trapped with the same villains who killed me. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't want to break bread with my murderers. I lost my head at this point, shouting out as I stood up from my chair. Damn it, Milo. How many times? It was an accident. Milo stood up then, and so did Sally. We were all screaming at each other in a blazing row. I reckon it might have come to blows. but we had far more to worry about than domestic squabbles. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped dramatically, going from stifling heat to ice cold in mere seconds. I saw the instant change in Sally and Milo, their eyes widening in all too familiar terror as both looked over my shoulder. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end as I slowly turned my head, only to come face to face with a monster sitting on a worn-out couch. My eyes bulged and jaw dropped as I surveyed the beast who'd inexplicably invaded our sanctuary. The demon was the size and shape of a fully grown man, but it certainly wasn't human. The genderless creature was perhaps 6 foot in height, its skin a deadly shade of pale white. Its fingers were unnaturally long, and its nails were formed into razor-sharp talons. The demon's eyes were jet black and soulless, but the smile on its crusty lips was anything but friendly. It shot us a sadistic grin, which showed off its rotten yellow teeth, but its stare was truly terrifying. A killer's gaze through dark and shark-like eyes. I was frozen in terror for a long moment, wondering if my eyes were playing tricks on me. But no, this couldn't be, because Sally and Milo could see it too. I didn't know what to do, but suddenly I felt a firm hand on my shoulder as Milo whispered in my ear, "Don't look at it. Don't react to its presence." He explained, "It feeds off our fear. Ignore the guy, and it will leave." Milo's instructions sounded crazy to me, but he had more experience with these demons than I did. So, I decided to trust him. Against all my instincts, I turned my back on the monster, once again facing the table and my now terrified companions. I could hardly breathe as I felt the beast's hard gaze on the back of my head. "Just pretend like everything's normal," whispered Milo. I looked to our companion in astonishment, but he met me with a stern look. "Everything is normal," he repeated through clenched teeth. Next, I glanced across at Sally and was alarmed to see her shaking almost uncontrollably. Her skin turned as pale as milk. I didn't know how we'd get through this, but Milo was taking charge. "You know, I was wrong, Sally," he said aloud. "This is a good idea. Nothing quite beats a sit-down family dinner." With this said, Milo took a spoonful of gruel and put it into his mouth. This actually brought a smile to Sal's lips, even though her eyes were still filled with terror. I wondered whether Milo's insane plan might actually work. But then I heard the low guttural growl from behind me, closely followed by the sound of claw-like talons clicking on the hard wooden floor. The sweat poured down my brow as I listened to the demon walking across our apartment floor. I couldn't see the beast, but knew it was slowly marching towards our table. "Don't turn around," Milo whispered whilst retaining a fake smile on his trembling lips. "Don't look at it, and don't react, no matter what happens." The demon was right behind me now. I could feel its hot breath on the back of my neck, and the foul stench it emitted filled my nostrils. It took everything I had in me, but I managed to keep my head down and avoid the monster's eyes that circled the table. But Sally wasn't so lucky. She raised her head for just a moment, meeting the demon's hideous gaze for mere seconds. And that was all it took for the monster to latch onto her. I watched on in horror as the demon stood over my ex, extending its elongated fingers as it reached out to touch her cheek with its hideous talons. Sally was frozen in terror, her body trembling as tears rolled down her cheeks. This was more than I could stand, as my protective instincts took over. I shot up from my seat and screamed at the monster, shouting, "Don't you dare touch her!" In an instant, the demon left Sally and turned its attentions to me, its sadistic grin widening as its dark eyes focused. The attack was so fast I couldn't react. It's all something of a blur in my memory, but I know the monster grabbed hold of me, its claws digging into my chest and making me scream in agony. The monster enjoyed my suffering as it snarled aggressively, It was so strong and I couldn't resist. Before I knew it, my body was lifted off the ground and I was flung across the room like a rag doll. I hit the wall hard, collapsing to the wood floor as the force of impact knocked the wind out of me. Sally screamed and Milo jumped up from his chair. But there was nothing they could do for me as the demon approached. Its maw open and talons outstretched as it prepared to attack. I thought I was a goner, but just then I heard a crashing from the hallway as our front door was kicked in. Heavy boots followed, and a moment later, 2 armed men piled into the room, weapons at the ready. I looked up and recognized my neighbors coming to the rescue. Marcus was armed with a double-barrel shotgun, whilst Hastings carried his trusty crossbow. Both men had a fiery determination in their eyes, only hesitating for a moment as the beast snarled aggressively in their direction. Hastings fired first, shooting a bolt into the demon's shoulder. It howled in pain, but didn't go down, prompting Marcus to empty both barrels into the beast's torso. Boom, boom. The din of the gunfire was near deafening, and the cartridge smoke filled the room. The beast was flung backwards, its hide pierced by buckshot. It fell against the wall, and for a moment I hoped it was dead, but no such luck. Our enemy was hurt, but still moving. Cornered and scared, it dashed forward towards the door. Marcus and Hastings just managed to jump out of the way as the monster tore past them, fleeing into the corridor and out the front door. Marcus and Hastings promptly reloaded before chasing after the beast. Meanwhile, Milo and Sally ran to and helped me to my feet, and the 3 of us followed our armed neighbors out onto the balcony. We ran out just in time to see the demon leap upwards with tremendous speed and power. Looking up, I saw our attacker smashing through the thin wire mesh, which separated our inner courtyard from the dark skies above. Next, it jumped onto the building's roof, making heavy footfall as it tore across the tiles. Our neighbors opened fire, but the demon was too fast, and soon it leapt off the building and disappeared into the dark abyss of the Shadowlands, making good its escape. We'd survived the demon's assault, but only by the skin of our teeth. The ruckus and gunfire had alerted our other neighbors, as one by one the apartment doors shot open and a motley assortment of frightened and angry souls stepped out onto the balconies and courtyard below. Most of our neighbors were present. Widow Jackson sheepishly poked her nose out of her door, forever nervous and on edge, as her eyes scanned the balcony. And Mr. Jones was on the ground floor, looking more curious than anything. That damn dog was with him, fighting against the leash as it barked maniacally up at the dark sky above. Cerberus was the mutt's name, and his owner called him a pet. But Jones's animal was the size of a large wolf, and definitely not domesticated. And then there was Dr. Marshall, who sauntered out of his front door and onto the balcony across from us, blood on his shirt as his dark eyes surveyed the scene with a predatory zeal. It chilled me to look upon the so-called doctor. I didn't know exactly what he did inside of his apartment with those special deliveries from management, but the foul smell from his flat and the blood which seeped through the ceiling told a story. There were others too. Neighbors who kept to themselves in this hellhole. Just more lost souls serving their sentences for undisclosed sin. I scanned their faces and saw nothing but stress and fear. And the entire community was on edge, and one incident away from breaking point. It was Hastings who spoke first, turning towards the 3 of us with anger evident in his cold eyes. "You damn people," he spat. "You brought this trouble in with you." "What the hell are you talking about?" Sally shot back in confusion. "I'm afraid he's right, dear," said Marshall as he shouted across the divide. "These disturbances have only increased in frequency and severity since the arrival of your group." There were murmurs of agreement from the other residents, and I could tell the crowd was turning against us. Marcus tried to argue in our defense, setting his shotgun down against the railings as he raised his hands defensively. "Come on, guys," he said in a less than convincing manner. "This isn't the way we do things in here." "Things have changed," Hastings said firmly, his hands still firmly clutching hold of his crossbow. "What do you suggest we do?" Marcus asked nervously. "Cast them out," came the cry from Marshall. Let them take their chances in the Shadowlands. You can't be serious, Lila shouted back. But the mob was rapidly turning against us, as a chant went out amongst our frightened neighbors. Cast them out! Cast them out! They repeated in unison. I looked to my companions and saw the shock and terror in their eyes. Marcus went for his gun, but Hastings pulled the crossbow on him. Don't do it, old friend, Hastings warned. You need to let this happen. The crowd started to move menacingly along the balconies towards us. The three of us backed off fearfully. I thought we could seal ourselves inside of the apartment, but didn't think we'd last for long. Marcus continued to try and talk the mob down, but a moment later his eyes were drawn upwards. I saw the warden's face turn even paler and wondered what had spooked him. Dear God, he said whilst pointing upwards. Look! Hastings grinned inanely as he continued to aim his crossbow directly at the warden's chest. Come on, man, he snarled. Do you really expect me to fall for that? But Hastings should have listened. I heard the sound of scratching and tearing, followed by the high-pitched shriek of something horrifying. Glancing up, I saw a red-scaled and winged monster crawling along the wire mesh and heading straight for the newly created hole in our thin protection. Its dark eyes lit up and its maw opened to reveal the sharp teeth within. Hastings heard the shriek and reacted quickly, but it was already too late. He managed to fire a single bolt high and wide before the bloodthirsty harpy dived on top of him, burying its claws and teeth into his body. The man screamed and struggled, but the winged demon used its immense strength to lift him off the balcony, still gripping a tight hold of its victim as it ascended with wings outstretched, soon exiting through the same gap it had entered and soaring into the starless sky, taking the still screaming Hastings with it. We were all frozen for a moment in shocked horror, our previous disputes forgotten as we faced this new and deadly threat. And the attack was just beginning. Harpies always hunted in packs, and many more followed the initial incursion, using the gaping hole in the wire to gain access. The apartment complex was no longer safe, and all hell was about to break loose. Terrified residents attempted to flee back into their apartments, but few made it that far, as the winged demons descended upon them, literally tearing their victims to shreds in a bloody slaughter. Chaos ensued as several things happened at once. There were a series of loud bangs from inside Widow Jackson's apartment. The woman screamed as she ran back into her flats, saying, I'm coming, Johnny! Don't be scared, baby! At the same time, a trio of harpies launched a brutal attack on Mr. Jones. But Cerberus was there to protect his master. The wolf leapt into the path of the first demon, biting deep into its throat with all the fury in hell. The harpy shrieked in agony as the two beasts struggled on the ground, but the demon bled out within seconds. But meanwhile, the other two harpies attacked Mr. Jones, grabbing him by the arms as he screamed and struggled. Cerberus wasn't done fighting for his master, though, as he leapt upon the second demon and tore at its wings. But it was too late for Jones, as the final harpy took hold of him, digging its claws deep before ascending. Cerberus barked desperately as he watched his master being taken, but the slaughter continued unabated. My attention was drawn back to Widow Jackson's apartment as a huge man charged out onto the balcony, screaming manically as his wild eyes scanned the courtyard below. He must have been 6'6" tall and heavily built to boot, although I noted how he wore childlike pajamas, which were several sizes too small for him, giving the man an almost comical appearance. I assumed this was Widow Jones's errant son, Johnny, who'd been confined to his bedroom. Until now, the man-child saw the demons feasting upon his neighbors and panicked, sprinting heavily along the balcony and heading for the staircase. Mrs. Jackson chased after her son, shouting his name frantically as she went, but sadly the long-suffering woman didn't make it far, as a harpy descended upon her from above and pulled the shrieking lady upwards in a rapid and merciless attack. Events continued to move quickly as a pair of bloodthirsty harpies flew towards us, their vast wings flapping whilst their dark eyes focused upon us, their intended prey. Luckily, Marcus was alert to the danger, aiming his shotgun and firing twice. Boom! Boom! The buckshot tore through the winged demons, shooting them out of the sky. I watched with relief as the monsters fell down to the courtyard and reeled in agony on the cold ground below us. The imminent threat was neutralized, but we were far from safe. As the monsters picked off our neighbors one by one. "We need to get back inside," Sally said. "No," Marcus replied firmly. "We must get to the lobby. It's our only chance." We followed the warden's lead, running for the staircase as Marcus reloaded his weapon. I tried my best to drown out the awful din of the victim's screams and demons biting into flesh, instead looking to Sally and taking her hand as we descended. We soon reached the dimly lit lobby with its cracked tiles and moldy walls. I don't know what Marcus had planned next, but the situation was still developing. Johnny was using all his considerable might to beat against the inner door, eventually smashing through. He then proceeded to pound on the second reinforced door, which was all that now stood between us and the Shadowlands beyond. We watched as the strong man attempted to break out, but the door was too strong for him alone. Suddenly we heard a growl, and the ominous sound of something big tearing down the stairs behind us. We darted out of the way as Marcus raised his gun in anticipation of another attack. But it wasn't a harpy coming down the staircase. It was Cerberus. The huge dog ignored our party as it charged through the lobby and headed straight for the door. Cerberus struck the door with all his considerable weight, and the combined strength of the dog and Johnny forced it open. We were suddenly hit by a cold wind as our final defense from the Shadowlands was breached. And before we could do anything, both Johnny and Cerberus fled out into the darkness, heading in opposite directions, the man screaming and the dog barking manically as both unwittingly ran into a hostile land. Marcus laid down his shotgun as he rushed forward, shouting something about barricading the entrance, but he stopped dead in his tracks when a figure emerged in the doorway, stepping out of the shadows so we could see his face under the flickering strip lights. I froze when I saw it and recognized the entity who had shaped my journey through the afterlife. He might have been a ghoul, demon, or perhaps even an angel, with swirling vortexes in the place of eyes, smiling menacingly as he stood in the doorway, whilst wearing a full tuxedo and bow tie, thus appearing entirely out of place in this grim hellscape. I think all my companions knew who he was, Marcus included. I had never learned the Entity's true name, and had simply christened him as the Dark Man. All I knew was that he held immense, but not total power. But perhaps he could decide our ultimate fate. All four of us stood frozen to the spot as the Dark Man entered the lobby, the soles of his shoes clinking against the tiles as he came. At least, I assumed there were only four of us. But I jumped in surprise upon hearing a familiar voice from behind us. "Ah, our patron. Such a pleasure to receive a visit from management." I turned around and came face to face with Dr. Marshall. A thin and unnerving smile etched across his pasty cheeks. The doctor had somehow survived the massacre on the balconies. More is the pity. I wanted to challenge him, but my attention was drawn back to the Dark Man as he spoke out in a booming voice. "Gentlemen and lady. Gentlemen and lady, I'm glad to see you all made it through our latest test. Time is of the essence, so let me cut to the chase. This complex is no longer viable. You cannot stay here and must move on." "Move on, how?" Marcus asked. "You will leave through this very door and walk the Shadowlands," the Dark Man answered. "Are you crazy?" Milo shot back. "Those monsters out there, they'll kill us." The Dark Man's grin widened, and he made a point of standing aside and pointing out into the darkness. And in front of our very eyes, two lines of white light lit up, a pathway leading through the Shadowlands and out towards the distant horizon. I felt the cold chill of déjà vu, as my mind was thrust back to the terror I'd experienced after death. Some of you have faced this test before. The dark man explained. The others will learn soon enough. It's simple, really. All you need to do is stay inside the white lines and walk. Nothing can hurt you or long as you stay within the lines. Keep on walking until the end, and then you'll all face your final fate. There's nothing more to it. The dark man didn't miss a beat as he calmly responded to Sal's outburst. I'm afraid you don't have a choice, madam. This structure will cease to exist in the very near future. You must walk the line or face the Shadowlands without my protection. Believe it or not, I'm trying to help you. Sally didn't have an answer to this. I heard her making that nervous clicking sound with her tongue, and this reminded me of our past life together. No one spoke in the tense moment which followed, and I believe we all made a collective decision. The dark man turned to leave, offering us a final piece of advice before he disappeared into the dark abyss. Stay focused on your objective. Stay in the lines, and work together. These are the rules that will see you through. And with that, he stepped into the shadows and vanished without a trace. We all stood in the lobby for a long moment, speechless and unsure of ourselves. We knew what had to be done, but I think the four of us were reluctant to take the first step. But Dr. Marshall held no such inhibitions as he stepped forward with a spring in his step and spoke jovially. Come on, folks, you heard the man. There's no time like the present. To my astonishment, the twisted physician marched out into the dark wasteland without a hint of fear, acting like he was simply going for a stroll in the park. I shook my head, thinking that Marshall must be completely insane. Nevertheless, he had taken the lead, and we all had to follow. And so the four of us reluctantly stepped across the tiled floor and towards the doorway. I hesitated at the last, as every instinct in my body told me not to step outside. In the end, it was Sally who persuaded me, taking my hand and shooting me a sweet smile that reminded me of better times. However, there was a steady determination in her eyes as she spoke. We need to do this, Josh. It's our only chance of getting back to Kevin. I thought of the son I'd never met, and the fact he was all alone out there, and this gave me strength. Sally stepped out first, and I followed. Mila was next out of the door, and Marcus was the last to leave. We walked single file within the lines, trudging through mud as a cold crosswind hit us. We could see little beyond the light emitted by the lines, but still I glanced nervously into the dark abyss and feared what monstrosities might be lurking in the shadows. I guess we'd only walked a couple of 100 yards before the ground started to shake. Turning around in a panic, we saw the artificial lights in the ugly apartment block extinguishing all at once. A moment later, and the building itself began to sink into the mud, collapsing under the ground as a massive sinkhole swallowed it up. Before long, there was nothing left, as the hole sealed itself, and no trace remained of our former home. I can't say I was sorry to see the prison go, but I noticed how Marcus stood for a long moment, sighing deeply before he finally turned away and left the past behind him. Our walk was a long one, the tension and fear only increasing the farther we progressed. We could see virtually nothing in the darkness, as even the pale orb in the night sky was eclipsed, but we could hear them. The invisible monsters who ruled the Shadowlands. They knew we were intruding on their turf, and would surely like nothing more than to rip our bodies to shreds and feed upon our entrails. The low growls and predatory roars came from all around us, but the hidden demons and unidentified entities couldn't get to us, as the line offered protection. Still, the creatures were surely following our progress. We could make out their dark shadows and hear their heavy hooves trudging through the mud. Like all predators, they were searching for weaknesses, for one of us to step out of line or would be exposed and vulnerable. But we kept our cool and obeyed the golden rule: stay inside the lines and keep walking. Our next test was more of a challenge, however. About halfway along the line, we heard a most unexpected and unnerving sound coming from the shadows. One which brought a cold chill down my spine. It almost broke Sally. It was the noise of a baby, crying somewhere off in the distance, faint at first, but growing ever louder. Sally stopped dead in her tracks as her eyes widened and she listened intently. "Kevin?" she said, whispering at first, but soon raising her volume to a frantic cry. "Kevin, it's Mommy. I'm coming for you, baby." I had to act quickly, reaching out and grabbing my ex just before she stepped over the line. She fought fiercely, but I retained my tight grip. "Let me go, Josh. That's our son out there." "No, it isn't," I screamed back. "It's a trick, Sally. They're trying to draw us out." I guess she had to fight all her maternal instincts, but Sally finally listened to reason and stopped struggling. She continued to walk the line with the rest of us, quietly sobbing as Kevin's cries faded away. This was only the start of it, however, as our ears were assaulted by cries and pleas for help from the darkness. It seemed that whatever demonic entity was hunting us could mimic the voices and tones of our relatives and loved ones, attempting every trick in its repertoire to try and lure us out. We heeded the dark man's advice and ignored the ghoulish calls, but they took a heavy toll upon our collective sanity. 4 of us were evidently very distressed, but not Marshall. He seemed fascinated by the terrifying situation, looking out into the shadows with an almost childlike excitement, which I found very disturbing. The depression hit soon after. I felt the darkness creeping inside of me, a deep despair and guilt as every bad memory and negative emotion came flooding to the surface. I believe the others were affected in the same manner. And then the confessions began. The crime committed by Sally, and I was already common knowledge. But Marcus let it all spill out, as he tearfully recalled the accident which had resulted in the deaths of his wife and 2 daughters. They died in a house fire, caused by a cigarette butt he'd carelessly dropped. The warden's story was tragic for sure, but I was more interested in Milo's confession. As our companion finally opened up to us, "You never asked why I was walking on the roadside after dark. You know, the night you guys hit me?" he began solemnly. Sally and I both glanced back, although Milo would not meet our gaze. "I had a big fight with my wife and stormed out," he explained. "The truth is, I treated her badly. I let her down." I stopped walking and turned around to face my unlikely companion, feeling a renewed sympathy for the man we'd wronged. "You made mistakes, Milo," I said. "It doesn't mean you deserve all this." A long pause followed before he next spoke. "There was more. I did some really bad things." I was hooked by this point, temporarily ignoring the terror all around us as I waited for Milo to elaborate, but his confession was interrupted by Dr. Marshall, who called back along the line with his own unwanted story. "You know, folks, I never actually killed anyone during my mortal existence. All my experiments were conducted on the recently deceased." I was caught in the act, and that was the end of my medical training. Things spiraled out of control, and sadly, an opioid addiction ended my life. I always believed I was on the cusp of greatness. That's what was robbed from me. Nobody had any response to the doctor's disturbing admission, and I was annoyed by the interruption, because Milo had lost his nerve, and he wouldn't reveal the full extent of his sins. I don't know how long we'd been walking for, but it seemed like miles trekked along the seemingly endless line. The voices stopped and even the depression lifted. We were all physically and mentally exhausted, but I dared to hope the worst was behind us. Unfortunately, the next threat was not one I'd anticipated. Dr. Marshall was still leading the march at the front of the line, until suddenly he stopped dead in his tracks, turning slowly to confront us. I saw his face illuminated by the white lines and was chilled by the sadistic grin on his lips and the dark intensity in his wide eyes. Sally stood between Marshall and me, but I instinctively pushed past my ex and put myself between her and the doctor. "What are you doing, Marshall?" I asked nervously. He chuckled dryly before offering a cryptic answer, and the look on his face was one of pure madness. "I hear them speaking to me, calling out from the shadows," he explained. "They say I can be with them, that they'll show me wonders beyond human imagination and allow me to reach my full potential. They'll give me everything I've always wanted, and all they need in return is sacrifice." I tensed up as I realized that danger was imminent, but Marshall moved much faster than I could have imagined. He struck me hard with a sucker punch, and I went down, my nose bleeding as a sharp pain shot through my skull. I landed in the mud as Marshall leapt over me and grabbed hold of Sally, using his arm to place her in a tight headlock. Next, Milo shot forward and attempted to save her, but Marshall lashed out and pushed him away. I fought through the pain and pulled myself up, but Marshall had already stepped out into the darkness. I went to chase after them, but Sally called out to stop me. "You have to go, Josh," she screamed desperately. "Get to Kevin. He needs you." I stood frozen in shock, impotent as the woman I'd once loved was dragged into the darkness, and both soon disappeared into the great unknown. "Get up! It's coming for you," came the sudden cry. That was Marcus, but his warning wasn't directed towards me. I looked over to Milo, who lay in the mud where he'd fallen, only to realize our companion was outside of the lines. Milo tried to crawl back, but it was already too late. Suddenly, a huge tentacle light shot out from the darkness and grabbed Milo by his leg, squeezing tightly before beginning to pull. Milo screamed and fought, but it was all over very quickly as the unseen monster dragged him into the abyss. My body trembled and tears rolled down my cheeks as I searched in vain for my companions, hardly believing what had just occurred. But then there was a firm hand on my shoulder and a sympathetic word in my ear. "I'm sorry about your friends," said Marcus, "but we need to keep moving." I nodded my head in painful agreement. As the two of us slowly continued our march to an uncertain fate, the remainder of our walk was unnerving. As the ravenous beasts closely followed our progress, but we weren't going to slip up again. Both Marcus and I knew what was at stake now, and we wouldn't fall for their tricks and traps. We trudged along for some time before finally reaching the end of the line, only to see nothing but a dead end. As the white lights abruptly stopped and there was nothing in front of us except for a dark and empty wasteland, I fell to my knees and felt like crying out in blind fury. But then there was a powerful burst of light before us. I was temporarily blinded by the intense illumination until, eventually, my eyes adjusted and I observed an extraordinary sight. The darkness of the Shadowlands was now replaced by two portals which sat at the end of the line. On the left was an inviting white light, and to the right stood a swirling vortex of blood red. My jaw dropped, but I was understandably cautious, because I'd played this game before. "Two portals," stated Marcus, as he walked up beside me. "I guess it's an easy choice for us. Don't believe it," I replied knowingly. "This is a trick." "Not this time," came the call from the darkness. I recognized the dark man's voice straight away, but I couldn't see him in the shadows. It hardly mattered, however, as the supernatural entity was merely present to deliver his final instructions. "No more tricks, gentlemen. This is the end of the line, literally in this case. The portals are exactly what they appear to be. The light leads to a better place, and the vortex to somewhere less pleasant. I am sorry, gentlemen. You've come so far, and I'd hoped to free you both. But sadly, it's out of my hands. Only one of you can pass into the light. The second must enter the vortex and go to that other place for a time at least. I can't make this decision for you gentlemen. You'll need to resolve this yourselves. And that was it. The dark man's final test. I felt sick to my stomach, hardly believing the situation they'd put us in. I was so sure it would come down to a fight between Marcus and me. The final desperate struggle fought in the mud and darkness. I turned to face the warden, whilst expecting the worst, but I was surprised to see a sad resignation on his face, as Marcus smiled faintly whilst placing a firm hand on my shoulder. You know, Joshua, I've spoken to my wife since I got here, he explained solemnly. Don't ask me how, but I managed it. I've begged her for forgiveness, but she isn't ready to give it. He sighed deeply before continuing. I don't blame her. I guess I still have penance to make. I miss my girls so much, but they've got their mother to look after them, wherever they are. But you have a son, Joshua, and he's all alone. It should be you who walks into the light. I'll find my own way when the time is right. I was overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing those words and awestruck by Marcus's selfless sacrifice. I don't know what to say. I spluttered. You don't have to say anything, was the warden's firm reply. We'll go together. On 3. Marcus and I stood side by side, him facing the vortex and me the light. He counted down and we ran forward in unison. The bright light consumed me, pulling me out of the darkness and dropping me somewhere new. As I write my final account, I am sitting on green grass with the sun shining down upon me. I'm surrounded by beauty and life in a pristine and colorful garden. But what brings me the most joy is my son. I watch as Kevin crawls along the soft grass before me, laughing joyfully as he experiences this paradise through the eyes of a child. Kevin is loved and safe, but it pains me that his mother isn't here with us. Perhaps one day Sally will make her way back to us, but sadly this is beyond my control. As for me, I don't know whether this is justice or whether I truly deserve this second chance, but I can't dwell on the mistakes of the past as I spend eternity trying to make amends. Story 7. Water divining did not come as natural to me as it did for my grandfather. He could reveal a well in Death Valley at the peak of summer. My sisters and I were told the gift skips a generation, but I fear it may have skipped 2. I didn't even know what I was doing out there, sweating under that Arizona sun. Scouring that wasteland with dust sweeping into my nostrils was not a picturesque weekend for a young 24-year-old. That valley, it felt void and lifeless. To say Bolson Ranch had seen better days would be an understatement. I found myself speculating about the origin of its decrepit solitude. Why had someone settled here in the first place? I asked myself. I was miles from the nearest semblance of civilization. An uneasy feeling in my gut made me wonder if something horrid happened to the original occupants. Perhaps a tragic history still embedded in the land was interfering with my rods. After an hour, I had still found nothing. No water anywhere. What secrets lie here? I wondered. I shook my head and decided my superstitious inclinations were just making excuses for my inability to find water. I knew it was most likely abandoned because the previous well dried up. Perhaps the underground waterway shifted, which should have meant it was still there. I needed to find it. No need to get spooked over nothing. But I had known this contract would likely be futile when it was offered to me. I shouldn't have accepted it, despite the monetary reward should I discover a well. Besides, something had been unsettling about the way the new owner had smiled at me while looking me up and down. Perhaps my sense of detecting creeps was more reliable than that of finding water. I should listen to it more. And then again, jobs were scarce for a half-an-hour water dowser. Especially one of my gender. You would think people living in the desert would take what they could get when it came to finding water. The rods jolted and I felt my heart pause, skeptical that the phenomenon had worked. It never ceased to amaze me, My body remained motionless, suspended in time with my right heel, only partially planted in the maroon dirt. The rod swayed freely in the absence of wind. I slowly planted my foot into the earth and encroached further into the barren property. But the rods showed no further indication of life. I continued. The sunlight was dying, and only a crimson tint remained on the evening sky. Ambiguous shadows appeared at the fringes of the desolate ranch, and I convinced myself that some childish fear of the night would not dishearten me. Still, my thoughts yielded to that inevitability of a memory that always managed to seize my mind when the setting was right. My grandfather's story, the one he told me in private, the one he said he'd never share with anyone, but he had shared it with me. The rods detect more than water. There had been a hauntingly sober warning in his tone, a discordant melody to the moonlight's gleam in his loving eyes. What else do they find? I asked, my teenage self hopelessly incapable of resisting his tall tales. He must have sensed doubt or amusement in my question, because his face turned to stone. After an uneasy silence, I swallowed and asked again, "What else, grandfather?" The crackling fire had quieted, slowly turning into embers, the musky aspen smoke finally parting to give our faces relief. I took deep breath of cold, clean air that stung my lungs. "The rods find water when they sense disruption," he said. He said, "But many things cause disruption." "A mineral?" I asked. Again there was silence, as if grandfather was contemplating whether he should continue. A pack of coyotes howled in the distance, and I noticed his grip on his Winchester rifle tighten. It was strange. Coyotes typically evoked a sense of appreciation of nature in my grandfather. "No," he said finally. "Terror, pain, fear, all kinds of evil. The rods can detect those." I asked, confused. "That which carries it," he replied. "That which walks between our worlds like a stream underground. It goes unseen, but like the water, it's never far. I understand," I said, pondering his wisdom. "When I hold hate or jealousy in my heart, it's like a poisonous stream." "Duda," he spoke harshly. The Navajo usually only came out when he got particularly frustrated. He must have seen the embarrassment in my eyes. "Duda," he said again softly. "No, in this story, the monster is real." I became uneasy at my grandfather's seriousness. I prayed he was joking or trying to tease his granddaughter, but he wasn't. He removed a roll of sage and let the end catch fire before setting it to the side. I pondered his action and reached a terrifying conclusion, suddenly aware of the towering black hills surrounding us. Every minute sound played like a preamble to violence. "Are they watching us now?" I asked. "No," replied grandfather. "But we do not want to invite them with our talks." "Invite them?" "I don't want them here." "Neither do I," grandfather laughed. He smiled and nodded reassuringly. Immediately I felt as protected by him as I did when I was a little girl on one of our campouts. "How do you feel when you speak of your sisters, or your mother, or think of your niece and nephew?" he asked. I smiled. "Good. They make me happy. I love them, and I feel that love when I think of them. You feel their spirit of love, yet they are not here." There was a pause. "Yet they are not here." There was a pause. His face turned austere, and he leaned into the dying fire so that the shadows disappeared from his face. A jolt of fear hit my spine like lightning as he spoke. "And what spirit do you think will come when you speak of evil? What you speak, what you think, will invite the spirit of those things. This is why we do not tell stories for thrill of the Yinandlushi. This is why I tell you to keep happy thoughts with you always. Then, why do we speak of it now?" I asked. And why do we speak of it now? I asked. There was another long pause as he stared up into the starry night sky and inhaled deeply. I tell you these things because I love you. You must learn that you may be safe. Your sisters have chosen a different path. I know you will leave for school, but you will return. This is your home. It is left to you to carry our family's knowledge. I pressed my lips at the mention of returning after college. He knew I had no desire to come back. How was he so sure I would? He continued. Your great-great-grandfather was a white man. I am mixed, as are you. While one world can live in ignorance of the other, we are blessed to understand both. My grandfather knew water dowsing. My grandmother knew the history of the land learned by the Navajo. But we know both. There was a pause as I pondered our family's history again. I had heard it so many times before, but this was the first time I understood why grandfather was the best water dowser in the West. The sage mixing with smoke was a welcome scent. Its supernatural properties calmed the world around us, and I no longer felt afraid. But the fear began to return when grandfather continued his story. I was water divining by a ranch near Snowflake. A rich white man from San Francisco bought a plot of isolated land and was told it would be fertile. Many others told him the land was useless and that he was tricked, but he would not give up hope. He had heard of me and wanted me to find a place to dig a well. Many of the white men laughed that he was using a Navajo water witch. In my pride, I knew I had to prove them wrong, no matter how long it took. There was another pause as the insects continued to chirp around us. Somewhere an owl hooted, reassuring us that nothing insidious was stalking our camp. I tucked myself further into my sleeping bag, escaping the cold desert night. Grandfather continued, and I felt the scent of sage grow stronger. I searched for water until dusk. Just as I was about to give up, the rods crossed. They met with such force, they nearly bounced from my loose grip, but I could never repeat the finding in the same spot. It was always somewhere different. I looked up to take a drink from my flask. That is when I saw it. That evil creature. Perversion of nature. My thoughts were interrupted as the rods crossed almost violently. I paused. Inexplicable dread filled my soul as I stared down at what shall be a welcoming sight for any water dowser. The hair on my neck and arms stood up, an ancient alarm for danger. I knew something was watching me. I dropped my rods and turned as I pulled my .38 special and aimed it into the dimming desert behind me. The sun was still half an hour from setting, so I didn't need my flashlight. Not yet. I scanned the sagebrush thoroughly. Balsam Ranch was just as eerily quiet. The brush and ocotillo cactus stood motionless, like a backdrop painting made by Wile E. Coyote. The color felt shallow and disturbed me oddly. Everything felt superficial, as if I had entered a museum with wax figures. The life in the place was draining. There was a decrepit ranch house with a window blind hanging partially on one side. The act played out before me like a trite western scene. I watched the window blind creak open and close suddenly, but the sight stung my heart with fright. There was no wind. I slowly walked toward the abandoned house, trying to keep the sand silent beneath my boots. My eyes darted down to my .38 special, quickly spotting the brass shining in the cylinder. Easing my mind that my weapon was indeed loaded, I looked back at the window. I paused several feet away, not wanting to continue. I knew I needed to prove to myself the house was safe, or I'd be looking over my shoulder the rest of the evening. I pointed my handgun through the window as I peeked inside. It was empty, the dust undisturbed. I turned to leave. Unexpectedly, I recognized a face staring at me in the brush. My heart felt like it burst, and adrenaline flooded through my extremities to my fingertips and toes. I realized the image I saw and laughed softly. "You scared me," I said to the coyote. I was relieved, for it meant there was some life in that godforsaken place after all. She continued to stare from a distance, concealed in the brush. I lowered my snub-nosed revolver. I turned back to where I left the rods. This time I made more noise as I went. I looked back as I walked, fully expecting the coyote to have taken her leave, but she was still there, staring. She hadn't moved, not an inch. That painful feeling that something bizarre was taking place began to loom in my mind, but I pushed it out. One marker down, I said to no one. One more to find. Then I had to discover where the two streams met. If I finished before nightfall, I told myself, I wouldn't have to drive 3 hours that way again. I licked my lips and tasted the salt from the sweat of my upper lip. Granules of sand mixed with it and stuck to my teeth. I spat and wiped my face with my sleeve, pushing my straight black hair from sticking to my face. I holstered my revolver and picked up my grandfather's rods, longing to begin my long drive home. I looked back at my pickup parked just outside the barbed wire fence, nearly 100 yards away. I didn't trust the rubble-ridden road with its rusty nails and screws. I considered that some careless farmer must have dropped his shipment years ago. I held the rods loosely in front of me as I retraced my last steps, clearing my mind like grandfather had taught me, so that I wouldn't subconsciously control the rods. I thought of my niece and nephew again. Immediately the rods crossed as if guided by the wills of a phantom. It was over the same location. Removing a marker from my pouch, I stuck it into the earth and continued. Almost immediately, I felt static in the air as the rods crossed again. I felt a flood of relief and thought I might finish soon, but I was wrong. I followed the pathway of the two hidden streams, but they did not intersect. I continued where I left off and found a third stream. I placed another marker, but this stream ran parallel to the first two. Still no intersection. Faithfully holding the rods in front of me like a guiding cane, I continued, clearing my mind and my surroundings. I felt the rods cross a fourth time, and again placed a marker. And again the streams did not pass. "You treacherous individual," I shouted. Why were none of those streams crossing? I imagined the shape the bedrock must have taken to form such long, parallel lines, without allowing the water to intersect. The markers had too even a space, Da Vinci's. Maybe it was some ancient form of irrigation below the ranch, for the aisles remind me of corn rows. Or perhaps a foundation made by the first pioneers. No, it would have been too old. I continued divining and found another mark, which also did not intersect. I was no longer surprised and mindlessly marked the location while pondering the shape of the monolith beneath the saturated zone of the earth, reminding myself of the peculiar atmosphere at Balsam Ranch. I wondered if it was related. Perhaps what lied far beneath were the vestiges of something occult. I shuddered and pushed the silly thoughts from my mind. "Mother Mary, help me," I whispered, but immediately felt guilty for calling on her after swearing just moments ago. If a well was dug into only one of these lines, it could drain a secluded chasm of water, unabridged by other streams. I convinced myself the most plausible explanation was merely a unique formation of rocks, perhaps caused by magma or earthquakes long ago. The sun was now completely gone, but the evening sky was still radiant. It would be another hour before the first stars appeared. I had to hurry if I was to finish before dark. The rods crossed smoothly that time, and I mindlessly removed a marker and placed it into the earth. I tried to keep my thoughts on happy distractions, so I thought of my students back on the reservation. It wasn't long before images materialized in my mind about the evils so poignantly expressed through the ruins below the earth. But I pushed the pictures from my mind. Like a horse to water, the memory of my grandfather's story returned. But I remembered his words. "Keep happy thoughts with you always. They keep you safe." Minutes passed like seconds, and I uncovered more parallel streams. I placed more markers. I was unaware exactly how many tags I had set, but I continued my purpose instinctively, like a dog mindlessly driven to circle his bed before sleeping. Finally, The task was complete. I slid the rods into my belt and looked over the barren pasture of the ranch at the many bright yellow flags which marked the lines of underground streams at their strongest points. They subtly converged, meeting somewhere below the ranch house. I walked to the edge of the formation, overlooking the property. I noticed something odd about the layout of markers, which indicated where the rods had felt the most energetic flow of water. The flags formed something. Backing away, I found a rickety barrel and carefully climbed on top to get a better view. My skin crawled, and I heard blood pounding in my ears as I made out the letters. Run. The clairvoyance in my mind vanished, and I lost the merciful immunity I once had against that malignant aura, that inescapable evil enshrined within the abysmal valley of Balsam Ranch. My knees felt mysteriously drained, and it took the utmost concentration for me to crawl off the barrel without falling. My mouth soured, and I felt bile work its way up my throat. Thoughts rushed through my mind. More questions than answer. But I conceded that speculation was only a distraction at that point. I regained the strength in my legs as I exerted them with willful purpose. I turned toward my truck but froze. It was an image of such peculiar horror that my mind was possessed with chaos. It was the coyote in the same exact spot. She was still staring at me. We stared at one another for a moment. The pounding in my ears had returned. I slowly approached the coyote and realized her eyes were not consciously open, but that she had her eyelids removed. As I walked to the coyote, I smelt it before I saw it. She was dead. She was skinned from the neck down and was propped into this position for some unknowable reason. I looked beyond her and saw 6 or 7 more coyotes placed in precisely the same manner. The disorder and outright obscure events on that ranch had convinced me of everything I needed to know. I had to leave. Now, I ran to my truck. I couldn't wait to see that place in my rearview mirror. I reached my truck door, but for some reason, it was locked. I tried to peer into the driver's window for my keys, but saw a reflection in my window of a man standing behind me. I tried to yell and turn, but he grabbed me and forced a handkerchief to my mouth. I threw my elbow into his side and I heard him grunt, but his hold was too tight. I tried to deliver another blow, but I felt my strength weakening. Pushing off the truck, I swung my arm back, trying to grab his groin. He jumped back, still holding the cloth to my mouth, and laughed. "Oh, you got fire? Don't worry, darling, that'll come later." My vision turned black, but I knew I recognized that voice. It was the voice of that disgusting creep who hired me. It felt like a dream. No, a nightmare. One where you can't run, yet your heart is beating as if you were. My sinuses felt congested and my eyelids felt like they weighed 10 pounds. I was confused at first, but quickly remembered what happened. I felt the fighting instinct in me surge through my arms and into my fingertips, but my head was still lacking strength and direction. Layers of dust rubbed onto my face and clothes. I squinted, trying to keep my eyes free from irritation. Looking around, I could see I was in the abandoned ranch house. There was a lantern-style flashlight at the end of the room. The objects beside it were blurry, but it looked like one of the blobs was my attacker, hunched over a table. He was whistling some off-pitch tune, softly squirming my tied hands toward my waist. I felt for my revolver, but it was gone. Of course, I heard a laugh. "Looking for this?" he said, holding up my revolver. "I saw you pointed at my friends out there." He laughed again. "Don't worry, you'll get it back. But you won't need all of these for a game of roulette." The man fidgeted with my firearm, and I could tell he wasn't overly familiar with a .38 special. He found the cylinder release button and emptied my rounds onto the table before picking one back up and inserting it into the cylinder. Thanks to my mother's encouragement, all those years in sports had made me flexible. I was able to bring my secured hands down to my boots. I scarcely grabbed the handle of my boot knife before he saw me. "Hey, where are you trying to go?" The fun hasn't started yet. His stubbled mouth parted like an infected wound, showing his gaping teeth. He closed the cylinder on my revolver and walked toward me, unbuckling his belt. He kicked my arms away from my boots but didn't see the knife. "What? Can't get your fun like most men?" I asked, trying to cut the rope around my wrists. "No girl's willing to take you home." I could tell in his eye that he couldn't stand my patronizing tone, but he quickly gained control of the conversation. "Nah," he said, unbothered. "Feisty women like you are more fun this way." "Right. I'm sure you're a regular Casanova," I said, trying to get him to speak longer. The knife fumbled in my hand, but I managed to hang on to it. His upper lip formed a smile, but it was obscenely fake. "I've had women like you. You won't talk so smart when the pain starts." He held my revolver up to my head. I looked at him through phony eyes. "Stupid threat, unless you like your women dead first." "I just like the pain first," he whispered. He crouched to me and pointed my revolver at my leg. He pulled the trigger. My leg helplessly flinched. This made him laugh, so his large gut bubbled against his buttoned shirt. "The rope is tighter than I hoped." "Where will it be?" he asked, toying the revolver over my legs. He pointed it to my other leg and pulled the trigger. I didn't flinch this time, and instead smile. I could tell he was frustrated. "Maybe an arm," he scoffed. I watched the revolver make its way to my arm, and I knew I must act. My hands were free and shoot forward, seizing the gun on either side and pulling it towards me. My grip was wobbly because I was still holding my boot knife. I jammed my thumb between the hammer and cylinder, stopping the firing mechanism. He let out a gasp and tried to pull the trigger, but it pinched my thumb and didn't fire. He struck me in the back of the head with his free hand, but I didn't let go. My knife's edge found its mark and cut a deep path into his wrist, covering my hands with his sticky blood. He yelled and lost his grip on the gun. With divine swiftness, I turned my .38 Special back toward my attacker and pulled my thumb free of the hammer. A resounding crack exploded from the weapon as the bullet hit him square in the gut. He fell to the ground with a scream and held his stomach. Blood seeped from the wound and stained his shirt. I watched him for a moment, maintaining distance from my injured attacker. The drug was still present in my head and made me feel dizzy after the bout of physical exertion. He groaned and hissed as he slid further away from me. Wearily, I stood and watched his retreat. "You dumbass," I said. "You can see the rounds in a revolver. Russian roulette is played with empty cases, too." Finally, I saw why he was sliding toward the table. He had a hatchet, skinning knife, and .22 rifle there. I groaned as he reached down to grab my knife so I could finish the job, but the drug's effect was still strong, and I wasn't sure I'd make it to him in time. But something else caught my eye. Beyond the table, and out the window, approximately 60 feet away, I saw it, watching me. The unparalleled fear I'd experienced reading the flag seized my body. I lost the ability to hold a single coherent thought. Only one thing repeated in my mind. It can't be real. I commanded my body to move, but I was frozen. I knew there was another, nearer threat in the same room, just feet from his rifle. But it was no longer important. There was a soul, abhorrent truth that was petrifying my mind. Wickedness is wearing skin. The primordial figure stood like a human, but without a shred of humanity. It was nearly as tall and as muscular as a bear. Its head was the silhouette of a skull of a once mature buck. Its large antlers reached into the night like bat wings, while its two needle-like eyes radiated like glowing pearls against the brim of its slit, bony nose. Its foggy breath flowed into the cold desert air, carrying the light from its eyes, expanding like a spirit's body until it dissipated. My attacker reached the table and pulled himself up with labored breathing. He grabbed his .22 rifle, but froze. I knew he was seeing that same horrifying enigma that had pierced my soul. What the F? His question was cut off by a terrifying chromatic screech, echoing through the valley like my ancestors' war cries. We both watched as this perversity of nature lowered itself to the ground. On all fours, it charged at the house. I had no time to contemplate the paranormal absurdity of this creature's existence, nor to confront the disbelief within me, currently at war with everything my physical senses were experiencing. My revolver was empty, but I was not hopeless. My attacker would provide my escape. I heard him cry at the sight of the demonic monstrosity running toward him. He raised his .22 rifle and began firing, but I didn't wait to watch. I turned and ran down the deteriorating hallway, still drugged and not entirely in control of my faculties. I stumbled, caught myself on the wall. The room behind me exploded into chaos. I heard wood snap accompanied by unholy screams and mortal terror. His cries turned to gargles, and I flinched to the sound of his flesh ripping. I made it out the door and started running down the old driveway without looking back. I made it halfway before a rusty nail pierced my boot and sunk into my foot. I let out a moan of pain and fell, but quickly regained myself. I paused. It was utterly silent inside the house. Panic started to take my mind, but I remembered what my grandfather taught me. Keep happy thoughts with you always. They will keep you safe. I was unsure how literal the meaning was, but I had nothing else to lose. I closed my eyes shut and thought of my family. I focused on them as I continued down the side of the road, limping. With relief, I reached my trusty pickup and tried to open the door, but it was still locked. My heart deflated within me, but I battled it with memories of my niece and nephew. Remember, I looked to the other side of my truck and saw the passenger door was still unlocked. That degenerate must have locked the driver's side so he could sneak up on me. I hobbled to the passenger door and opened it, sliding myself to the driver's seat. Starting the engine, I finally looked to the ranch house. The light from the lantern was still on, but I didn't see any shadows in the room. I put my truck in drive and punched the gas. After a brief moment, I turned on my lights. As soon as my lights came on, a flash of black fur appeared. A haunting image of a deer skull with glowing eyes staring at me sent terror through my body. I screamed seconds before we hit. Violent vibrations shook my truck, but I kept my foot on the gas. Miraculously, I made it over the body and continued down the road, hitting potholes and loose gravel. I continued driving into the night, looking into my rearview mirror every 5 seconds, but nothing appeared. Each time I looked up, I expected to get transported back into the hellish nightmare I just escaped, but it never happened. I was shaking as I drove. After 2 hours of driving, I reached Flagstaff, home of the nearest 24-hour hospital. The rest played out like a hazy dream. White lights and clean scrubs surrounded me. It was apparent I looked horrific because the nurses at the front desk were immediately concerned about my well-being. I tried to talk, but all I managed to get out was, "He tried to rape." I needn't say anything more. They took me to the back where I met with nurses and a doctor. They removed the nail in my foot that I had forgotten entirely. They patched up the rest of my body. The police promptly arrived and asked me questions regarding my experience. I felt like I was on autopilot because no part of the conversation stayed in my mind. Eventually, they gave me a room where I washed and fell asleep. I slept through to morning, or plausibly noon, judging by the amount of light that was coming through the window. I drearily opened my eyes. I saw my sister sitting in a chair next to me, asleep. I smiled and reached out to grab her hand. My sister woke up startled at first. She looked at me with pure love and joy. She rushed to my bed, and we gave one another a long, tight hug. "Mary," she started to cry. "Oh." "Hush." "Jenny," I said. "I'm fine." I said, "I'm fine." "I know, She inhaled sharply. "I just love you." "I know." I said, still holding her. I love you too, after a moment of reassurance as there was a knock on my door. It was the detective. Can't this wait? My sister asked with an impatient tone. No, it's fine, I said. I want to help. Maybe you should get a lawyer first, said Jenny. I nodded for my sister to leave, and she reluctantly did. A white man in his early 30s entered the room, notepad in hand. Thank you, he said softly. You answered most of our questions last night, and it's been a great help. I need to ask a few more questions now that we've been to the scene. Sure, I replied, but a burning question came to my mind. Did you find the thing? The detective's eyes narrowed, pondering the nature of my question. That your attacker? He asked. We found several strange things out there. I sighed. He would have known what I meant if the body had still been there. I just wanted the validation that I wasn't crazy, that I had seen what I know I saw. He sensed the disappointment in my eyes and tried to offer reassurance. Your attacker is there. Your attacker is there. He's alive, I asked in shock. No, replied the detective with a nervous laugh. I'll put it this way. In my 12 years of law enforcement, I have never been more sure of a deceased call. I nodded my head. He continued. We found 14 other bodies out there, all women. It looked like wildlife had eaten most of them. This guy was the real deal. Real evil. But you stopped him. You saved future victims. I nodded again, but remained silent. The detective continued. It's obvious there was something much larger out there. An animal, probably, of some kind. It was at the scene with you last night, as you had mentioned. Honestly, our guys and gals are completely stumped at what it could be. I held my tongue, choosing not to volunteer more information on the matter. It's not like he would have believed me, or so I thought. But this detective, there was something about him, an aura, an instinct, a gift, whatever it was. He knew there was more, and I felt him wanting to believe. I know you don't want to tell me, he said. I've worked alongside the police on the res. I know you won't tell me because I'm a cop, but I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for them. He pointed out the window. There was a pause as he struggled to tell me the next part. This is not the first scene like this I've come across. Those obscure animal marks, mixed patches of fur, human footprints mixed with beasts, gory puncture wounds mixed with human bite marks. I need to know. Please. I paused and looked out the window, trying to find the right words. Perhaps, if we knew one another better, I would tell you. I heard him sigh in defeat, but something made me continue. I would tell you how old this land is, and the many secrets that lay buried out there. If we were friends, I'd tell you about my family's history, and the stories our great-grandparents passed on. Maybe I'd even tell you about the strange things we know that wander in the night, slipping between our worlds like a hidden underground stream. If we were especially close, I'd tell you about what I believe happened out there during the dousing of Balsam Ranch. I'd tell you things you already know, how evil leeches off of and draws other evil. But I'd tell you that it's more real than you know. At Balsam Ranch, it was real. Evil showed its form and fed off the corpses left behind by that maniac. First, it watched and fed on the torture and pain experienced by those innocent women, and then it devoured their bodies as a sacrifice once they were discarded. I stopped and looked back at the detective, who was staring at me like a child clinging onto every word of his grandfather's story. And I'd tell you, detective, to keep happy thoughts with you always. Story 8. It's true what they say, that when a person goes blind, their other senses heighten in order to compensate. Knowing that, and thinking back on everything that happened to me, I still can't come to a rational conclusion of how these events unfolded around me without my knowledge. Granted, I couldn't actually see any of it happening, But I never suspected anything of this magnitude when judging solely on the minor oddities that I had experienced. Sure, every once in a while I would hear noises, but my house was old and seemed to have a mind of its own. All of its pops and creaks had become just as familiar to me as navigating its interior without the benefit of sight. Even when things began to turn more bizarre, I always found a way to rationalize them away. Looking back, I asked myself, how could I have been so, well, for lack of a better word, blind? My mother had tried to convince me not to move into the house alone. Sarah, a young blind woman shouldn't be living all by herself, she'd said. But I needed to. I needed to prove to myself that I was strong enough to do it. Besides that, as a 24-year-old, I didn't want to live with my parents forever. And I sure didn't want to wait around for a nice man to marry and move in with. That may never happen, having lost my sight at an early age due to a freak accident with industrial-strength cleaning chemicals. I knew all too well the nuances of learning to create a mental map of my surroundings. When I first moved into the old house, I used my cane exclusively. I waved it back and forth in front of me with every step I took. I knew roughly where all of the furniture was, since I was the one that directed the movers on where to put everything. I employed the cane for nearly a week, using its tip to develop a mental image of the layout. The learning process was slow and clumsy at first, but I eventually got to the point that I was able to shed my cane after several days and began walking cautiously with my arms extended. I progressed further and became familiar enough with the territory that by the end of the first month, I was able to walk freely without the use of my cane, or arms, or any other aid. I became quite adept at moving throughout the house freely. Not only that, but the house was located in a somewhat urban area, which made it convenient to walk to any place I had the need. The grocery was only 3 blocks away. There was a department store across the street from that, and a bank and coffee shop just a bit further on. I got used to listening to the flow of traffic and timing the lights in my head so I would know when the walk and don't walk signals were lit. Occasionally, a kind stranger would offer to take my hand and lead me across. I would thank them and we would part ways once we were safely on the next sidewalk. In those days, I was working from home making phone calls to patients that had recently been discharged from the hospital. In essence, I was being paid by the hospital to administer surveys that were then used to improve their services. The hospital was kind enough to provide me with a laptop computer that contained several different voice command software applications. I spent my days transcribing the recorded phone calls by speaking the customer's answers into a microphone and having the data fields automatically populate in the program. The first odd event that I remember was on one particular day when I got up from my work desk for a lunch break. As I was headed into the kitchen, I kicked an object in the middle of the living room floor. I heard it slide a short distance on the carpet. I knew that I hadn't left anything in the way of my path, as I had just been through there, not even an hour ago, and there was nothing on the floor. I knelt down and patted around until I located the object. A book. By feeling its braille title, I recognized it as a book on national parks that I kept on my coffee table, some 5 feet away. I didn't remember knocking the book off of the table. I stood there, perplexed. The longer I thought about it, though, the less frightening it became to me. I convinced myself that I must have simply forgotten about knocking the book to the floor, and I must have stepped over it or next to it during my other passes through the room. I returned the book to its place on the table and went about making my lunch. That night, while lying in bed, I heard a sound that came from the kitchen. It was almost entirely masked by the usual sounds of the pops and creaks from the house settling, but I definitely heard it. Faint as it was a very light humming noise. So light, in fact, that an average person without enhanced hearing may not have heard it at all from this distance. I slowly got out of bed, listening intently, the sound increasing as I made my way down the hallway and through the living room. As soon as I passed through the threshold into the kitchen, I knew what the sound was. It was the compressor motor on the refrigerator, and it was substantially louder than usual. I approached the appliance and found that its door was standing wide open. I eased it shut and the hum returned to a normal volume. "Ah?" What on earth? Did I leave this open? I questioned myself in a whisper. Maybe it didn't close all the way the last time I swung it shut, I thought. I returned to bed, but had trouble finding sleep. My mind wandered and questioned how I could have overlooked the fallen book and the open fridge door when they'd first happened. The next morning, I decided to go have breakfast at Espresso Express, the little coffee shop up the road. They served excellent coffee, and you could also get a ham and cheese croissant milk that was to die for. That alone was worth the effort of showering, dressing, and leaving the safety of the house to be plunged into a buzz of whizzing traffic, honking horns, and people clamoring on the sidewalks. On that morning, a gentle stranger helped guide me across the intersection just ahead of the coffee shop. I said, "Thank you," as they released my arm. But there was no response. He or she was lost in a shuffle of people on cell phones, their conversations momentarily audible to me as they passed in front of and behind me. The tinny sound of a bicycle bell alarmed me, and I felt the breeze left behind when the rider whipped past. I entered the coffee shop to a much more serene environment and enjoyed my favorite breakfast at a seat near the plate glass window, bathed in the sunlight that washed in on me. That afternoon, I took a break from making phone calls to use the bathroom. As I was seated on the toilet, I heard something next to me. It was as if something had brushed against the sink. An ever so subtle sound. My heart rate rose and my brow furrowed as I strained to listen closer. All I could hear was my pulse throbbing in my ears. Suddenly, a wall clock in the living room chimed 4:00, startling me to the point that I jumped slightly while still seated there. I regained my composure, washed up, and returned to the computer to transcribe the data from my phone surveys. I closed the laptop and went to make dinner at 6:30. Over the years, I had learned to be extra careful when dealing with the hot oven and burners. Once I had accidentally set a plastic plate directly onto a burner that was still hot, resulting in a cloud of noxious fumes that lasted for days, long after I'd finished cleaning up the mess. I was lucky that it had burned itself out and the damage wasn't any worse. After that close call, I bought a small fire extinguisher to keep on the countertop next to the oven. On this particular night, I made my dinner without any risk of fire. However, the undertaking wasn't completely without incident. As I proceeded to make dinner, I discovered that the canned goods I needed for the recipes were missing from the cupboard. I have always kept my canned goods in very specific places on the shelves, so that I would always know what was what, without the benefit of being able to see the labels. I don't remember using up the items I needed that night, but apparently I already had. So, I opted to make a casserole instead. I sat at the dinner table enjoying the simple meal I had made. The television was playing in the background, filling me in on all of the day's news headlines. I finished the first portion on my plate and reached to dip into the casserole dish once more. I scraped the inside of the dish, the sounds of metal on ceramic echoing throughout the kitchen. It was empty. I can't believe it. I couldn't have already eaten it all, I said incredulously. I had thought for sure that I'd prepared a bigger portion than that, and I didn't remember emptying the dish fully onto my plate. Thoughts ran through my head in an attempt to reason out the matter. Had it baked up to be less than I'd anticipated? Had I spilled some on the table while dishing it onto my plate? In search of the missing food, I placed the palm of my hand on the tabletop and moved it steadily over the area within my reach. As I was doing so, there was a distinct movement in front of me. I gasped, and my heart rate immediately quickened. I felt the blood pulsing through my neck. This sound was not as subtle as the others I'd been hearing. It was obvious, a sudden motion of something moving across from me. I continued listening, but all I could hear was the much too chipper weatherman on TV giving a forecast. Suddenly I was overwhelmed with the feeling that I was no longer alone at the kitchen table. "Is someone there?" I called out, hoping there was no reply. Silence. I felt a shift in the air pressure, as if something moved behind me, followed by the creak of a floorboard. I froze. Something brushed against the back of my hair, gentle as a feather. I recoiled and let out a squeal. I shot up out of my chair, made my way to the corner of the kitchen and turned to face the interior of the room. "Who's there?" I demanded. No answer. By this time I was breathing heavily, practically hyperventilated. My chest and throat radiated heat as my heart raced inside, giving me the sensation of acute indigestion. I thought I might vomit. I slowly made my way to the doorway leading into the living room. I stood there for what seemed like an eternity, listening for something. Anything that would explain the circumstance. Eventually, I moved on and worked my way into the hallway bathroom. I locked the door behind me. It took over an hour and a half for me to calm down. While in the locked bathroom, I wrestled with my thoughts. I reasoned with myself. I didn't want to admit that my mother was right, but maybe I shouldn't be living alone. It could be taking its toll on me. On the other hand, all of these things could be logically explained, I told myself. If I wasn't blind, I'd have seen whatever it was that caused the noises, and it would be so obvious. I'd laugh about how ridiculous it was to be scared of it, I'm sure. At least that's what I tried to convince myself. What finally brought me out of the bathroom was the ringing of the telephone. I admit it startled me at first, but only because it had been so quiet for the last 2 hours. I cautiously opened the door and entered the hallway. My phone was in the living room. I approached it quickly and answered. "Hello? Hey, Sarah. It's Jill." Thank God. It was just my friend Jill. "Hi, Jill. How's it going?" "Oh, I'm doing good. I saw you at Espresso Express today," she said in a playful tone, which I didn't understand initially. "You did?" "I saw you in the window when I walked by on the sidewalk." Still in a playful tone. "Well, why did you come in and say, 'Hi?'" I asked. "I didn't want to disturb you." "Disturb me? Why would you be disturbing me?" "Because, silly, I assumed you were on a date. Who's the lucky guy that was sitting with you?" My mouth slacked open. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't form words. "Sarah," I could still hear Jill's muffled voice, even though the speaker was face down on the carpet. I frantically made my way around the house, arms flailing in front of me. "Who are you?" I yelled into the house. "What do you want?" I was terrified, but also angry. I felt violated. I didn't necessarily want to encounter whatever it was, but I couldn't go on hiding in my own house any longer. I spent hours searching every square inch of the property and found nothing. I finally went to bed after I was able to calm down, but I did not fall asleep until the wee hours of the morning. A light rustling sound woke me not long after I fell asleep, still in the dark hours of early morning. I wasn't sure at first if it was real or if I had dreamed the noise. As I was about to get up, I noticed that the sheets next to me were pulled back. I stretched out my right arm into the empty space beside me. It felt warm, as if someone had been lying there with me. The events of the previous day flooded back into my memory. My sightless eyes welled up with tears as I began to question my own sanity. Frustrated, I bolted up and out of the bed. I threw on some old clothes and headed toward the front door with the intention of fleeing the house, unsure exactly where I was going to go. Maybe Jill's place. She lived fairly close. I wanted to take my cane with me, as I always did whenever I went outdoors. I searched the house frantically, unable to remember where I'd left it. I almost always left it propped against the wall by the front door, but it wasn't there. I made my way along all of the perimeter walls, feeling desperately for the cane. When I neared the kitchen, I still had not found my walking aid, but I made a discovery of a much more startling nature. A barely detectable vertical crevice in the wall I had not known about previously. I used all my fingers to follow the crease up the wall, across the top, and down the other side. It was a doorway designed to fit perfectly flush within the wall. I leaned my weight inward against the panel and felt a slight give on its right side. I worked my fingers into the crevice on that side the best I could, eventually prying the panel free. It swung open to the left. I gasped in shock, and my pulse quickened. The hidden room, right in the center of my house. How I wish that I would have had sight at that moment. I faced a completely unexplored territory inside my own house, with the possibility that someone else was in there with me. I entered slowly, arms extended. "Is someone in here?" I whispered, afraid to ask the question. There was no response. I stepped forward. To my right, I discovered a flat surface, a tabletop. I ran my hands along its surface. On top of the table, I was able to make out several unopened cans of food. No doubt these were the missing canned goods I'd been looking for. The table also contained silverware and a can opener that disappeared weeks ago. My heart rate increased even more, and my palms began to sweat. I worked my way forward until I came to a wall that I knew bordered the living room. I found a hole the size of a quarter at eye level. Sweat began to form on my brow as well. I found another similar hole on the next adjacent wall. This wall bordered the bathroom. Tears started to well up in my eyes. I was able to find 2 more holes on the 2 remaining walls, bordering the kitchen and the bedroom. I dropped to my knees in absolute horror and disbelief. How long had this person been watching me? How could I have not known? My hands were on the floor in front of me, and I felt something soft. I investigated further with my fingertips. It was some sort of comforter or sleeping bag. At one end was a fluffy pillow. At this point, I was not only terrified beyond description, but I was also furious. How dare someone spy on me covertly from within my own walls? I knew I had to run out of the house and get to safety immediately, with or without my cane. I decided I would go to Jill's house and we'd call the police from there. I made my way to where I remembered the hidden door to be, my arms sweeping the area ahead of me in a panic. Instead of the open door, my hands found the warm torso of a human, a male, standing silently in the doorway. He grabbed both my arms and pulled me out of the hidden room and into the house. We struggled in the kitchen. I kicked at him and screamed as loud as I could into his ears. I was able to get one arm free, and I used it to grasp for the fire extinguisher that I knew would be by the oven. He attempted to pull me away, but my fingers reached its nozzle. I swung it at him, feeling the metal cylinder connect with the back of his skull. He released my other arm, and I pulled the trigger in his direction, enveloping him in a cloud of white foam. I ran into the utility room off of the kitchen, where I knew my only advantage existed: the fuse box. I found the box and tripped every lever I could find, eliminating all power from the house. If this perverted psycho wanted to kill me, he'd have to do it on an equal playing field, in the dark. The intruder had not followed me into the utility room. The fire extinguisher must have dazed him. I remembered the toolbox I kept in that room, and I quickly retrieved the longest screwdriver I could find. I stood in the corner and listened carefully. If he was still conscious, he would not be able to move around in the pitch darkness without creating noise. I would surely detect his movements. I held the screwdriver against my chest, gripping its handle tightly with both hands. I felt my wildly beating heart against the side of my fist. After an eternity, I moved forward a bit. I may have knocked him out, or even killed him. I had to make sure. I left the utility room and entered the kitchen. There was still no sound from anywhere in the house. I passed into the living room and headed toward the front door. Halfway through the room, I could feel his presence. Something in the air around me had shifted. Without warning, there was breath on the back of my neck, followed by a deep whisper directly in my ear. Showers were my favorite. I screamed and swung around, stabbing the screwdriver into empty air. I ran for the door. It was merely a few feet away, but I couldn't reach it due to the resistance I met when the voyeuristic brute's arms wrapped around my waist. He wrestled me to the floor and straddled me. I tightened my grip on the tool and plunged it as hard as I could into his side. I shuddered to think about it when I recount the feeling of the steel shaft separating 2 of his ribs. It was horrid, and I was only able to stomach it knowing that if I hadn't acted, my life would have ended then. The man winced in pain and let out a deep, growling grunt. He fell backward and rolled off of me. I turned over onto my chest and pushed up off of the floor, then crawled over to the couch and used it to get back onto my feet. I still held the screwdriver, a warm trickle of blood seeping onto my knuckle. I could tell that the intruder was writhing around on the floor near the doorway. I would have to exit through the back door. From the opposite end of the living room, I entered the sunroom where the door was located. I wasn't as familiar with this entry point, causing me to fumble around with the deadbolt and screen door locks for longer than I would have liked. I knew there were concrete stairs there leading to a flat patio. How many steps? 4? 5? I couldn't remember. I proceeded slowly. The last thing I needed was to fall and twist my ankle. After navigating the steps, I came to the end of the patio, which emptied into a narrow alleyway between the shotgun-style houses behind mine. My steps were slow and cautious. My hands told me there was a brick wall to my right, and a brick wall about 5 feet to my left. The sides of the two houses. I was entering unfamiliar territory without the benefit of my cane. My breathing was frantic, and the tears continued to fill my useless eyes. I kicked something and nearly fell over. It felt plastic, a child's toy maybe. I was moving much too fast compared to my level of comfort with the surroundings. But I had no choice, as footsteps were approaching behind me. I picked up the pace, waving the screwdriver out in front to buffer my impending collision with any obstacles. 10 more feet of forward progress, and the screwdriver alerted me, with metallic clanging, to the presence of a chain-link fence connecting the two houses. I stopped and cried out, my voice breaking up through my tears. No! I turned around, my back to the fence. I began swinging the screwdriver violently. Leave me alone, I screamed. More hyperventilating, more tears. The man approached slowly, and then stopped just a few feet away from me. I got the feeling he could see what he was doing. Either there was an electric light in this alley, or the dawn had already crested enough that ample ambient light was available. I didn't know which one was the case, because I had no idea what time it was. Knowing I was about to die, I just wanted answers. How long? I managed to ask. How long have you been in there? My voice was angrier than I'd expected. Since before you lived there, he replied calmly, his voice deep. I got lucky with you. A blind girl. With the others, I couldn't come out in the open when they were home. I couldn't sit and eat dinner with them. I couldn't stand over them while they worked at their computers. I couldn't go to the coffee shop with them. There was a pause as he moved even closer. I couldn't stand next to them in the bathroom. I cried, uncontrollably in a whirlwind of emotions. I had never before felt so violated, so angry, and so terrified all at the same time. There was sudden movement again in front of me. Don't touch me, I demanded as I held up the screwdriver. I don't know exactly how it happened. I don't know if he didn't see the tool or just didn't care, knowing that he was caught. But as he lunged forward, he managed to impale himself on the screwdriver and pin me up against the fence. My hands were still gripping the handle, but it was so deep inside him that his shirt was touching my fist. His breathing became gurgled, and his last words to me were, I couldn't snuggle next to them in bed either. We collapsed together as one unit. The fence tore at my back as we slid down onto the ground. His dead weight nearly crushed me, but I managed to push him off and crawl away. I crawled all the way back to my house, in through the back door, and into the living room to my phone. I sobbed hysterically as I keyed in the digits 911 and fell to the floor. Story 9. There's a famous quote by Robert Evans. There are 3 sides to a story: yours, mine, and the truth. In my line of work, you come to realize that the truth is rarely an objective perspective. For example, a bloody fight is the result of an argument. One side claims self-defense. The other claims a brutal attack. A camera shows a man striking another in the heat of the moment. Case closed, right? The truth is stored in that digital medium. No. When you look further, what do you find? A lifelong friendship, betrayal, months of tension, threats, a boil-over. Maybe the attacker truly believed his life was in danger and mistook the slightest movement as the beginning of a punch. Perhaps he just let his anger at the situation get the best of him. Maybe a mix of both. What's the objective truth here? And for whom is that truth valid? When you're a cop, understanding these nuances in truth is critical, and understanding the power those nuances can have is even more important. Not only when we have to discern whether or not someone's recollection of events is accurate, but when we lie to achieve a specific response. It's all something you become very familiar with. For me in my investigations, in particular, this was especially true. Since my investigation of who I've dubbed as the Watcher, I have been assigned to numerous cases. Many were either uneventful or too out of our control to do much more than make an unofficial official report. However, during this time, Officer Ryan somehow managed to get into the chief's good graces while I was bouncing between the real crimes and looking at unusual occurrences. He, in turn, earned the opportunity to tag along on some of my investigations. In one instance, we even took a trip to what is easily the creepiest amusement park I've ever visited. I believe the name of it was Cheesy's World. Honestly, we could only spend about 10 minutes there before mutually deciding to nope out and just tell the chief that everything was on the up and up. I'm not sure if Cheesy's is even still around. But either way, I'm not really the guy to tell the story place. The point being, Officer Ryan and I had spent what was becoming a considerable amount of time together. And admittedly, the guy was starting to grow on me. Because of that relationship, I asked for him personally on my next case. A local hospital had called about a man trespassing in the mental health ward. Supposedly, someone had been spotted inside the ward multiple times. One account from a patient even suggested that the man had been sitting on the ceiling. At first, these accounts weren't taken too seriously. But when one of the security guards spotted a naked man scale a wall and climb into a small vent in the ceiling, we got called. Typically, patrol officers respond to these types of calls. However, when information on the stranger accounts of this man made its way up the chain of command, I was called in. From an inhumanely loud scream to seemingly materializing into locked rooms, my interest was immediately piqued, along with my disgust. When Officer Ryan and I pulled up to the hospital, things were already in motion. Explanations for why we needed to evacuate the floor and bring in multiple officers were already given. And on our arrival, we were escorted down a set of hallways that led into the mental health ward. The security guard escorting us referred to it as the old hospital. Apparently, it used to be the primary set of buildings. As the hospital decided to modernize and expand, they built a new set of buildings on top of the old. This was good for the hospital in general, but it left the older portion noticeably neglected. The first signs of this were apparent in the rickety elevator we took down to the mental health facility's main lobby. Admittedly, it was a little uncomfortable going down an elevator that likely hadn't been serviced in who knows how long. The creaks and moans of the rusty lift only added to my growing paranoia. Officer Ryan made small talk with the guard as we descended. The guard mentioned how the hospital was storing an overflow of oxygen tank cylinders in the old hospital storage room. He usually made rounds to make sure that the tanks weren't compromised. During one of his rounds, he claimed to have seen who he referred to as the hermit eating a dead mouse. The story made my stomach churn a bit, but listening to the guard take comfort in Officer Ryan took my mind off the stress for a moment. I always thought it was fascinating how that guy seemed to be beloved by everyone. But when the doors opened back up to reveal a lobby that looked as though it hadn't been changed since the 60s, my stress levels spiked way back up. Waiting patiently was Detective Eveline Chas. Behind her were the two officers that I usually saw accompanying the chief. Detective Joss' light brown hair was tied up into a bun. Her navy blue attire and dark makeup contrasted with her fair skin and soft freckles across her nose. And of course, she was scowling. "Took you long enough to get here, Smith," she said with a very detectable level of frustration. "We've already cleared the floor because of the dangerous individual. I'm hoping that you won't make me do the rest of your job and actually assist in catching him." "We can't all be track stars, Detective Jaws," I joked. "Plus, we seem to have made it before the heat death of the universe. So by my account, we still have plenty of time to figure this out." "You're welcome." She rolled her eyes and turned her attention towards Officer Ryan. "Hey Barry, how are you? How are you? Did you manage to find a new place for you and your wife?" Officer Ryan nodded. "Actually, we did. This new set of houses just finished getting developed about 6 miles north of here. We're thinking about moving in there." "Wait, Barry," I interjected. "How didn't I know? Since when the hell are you two close?" He shrugged. "We just talk sometimes, I guess. She's cool, man." I looked back at Detective Joss with an eyebrow raised and saw a half smile was being sent back in my direction. She then turned to the security guard and said, "Thanks for bringing them down here, Davis. We'll take it from here. If you want to have guys waiting outside the elevator upstairs, that'd be fine. But we don't want you guys interfering with anything down here." With a nod, he made his way back to the elevator and gave a simple wave as the doors closed in front of him. "Wait, you want them waiting upstairs?" I asked. "How the hell are we going to get this guy out of here without them noticing?" Detective Joss motioned for us to follow her. Without a word, she led us down a dark hallway that ended with a door that had a busted exit sign hanging over it. "It leads to the back of the hospital. I'm thinking we can corral him through here so that the rest of the staff doesn't see him. And then, wait," I said skeptically. "This hospital is less than a mile from a major highway. And you want to just send him outside?" She exhaled sharply before continuing. "No, assuming we can't kill it. We have a couple guys with trucks waiting in the back. Hopefully we can catch him and move him out of the city and into the woods somewhere to let him run off. We won't have much time now. Apparently, Chief has seen this guy before, and he's somewhat of an escape artist. Best we can hope for is out of sight. Out of mind. Out of sight. Out of mind." I scoffed. "Glad we're really looking out for the people." She shrugged. "Yeah, well, I'd love to do more too, but not to do more too, but we're not monster fighters. I know. Still, just feels empty." Detective Joss went on to explain how the hermit has a tendency to fill any enclosed space. When exposed to the outside, he'd likely dive right for the back of the empty truck. From there, she gave us a tour of the old hospital. There wasn't much to see. Everything was confined to a small floor. We started with the main reception and living area. To its right was a sliding glass door leading to the terrace, and straight ahead, 3 hallways. The hallway furthest to the left led down to patient rooms behind a locked door. The hallway in the middle contained the security station and a few more unseparated rooms further down. The last hallway was the most interesting. At first glance, all you'd see is a few locked doors that you could easily pass off as simple janitorial closets and a water fountain. Thinking back on the conversation I overheard Officer Ryan having with the security guard, the door at the end of the hallway provided the most intrigue. Inside, I found a number of oxygen tanks stacked on top of each other, with other miscellaneous items surrounding them. While oxygen itself is inflammable for those that don't know, it can be incredibly dangerous near flammable materials. Not to get too much into the science, but as an oxidizer, it can cause an existing fire to spread much faster. Not to mention the fact that one pressurized tank exploding due to a rupture could cause some damage. 10 to 20 of them could be catastrophic. Feel free to correct me on the science, but either way, this certainly didn't jive with OSHA standards. Not only that, but there seemed to be a small hole in the ceiling. A point of entrance, perhaps? I snapped a couple pictures on my phone. I informed Officer Ryan and Detective Joss about my discovery, but they both largely brushed me off. All right, Detective Joss began. Barry, I want you to be at the... Before she could finish, a voice that I assumed belonged to one of the officers assigned to watch over us came through her radio. Supposedly he had heard a loud noise coming from the terrace, and when he went to go investigate, he saw someone sitting outside. We dashed back to the main hall and found the same officer standing by the terrace door. Detective Joss went over to speak with him, but all I could focus on was the figure sitting in the fetal position outside. Though he had a large frame, he was skinny with a distended stomach. His head was probably twice as large as an average human head, but most of that seemed to be from his massive forward-hanging brow. His scowl accentuated deep wrinkles, and thin, stringy black hairs fell over beady eyes that were aimed at us with a deep-seated hatred. Yet, despite the disturbing look, he seemed to be otherwise human. It was hard not to wonder what this whole song and dance was for. Yes, trespassing is a crime, but evacuating an entire wing of the hospital and bringing us in here for one human man. It was odd. This could have easily been handled by a couple of patrol officers. I could tell Officer Ryan was feeling the same way, but Detective Joss was on edge. When she finally came over to talk, I almost laughed in her face. "This is the guy, huh?" I said with a smirk. "Possibly homeless. The man obviously needs help, but we brought out all of this just for him." She wasn't having it. "Do not underestimate this man, Smith. I want you both sharp when we approach. That means be prepared to fire at a moment's notice." I scoffed. "Are you serious? I've seen a lot of messed up stuff as of late. I understand when there's a threat, but I'm not going to assume crazy until I see crazy. Do you know how bad it'd look if we came at an obviously unarmed human man with guns drawn for the heinous crime of sitting? Could you imagine if one of us accidentally shot the guy?" "Yeah," Officer Ryan followed. "You guys haven't technically seen him do anything wild, right? No reports of threats or him actually assaulting anyone?" "Sure, the trespassing is bad, but he is just sitting there. If he went to the media about 3 cops pulling guns on him without real provocation, it's gonna look bad." She shook her head. "Look, I'm not. I've done this enough to know. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm telling you, that split-second difference between unholstering your weapon and firing could be the difference between life and death. If he turns out to be just a guy, then who's gonna believe?" "No," I nearly shouted. "That's absolutely not the standard we set. We are, or at least, we should be better than that. I've heard the stories too, but we can't make assumptions like that until we have the facts." Everyone went silent for a moment. The tension in the air between Detective Joss and me was palpable. In his usual fashion, Officer Ryan attempted to ease the situation. "So, 2 beats 1? My math is usually pretty bad, but I'm pretty sure we win, so, yay, no guns." "Fine," Detective Joss said through clenched teeth before calling over the officer she was speaking with earlier. "Murray, take a position where our friend can't see you. If anything happens, then you shoot to kill. We could at least agree to that." I took point on the approach with my hand over my taser. Officer Ryan did the same to my right, while Detective Joss stood at my left with her hand hovering near her gun. When we opened the terrace door, there was a tangible feeling that we were in want. The man didn't move a muscle or say a word, but it was as if his very presence was telling us to leave. Admittedly, I got a little choked up in trying to speak with him. Unfortunately, Officer Ryan didn't pick up on the hostile atmosphere and made the mistake of being the first to communicate. "Hey man, we got a call about you being here, and the hospital staff has informed us that they'd like you to leave the premises. If you need us to get you some clothes, we'll take you somewhere." "We go." "No," the hermit's gravelly voice left us stunned for a moment. The sound seemed to boom. but it appeared as though he was barely putting any force behind his words. I looked over to Detective Joss for a moment and found myself mimicking her. My hand now firmly placed over my gun. I was slowly becoming aware that maybe this guy really wasn't human, and that I had made a grave mistake insisting that we come at him without guns. It took Officer Ryan a moment to regain his composure. He let out a nervous laugh and tried continuing. Sorry. Look, we can't really take no for an answer here. If the hospital staff wants you gone, then you gotta go. We'd really prefer if you just worked with us here to make it ease. No, his voice boomed again. This is my home. Before I could even process what happened, he sprung forward with incredible speed. One moment he was sitting on the ground. The next he was rolling around on the floor with Officer Ryan, beating his face raw. Detective Joss already had her gun out, but I knew she wouldn't get a clear shot without risking shooting Officer Ryan. Instinctively I yelled, "Don't shoot," while I dived for the hermit, tackling him to the concrete. Not only was the strength immense, it felt like his whole body was covered in some sort of oil that prevented me from getting a good grip. I had done some wrestling in my youth, but I was utterly unprepared for the grappling match that ensued. Eventually he found his way on top, and I could see his massive hands about to swing down when a loud bang rang out, and then another, and then another, and then another. Suddenly I felt a river of pus wash over my face. When the pressure of him sitting on my chest lifted, I hoped to whatever deity may or may not be out there that Detective Joss had killed him. I received no such relief when I heard that same booming voice command that we leave his home immediately. Looking up, I caught him squirming his way into a vent that led back into the building. Though his whereabouts were absolutely a concern, my immediate attention was drawn to my bloodied partner lying just a few feet away. I scrambled to his side, and the damage was apparent. Cuts, bruises, missing teeth, and a severely broken nose. "Damn it," I shouted. "Eveline, help me get him to his feet." We managed to get Officer Ryan back inside and hand him off to Officer Murray to be taken upstairs and helped by a hospital staff. It burned me up inside that I couldn't go with him. It was my call to go in without guns squarely trained on the hermit. Because of that stupid decision, Officer Ryan could have easily received permanent brain damage and likely would need plastic surgery. We had a job to do, but it was hard not to wallow in my own foolishness. Detective Joss was kind enough to give me some space and allow me to come to her. It took a few minutes to get myself back together. I found her waiting outside, smoking a cigarette. "Since when are you a smoker?" I asked. She flicked ashes and blew out a bit of smoke. "I'm not. At least, not usually. But the more I go on these cases, the more I find myself lighting up one or two to help me think, or to just deal with the, you know." She turned towards me and held a lighter out. "I'm trying to stop, so here. I don't have another one, so as long as you have it, I can't smoke." I accepted the gift and leaned next to her against the wall. "So, we're gonna find that thing and fill its body full of lead, right?" She shook her head. "I know you want revenge for what it did to Barry. Trust me, I've been where you're at before. But that's not going to work." "The hell do you mean it won't work? He bled or puss like a stuffed pig when you shot him. Between us two and the officer on standby, we easily have enough ammo to put him down. If not, then we go get bigger guns. 2 of us. Officer Zhang then needs to guard the elevator. Besides, I think the shock of the moment made you miss something, Smith. I had to be within, what? 20 feet of him? I shot the idiot 3 times with my service pistol. 3 close shots. I was there, and after the pus stopped leaking, no wound. This information froze me. I don't understand. He was obviously hurt. How could there be no wound? She shrugged. You ever heard of self-healing fabrics? You can puncture them, but they can fix the hole right after. The bullets definitely went in. but you couldn't tell that by looking at it. If you stand right up after 3 hollow point bullets to the head, how much damage do you really think they could have done? I think the most going in guns blazing would serve to do is annoy it. We need a legitimate solution. That was tough to hear. I wanted revenge for my friend, and I was finally sure that we had a way to kill a horror just this one time. It took me a moment, but I knew I had to resolve myself towards a different method. Okay. So what do we do then? Original plan, she said, placing a hand on my shoulder. I wanted Barry to operate the security station. With him gone, I'll have to do it. Keep your radio on, and I'll tell you where on the floor I see him. If we can chase him around until he goes to the door leading to the trucks, then we should be okay. Kind of like leading a fly out the window. Admittedly, I thought it was a horrible plan. I understood the general concept, but playing high-stakes hide-and-seek with a super hermit sounded like a pretty dangerous proposition. That danger made itself immediately present when we found him standing at the end of the hallway with the security station. I pointed my gun in his direction and ordered him to stay still. He never broke eye contact as he spoke. You two are intruders in my home. You will leave or be punished. I will defend my property. There was a pause, and I kid you not. The stupid idiot started climbing the wall like gravity was optional and slipped into another vent. The apparent breaking of physics didn't seem to bother Detective Joss in the slightest. As soon as he was gone, she went to work pulling up the security cameras. Once she got everything up, she reiterated the plan. Follow her directions and lead him out of the building. We knew that bullets could at least make it feel pain, and the threat of that showed them enough to corral him towards the truck. She remarked about how simple it was, and at first, I thought she may be right. It took some time, but eventually, we saw movement in the hallway containing the patient's rooms. This was it. As I walked towards my destination, pistol aimed straight forward, I couldn't shake the growing feeling that this would be the furthest thing from simple. Making my way through the door, I had to take stock of my surroundings. Inside, the patient's rooms were open and situated on the right. Simultaneously, there was a mini kitchen, small television, and nurse's desk, all in a small area on the opposite side. A lot to be compacted into an ugly-looking hallway, but ultimately empty. I'm not seeing anything, I said on my radio. Did he change locations? Negative? He ducked behind the nurse's station to your left, likely setting up an ambush, she replied. I methodically walked towards the counter, being sure to keep my back towards the rooms. My heart thumped in my chest, and sweat starting to form on my brow. My mind was becoming flooded with all the ways that this could go wrong. When I was level with the desk, I took a deep breath and pivoted towards the desk's entrance, screaming for that ugly idiot to get out here. Nothing. Peeking around the corner of the nurse's station, I didn't see anything. All it took was one inquisitive step forward for him to spring from his position inside a hollow compartment of the desk and tackle me to the ground. I immediately felt a sharp pain in my right shoulder. His gums had dislocated from his jaw and shot forward like a goblin shark, sinking sharp teeth into my flesh. My screams of pain only seemed to make him bite down harder. Luckily, I managed to keep hold of the gun in my left hand and fire a couple rounds into the first thing I could find. The pressure on my shoulder lifted, and he reared back in pain, grabbing at his gut. I sprang up and used my good shoulder to ram him into an empty room and shut the door behind him. Luckily for me, one of the few things they had upgraded in the old hospital was the doors. They appeared to badge lock, meaning, unless a staff member came to let him out, he wouldn't be going anywhere. I was hopeful that that'd give me some time to develop a new strategy, but his constant banging on the door made it hard to think. Keep smashing away, I yelled. You're not getting out of there unless I want you to. Right on cue. He went silent. He inspected me for a moment and then pressed his face up to the small window on the door to speak. And the only reason you want me out is so that you can try and scare me out of my home, right? What? Your plan? Stupid man? He stated matter-of-factly, "You think that you can make me abandon my home? You will run out of bullets. It will hurt me? Yes. But if I stand my ground just long enough, you and your friends won't be able to hurt me. I know I can take the pain, but can you survive having your jaw ripped off?" He paused to spit a yellow fluid at the glass. "I'm going to hunt you down first." His threat made me take a step back. He knew, this whole time, we would have chased him around until the point of exhaustion, and then he would have struck. Detective Joss' voice came through over the radio. "Smith, I see you have him contained there. Listen, you need to..." He knows. What? He knows the plan. We need to try something else. I've got him locked up here, but Smith. Confused, I did as I was told, and saw two thin fingers beginning to slide out from under the door. Soon after, his hand followed. I didn't have much time to think. I sprinted towards the exit and shut the door behind me. Glancing back through the window and the door, I could see his arm had already made it through. 3 options. The exit? No. He simply wouldn't follow me outside. I could run towards Detective Joss. We could at least hurt him together. But if this guy was a basically living bullet sponge, then we'd both eventually be defenseless. Which left one real option. The beginnings of a plan I didn't entirely trust started to form in my head. Another quick glance back showed I was almost out of time. He was pulling his legs out from under the door, and I knew he'd be gunning right for me. I got on the radio. "Detective Joss, he's coming towards your location. He wants revenge for that gunshot earlier. Take a position outside by the truck," she replied with a simple copy, just in the nick of time. The man was free and barreling towards the door. I sprinted towards the open storage closet. 3 of my steps must have been equal to one of his because I could hear him closing the distance with lightning speed. Despite the pain, I opted to dive for the opening, spinning around as I landed and shooting a warning shot in his direction to hopefully slow him down. It did the trick. The bullet missed, but I knew he didn't want to take unnecessary damage. He ducked behind a water fountain, leaving me enough time to get to my feet, pull out the lighter Detective Joss had given me, and point my gun to one of the oxygen tanks. "Hey, you idiot, get out here." He raised up slowly and walked towards me. He was ruby red, and I could tell from the look on his face that he was absolutely livid. "You stupid man, you've put yourself in a corner. I'm not afraid of a little fire." I spat on the ground. "I don't give a damn about a little fire." A lot of flammable stuff in here, though, don't you think? What do you think happens if I start shooting oxygen tanks while I have this flame in it? Admittedly, I wasn't even sure if the science was correct, but my bluff seemed to make him take pause. "What do you plan to do?" he said cautiously. "You're obviously an intelligent guy, more intelligent than a lot of the things I've dealt with. So let me put this in terms you'll understand. Oxygen tank plus bullet plus fire equals boom. And when boom happens in an old space with flammable stuff, well, I don't know if you can survive a fiery explosion, but it doesn't matter because your precious home won't." "No," he shouted, throwing his hand forward. "You'll die too." "You wouldn't do this. Not to my home." He was partially correct. I wouldn't risk hurting the people in the hospital if this crazy plan would even work. But that didn't matter so long as he believed I would. "I don't give a damn about your home. Either you kill me, or the explosion does. Honestly, I think I prefer this death over whatever the hell you'd do. Plus, it'd be way more satisfying to know that you don't get anything after this." I squeezed my finger on the trigger just a bit. "You take another step closer, and I swear to the universe." "Stop," he screamed. "Don't destroy my home. What do you want? Look, I'm a fair guy. There are some new empty houses 6 miles north of here. I'm not sure how you plan to get there, but they're empty. So let's make a deal. You can't have this home, but maybe you find yourself one over there. You do that, and we'll leave you to your own devices. He contemplated my offer. I go there, and you stay away from my new home? I nodded in response. Seconds passed in silence. The sense that I would have to readjust from my bluff seemed to become more real every moment. But eventually, after what felt like minutes of tension, the hermit took off in the other direction without a word. I took the most enormous sigh of relief I'd had in my life and flopped onto the ground, grabbing at my shoulder. The pain seemed to be coming on more intensely now. Detective Joss' voice came through on the radio. "Smith, we saw him come outside, but the little guy went down a storm drain on the sidewalk." Eventually, I had to fill Detective Joss and the chief in on our conversation. She was displeased that I essentially just shifted the problem somewhere else, and absolutely livid that I changed the plan without telling her. But ultimately, she was proud of me. The chief was more outwardly appreciative of my quick thinking. This way, we knew exactly where it'd be, and we could prepare for his presence. And dealing with him in an empty house seemed far more ideal than dealing with him in a full hospital. Despite all I had been through and the loose ends to still tie up, there was still one thing at the forefront of my mind. By the time I finished everything with the chief and the hospital staff, Officer Ryan already had room, but I wasn't allowed to see him, at least not officially. I snuck past most of the staff to get to Officer Ryan's room. The ones that saw me didn't ask too many questions given my badge. He was in rough shape and had already been put on some heavy drugs, but he was at least coherent, which was an excellent sign. "Officer Ryan." Barry," I began. "Look, I'm sorry, man. I messed up. I should have known the danger and had us prepared, and all he could muster was a week." Shh. The gauze and swelling made it hard for him to talk. The words coming out a bit muffled. I could only imagine how hard it was for him to find the energy, but he fought through the pain and simply said, "Don't blame yourself, man. You did the right thing." I nodded and bent down and put my hand on his shoulder, knowing I should let him rest. I began to make my way outside, but a weak call stopped me at the door. "What's up?" I asked, spinning around. "Don't call me Barry, man. It's weird as hell." I was trying to be respectful. "You blonde idiot, but all right. Officer Ryan it is," I replied, smiling. He gave me a thumbs up. Knowing he'd be okay, I finally made my way outside. The night had been awful, and I was more than ready to go home and sleep off the trauma. This is why I was less than thrilled to see a hospital staff member running after me in the parking lot. The woman looked to be in her late 20s, maybe early 30s. She was on the shorter side with dark brown hair. Her badge signified that she was a nurse working at the mental health hospital, which immediately suggested that this would be another situation where someone would ask questions I really didn't want to have to answer. I didn't even get the chance for a proper greeting before she was standing in front of me. "You were one of the officers dealing with that guy from earlier, right?" she asked in an accusatory tone. "I was... yes." "Did you need something?" She looked at me like I was crazy. "Did I need something? Are you serious? You know what went down in there, and you're just going to play it off?" "Not exactly sure what you're referring to, but if you have information you'd like to share, I can give you my..." "Nonsense," she shouted while pointing a finger in my face. "You don't think I know about that man in the old hospital? A human man that scales vertical walls and fits into tiny spaces a child couldn't make it through. Or that voice of his. Your chief comes through and says he was just a homeless man living in the building and expects us to believe it. No. They didn't believe me when I said I saw him. Do you know how terrifying it is to have that thing stare at you from down the hall, just inside the camera's blind spot, only to disappear when you go and get help?" She knew I wasn't going to convince her that what she saw was normal by any realistic metric. But still, I needed to know where exactly she was going with this. I agree that what you saw was strange, Mom, but I'm sure there's a rational explanation for all of this. With him in custody, we'll eventually find those answers. But what good does telling me all this do you? She scoffed. What good does it do me? Depends. Getting national media attention for a flipping monster stalking our hospital could bring me some solace. Especially if I knew the police lying about what they saw were grilled by every major outlet in the world, or you could tell me just what the hell is going on. I knew I couldn't lie my way out of this. The only thing I could really think to do was try and divert the conversation. You know, storing a bunch of oxygen tanks in an unsafe manner is definitely a breach of OSHA standards. I think the news would be far more interested in that than a silly monster story. I waved my phone in her face to emphasize my point, especially with evidence. But this didn't faze her in the slightest. You think I care? That security guard is a 19-year-old kid. Don't you think I could convince him to pull up footage from today? Hell, I'm sure he'd love to be on TV to say what he's seen. And he's not the only one. Yeah, the oxygen tanks look bad, but which do you really think is going to be a bigger story? Why I push this? Why do you want to know so badly? Because... Why do you want to know so badly? Because... She shouted again. My sister is a patient at the old hospital. What if he had hurt her? What if he had hurt my co-workers or me? I think as someone directly involved. I deserve to at least know. She took a moment to breathe. I'll make this easier. You tell me, and I promise I won't speak a word of it to anyone else. Just, please, tell me what's happening. Honestly, at that point, I was done. Emotionally exhausted. Physically hurt. And just so fed up with the lies. Who the hell was I to hide something like that? Why should I have to pretend that what we saw was normal, or that it wasn't out there waiting for someone else to hurt? We're not monster hunters. I get it. But is telling the truth too much to ask? Or at least my version of the truth? At least this one time. That night I made the decision to tell her. I swore her to secrecy, but I informed her about everything. Honestly, I think it ended up being catharsis for me more than anything, but I like to think we both walked away feeling better. Or at least with a greater understanding. She didn't thank me, not that she needed to. She was owed my truth. Everyone was. And as she walked away, I reflected on what I had done, the fact that there was so much we still didn't know. More monsters, more secrets, more things hidden just outside of where we can see. I can only hope that she used that knowledge to protect herself. I thank you all for giving your time to another one of my stories. I only have a couple more for you, so hopefully you stick with me through those last two. As always, stay safe, everyone. Story 10. Out in the dives lies a place that does not exist, at least not all of the time. It is a place with promises of euphoria and hedonistic pleasures, capable of allowing you to live through your wildest dreams and fantasies, free from the mundane and depressing constraints of reality. They call this place the Wonderland. Back in the day, the Wonderland was a popular folktale around the dives. The dives being a small little corner of Rose Creek that I used to live in. Blink and you'd miss it. At the time of writing this, I am 60 years old, and since my time as an adventurous teenager, I have managed to put an ocean between me and Rose Creek, and I plan on living the rest of my life out in peaceful seclusion. I will likely die alone. Things weren't always like this. I had high aspirations as a young kid, and never would have imagined I'd purposefully be living alone until the end of my days. But something happened to me. when I was 18 years old that changed my life forever. In 1973, I visited the Wonderland, and I want to tell my story. Perhaps when I'm gone, this story can be viewed as a sort of apology letter to my loved ones. Maybe some sort of justification for why I did the things I did. I know it won't be enough, but it's the full truth and nothing but the truth. It began when my grandfather, Gabriel Dubois, passed away, aged somewhere in his 90s. He was found alone in his home, and I remember much of my family didn't care. I didn't know the man that well, as my mother would try to spend as little time with him as possible. I'd only really see him at family gatherings, and even then, he'd make his visits brief, my mother never being hesitant to show him out the door. I remember often asking my mother why we couldn't see Grandpa more often, to which she always gave me the same answer: he's not part of the family. As I grew older, I understood more. I realized that he was a pretty bad father to my mother, almost non-existent in her life. I could understand why my mother would have held it against him. Growing up without a parental figure would be tough. Although at the time, all I understood was that he was some old and crazy Frenchman that hid himself inside of his house all day. Nothing less, nothing more. When I was 14, my mother died giving birth to my brother, Maxwell, and my father was left to take care of the both of us. I remember Dubois didn't even show up to her funeral. However, when I did spend time with the man, I remember the stories he'd tell me, and no matter how distant and invisible he was in our life, he was so interesting to me. His stories ranged from recollections from his past to outright fantastical stories that he tried passing off as the truth. But there was always one story that he told more than once, one that lied somewhere in between reality and fantasy. The story of the Wonderland. He would tell me of a carnival that was hidden somewhere out deep in the forests of the Dives, a place that only very few people have visited, a place so dangerous only few made it out alive to tell tales of it. He claimed to be one of them. I still remember how he described it to me. A place to fulfill your greatest desires, but indulge too long and risk disappearing forever. I never really knew what he meant, and as I grew older and more distant with Dubois, the memories of the stories he told me faded along with him. The thought of the Wonderland never crossed my mind again until 1973, the year my grandfather died. When Dubois died, he left very little behind. He didn't even write a will. He only had one request when he went to the grave, and I remember how surprised I was to find out it involved me. My grandfather wanted to entrust me with his old alarm clock. That was it. It was an ancient alarm clock too. Barely even worked. It was scratched and dented to hell and back, and the numbers on the clock were faded and hard to read. My father was convinced Dubois was just confused in his later years, and him entrusting me to his old alarm clock was some side effect of his dementia. But I remember feeling as if it meant more than that, and that entrusting me with this alarm clock was an elaborate and purposeful action made by my grandfather. I would later find out that I was right. The family was scheduled to meet at his house some weeks after his burial to clean the place out so it could be sold, while the rest of my family members scavenged around the lower floors, stuffing things into their pockets and throwing anything else in the trash. I decided to venture up to the third floor of the house where the Bois bedroom was. I think I wanted to get to it before any of my family members ripped it apart and looked for valuables. Hopped around for a few minutes, slightly underwhelmed by my findings, until I accidentally knocked a painting off with the wall. Behind it was a dark hole. Amused by this little secret hidey hole, I stuck my hand inside and felt the touch of something leathery. I pulled it out to find a book. Upon investigating inside of it, I discovered it was Dubois' journal, and quickly closed it afterwards as it felt wrong to be snooping into my grandfather's personal life without his permission. I heard footsteps approaching the bedroom, and I quickly slipped the journal into my pocket, just in time to hide it from my father, who had walked into the room. "What are you doing up here, sport?" he asked. "Oh, nothing," I mumbled, "just cleaning the place out like everyone else." He seemed to quickly notice the hole in the wall, walking over to it and sticking his hand inside to suppress his curiosity. To which he found nothing. "There's nothing in there," I said. "Already checked." "Doesn't surprise me. It's just like that crazy old man to have random holes in his walls. If it were any bigger, I'd assume he hid bodies in there." He joked. The truth is, I continued to read the journal after that day, despite feeling guilty about it. Days passed, and I often cured my boredom by reading into my grandfather's life. The journal dated way back to when he was around my age, 18. It was so interesting reading about his untold past, seeing how he thought and acted on a day-to-day basis. It was like having a time machine. One thing I noticed was how different he was as a young adult. He seemed so much more sociable. He was nothing like the outcast he seemed to be as an old man. At least, the journal seemed to be pretty standard until I came across an entry called Wonderland. The memories instantly flooded back to me of Dubois talking to me about the fabled place. I kept the journal. I still have it to this day, and translating from French, the entries went as follows. November 8th, 1901. I've heard those rumors of this wonderland again. They say it appears as a carnival, emerging from seemingly nowhere, somewhere out in the dives. If the ritual is performed correctly, that is. It's said to make your fantasies come true. Sounds insane, but I'm intrigued. I will follow up on this later if I can find more information. Initially scoffing as I read through the entries, I continued to turn the pages of Dubois' journal with a sort of morbid curiosity, as the wonderland seemed to take up his entire life. It was all he talked about for entry upon entry, never mentioning anything else but his determination to learn more about the rumored carnival. Some entries would talk about how he found more information out about the wonderland. Some would rant about how he felt stumped. Either way, I found his pure determination to chase some fairy tale fascinating. During the entire time, I never believed a word of it, but one of his entries stuck out, which intrigued me more than the others. April 17th, 1902. I have done it. After months of searching, I've discovered how to find the wonderland, although I feel as if it found me, rather than the contrary. I don't know how to explain it, but all that matters now is that I am almost certain I've uncovered the ritual. I have contacted my two good friends to come with me to the wonderland tonight. I believe they are just coming along to humor me, but they'll see. Surprisingly, that was Dubois' last entry about the wonderland. I turned the page in anticipation, expecting him to be recounting on what he found the next day, or to admit that the entire thing was just a rumor, but he didn't. His next entry wasn't even related to the wonderland, just a recap of his day. I was confused, and I was extremely disappointed as Dubois seemed to forget about the wonderland altogether, leaving me on some wild cliffhanger by acting like nothing ever happened. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't slightly annoyed. I continued flipping through the pages, this time at a much faster pace, and saw nothing but non-related entries. And as I read on, the entries got weirder. He would talk about how he doesn't get out much anymore, that he prefers the cold, and other weird phrases like that. Eventually, the entries got to a point where they didn't even make any sense anymore. Some pages were full of scribbles, some colored in with ink entirely, and many were ramblings that barely even followed any grammatical rules anymore. It was like Dubois' mind had completely melted by the end of the journal. He literally recounted his own mental decline, and it all seemed to stem from that entry on April 17th, the day he claimed to have visited the wonderland, feeling completely cheated out of learning the conclusion of my grandfather's Wonderland tales. I put the journal down for a while and didn't return to it for a few months later. Little did I know that if I had only flipped a few more pages to make it to the end, I would have found the ritual instructions earlier. One day I picked the journal back up again for no particular reason and casually flipped through the rest. Many of the pages near the end of the journal were blank, and I had assumed Dubois just never finished the journal. But on the very last page, I found one last entry. I kicked myself for not finding it earlier, and it was that day I found my curiosity in the wonderland reignited. The final entry read as follows. I never wanted to write these instructions down out of fear someone would find this journal someday. But I must confess I'm addicted to the wonderland. Every time I vow to never return, I always seem to find myself back at its doors. I can't risk forgetting the ritual. I can't risk losing it. If you have somehow found my journal, do yourselves a favor and close it here. Out in the dives lies a place that does not exist. Those foolish enough like myself to chase it need only to follow these instructions. In the forest behind the abandoned gravel pit waits the wonderland. 5 minutes before midnight approaches, kneel down on the small hill that overlooks the rest of the forest. The next part is quite simple. Close your eyes and imagine 3 things. Something you're missing, something you desire, and something you wish to rid yourself of. With these fresh in your mind, recite the following phrase. Bring me home, for I am a wanderer, invisible and lost. Bring me bliss, bring me pleasure, 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 bring me wonder. If the ritual is done perfectly, you will be in Wonderland. I couldn't believe my eyes. Dubois writing about the Wonderland like it was objectively real. Either he was very dedicated to telling this story, or he believed it 100%. And at that time, I had a strong inclination to believe it was the latter. I would be lying if I said upon reading the final entry, I wasn't just the slightest bit intrigued, and that I also wasn't considering trying the ritual for myself. I was very intrigued, and no matter how much I doubted the story, my grandfather had doubted the story, clearly put so much effort into telling this story. I thought it would have been a disservice if I didn't at least try to find the wonderland for myself. In the forest behind the abandoned gravel pit, I knew exactly where that was. The dives wasn't very big, and I practically knew where everything was. There was an abandoned gravel pit, not 20 minutes from my grandfather's house. I was certain this was the one he was talking about. However, before closing the journal and rushing to try out the ritual, I turned the last page over to find one last message. A warning, written in bold at the very end of the book. The wonderland appears only for the briefest of moments. If the ritual is done correctly, it will appear at exactly midnight. It will stay in our world for only 6 hours until it closes up and disappears the following morning. Those caught inside the wonderland past 6 o'clock will be swallowed up with it. That's what happened to my friends when I first went. Do not underestimate the wonderland. It takes control of your mind, and you will find it very difficult to distinguish fantasy from reality, and very difficult to keep track of time. If you choose to forgo my warnings and visit the wonderland, I offer one piece of advice to you. Bring a personal item with you, something deeply important to you, and do not let go of it. It must be something important enough that will remind you of the real world when you can no longer trust your own senses. It's the only reason I've been able to make it out alive so many times. Good luck. That warning marked the end of Dubois' journal. That was all he wrote, ending off what at first glance appeared to be a normal journal of his past, with a grave warning to anyone who attempted to recreate what he did. I carefully closed the book and put it back into my drawer, and simply lied in my bed to take everything in. I could have easily left that journal in my drawer that day, never returning to it, and forgetting about the wonderland. I truly wish I did. My life would have been a lot different if I had, but my curiosity forced me to do otherwise that day. I made a decision that day that I regard as the biggest mistake of my life. As I glanced over at the alarm clock my grandfather left for me, I finally realized why he had left it. That night I was going to visit the wonderland, follow the ritual to a T, and bring my grandfather's alarm clock with me as my personal item. I sometimes wonder why I went to all the trouble of attempting the ritual if I didn't believe in the wonderland at the time. Perhaps I wanted to do it for my grandfather, who spent so much time writing about the place. Maybe I was just bored, or maybe Just maybe I was beginning to believe in it myself. I wasn't going to attempt contacting the Wonderland myself, however. I had decided I would bring my two best friends with me, Rachel Abigail and Scott Meyer. I'd known Rachel since we were in preschool, and I have to admit I always had a soft side for her. To me, Rachel was the most beautiful girl I'd ever known. Not just in her looks, but her personality attracted me as well. I had always wanted to ask her out, but never had the confidence, as I knew she was leagues above me. And I knew I was cursed to stay in the friend zone forever. Scott, on the other hand, was someone I had met just recently back then. He was the new kid that moved to Rose Creek in our high school years. He was always a fun guy to hang around, but I always found myself slightly jealous around him. He was an attractive and athletic guy, and Rachel was head over heels for him. She just wouldn't admit it. It wouldn't be any fun to venture out into a forest in the middle of the night on my own. And when I approached the two about my plan later that day, they agreed to come with me. Rachel took a little more convincing than Scott did, to no surprise. But once she found out Scott was coming, it wasn't hard to get her to say yes. She didn't find walking into a bush in the middle of the night very appealing, nor safe. As for Scott, he jumped at the idea to go. He was a skeptic of the paranormal himself, but whether or not he believed in the Wonderland was besides the point. He just wanted the thrill of it all. He was always out doing something, keeping himself busy with things that often involved getting himself into trouble. You could never really blame the kid, though. There's only so much you can do in the dives before you turn to the more eccentric and not always legal hobbies to amuse yourself. Perhaps this was what I was doing myself by trying to find the Wonderland. We had planned to meet outside of my house at around 11 o'clock, giving us plenty of time to get to the forest. I would drive everyone from there, which should only take half an hour at the latest. I told them to bring a personal item each, but I wasn't sure how seriously they'd take it. I sat in the driver's seat and waited for everyone. I had brought a backpack which only contained 2 things in it: my grandfather's journal so I wouldn't forget the ritual steps, and his old alarm clock. My personal item. Scott was the first to show up as he practically sprinted at my car and launched himself into the passenger seat. "Sup," he said, out of breath. "Not much. You bring your personal item." "Oh yeah," he said, waving some baseball around before tossing it behind him and into the back seat. "Is it, important to you?" "I don't know, it's just an item that I personally own. That's what the instructions said, right?" "Yeah, but..." I stopped myself, shrugged, and dismissed the topic. My grandfather's instructions had stated to bring something of importance, not just some random item, but at the same time I wasn't going to let myself take this whole thing too seriously. In my mind at the time, if I had made a big deal about what item Scott brought, and the Wonderland ended up being bogus, I'd look pretty dumb. Scott and I waited for a few more minutes, not really talking too much, until Rachel finally showed up a few minutes late. She opened the backseat door and sat behind me. "Hey, Scott," she squealed with a wide smile, before addressing me in a much more collected tone. "Oh, hey, Jacob, how have you been?" I tried answering her question before Scott cut me off, and began to talk about something else with her, like I wasn't even there. As I groaned to myself and pulled out of my driveway, Scott and Rachel talked about everything under the sun together, easily keeping themselves company during the entire ride without ever bringing me into the conversation. It would be an understatement to say that I wasn't jealous. I gripped the wheel tighter as my knuckles turned white, and grit my teeth as Scott and Rachel fawned over each other. I don't know how I managed to keep my groans of disgust to myself for the entire drive. They might as well have been making out. It was so apparent that they had things for each other. They probably saw tonight as a date night, and I was nothing more than their chaperone. I forced myself to stop thinking about the two of them, and to focus on what was important. After a drive that felt like an eternity, I pulled off of the main road and let the car come to a slow stop along the dirt path that faced the gravel pit. I put the car into park and took a moment to collect myself. Dubois journal? Check. Alarm clock? Check. I opened my door and stepped onto the dirt path underneath me. And I remember the instant my foot touched the ground, I felt a wave of anxiety pass over me, like a cold gust of wind. I hadn't felt anxious like this in a long time. Chills shot up my spine and I shuddered. In retrospect, that anxiety was a very strong gut feeling, telling me to get lost. It was telling me to get back into the car and to never return. But I pushed onwards towards the gravel pit as Scott and Rachel followed closely behind me. Getting across the gravel pit was easy. I led on and made sure we didn't all fall down a hill into the bottom of the pits. But the forest was an entirely different story. The forest was dense. The branches almost stretched out like they were forming a wall, like they didn't want anyone going inside. I pushed through, keeping my arms stretched out in front of me, scratching them to hell as I cleared a path behind me. The darkness of the night didn't help my navigation either. The moonlight was dim tonight. Barely a crescent was visible. The small hill that overlooks the rest of the forest, I repeated in my head while occasionally checking the alarm clock to ensure we were on time. There were 15 minutes left to find the hill and to get the ritual right. Don't you think it would have been easier to just bring a watch? Scott snickered behind me. It made my blood boil. No, this is my personal item, I said with clenched teeth and a forced smile, before Scott could make another stupid observation. I spotted the hill. It was just as my grandfather had described it. There was a small clearing which had a hill in the middle of it, not too big, but big enough to elevate you above most of the trees. I sped up and made it out of the clusters of branches, stumbling out onto the clearing and climbing up the hill. Scott and Rachel were always close behind. Once we were all at top of the hill, I knelt down and took one last look at my alarm clock. 10 minutes until midnight. We were making good time. It was then, while both Scott and Rachel were distracted talking with each other, that I did something that I believe saved my life. I had brought the alarm clock for a reason, and I believe that my grandfather gave me this alarm clock for a very specific reason. I set it to ring at 5 o'clock, around 5 around from now, and exactly 1 hour before the Wonderland was supposed to close. All right, everyone, I began, placing down the alarm clock and pulling my grandfather's journal out of my bag. These instructions are very strict. We have to do it exactly right or it won't work. Of course, I wouldn't want to break the magic spell. Scott sarcastically waved his hands around as if he were a wizard. I rolled my eyes. We only get one chance at this, or we have to try again tomorrow. Let's run through the instructions. I opened my grandfather's journal and flipped to the page with the ritual. Okay. Everyone kneeled down. After being the first one to do it, Scott and Rachel hesitantly followed. No point in worrying about looking stupid now. We had already come all this way. All right. Now it says here to think of 3 things. Something you're missing, something you desire, and something you wish to rid yourself of. Everyone have that in their heads? I'm certainly missing my dignity. Scott trailed on as Rachel giggled. Shut up, I snapped. Take this seriously or don't bother doing it at all. Next step. Keep these 3 things in your mind and recite the phrase. Follow after me. Bring me home, for I am a wanderer, invisible and lost. Bring me bliss, bring me pleasure, bring me bliss. Bring me pleasure, bring me wonder, wonderland. Bring me home. Then what? Rachel asked. I don't know. That's all the instructions say. All it says after that is that if we get it right, we'll know. You're not actually expecting anything to happen, are you? Scott asked. I didn't answer that, instead avoiding the question and reiterating the instructions, ensuring that everyone knew exactly what they were doing. I didn't want to mess this up. Once I was sure that Scott and Rachel understood the instructions, we began the ritual for real. My heart was pounding the entire time. I really didn't want to mess things up, I had built up the wonderland so much in my head through my grandfather's stories, and I would be preparing myself for a gigantic disappointment if it all turned out to be some stupid tale. I closed my eyes and imagined the three things. Something I was missing, something I desired, and something I wished to rid myself of. Then I recited the phrase Scott and Rachel clumsily repeated after me. We kept on repeating the phrase until midnight. I opened my eyes and looked down at the ground to see my alarm clock. The minute hand had passed 12. That was it. I sighed and stuffed the clock into my backpack, standing up and looking around to no avail. Come on, Jake. You couldn't have actually expected it to work. Scott stood up and brushed the dirt off of his knees. Maybe we did it wrong. You probably fooled around too much and broke the ritual. Oh, relax. The ritual is a bunch of nonsense made up by your grandpa, who had way too much time on his hands. You better watch your mouth, I said, walking towards Scott until Rachel jumped in between us. Would you two stop? You're fighting over some crazy fairy tale. Let's just go back home and watch a movie or something. I tried to argue some more, but was cut off by a powerful gust of wind from behind us. So cold and forceful that we all stumbled a few steps forward before shivering. We all abruptly stopped arguing, staying quiet and looking around the forest in confusion. That wind had come out of nowhere and certainly didn't feel natural. After a few seconds of silence, I began to hear faint sounds of bells jingling in the distance. Initially, I wasn't sure if I could trust my own senses, but Scott and Rachel had clearly heard it, as well as their eyes grew wide with confusion. The jingling seemed to grow louder and louder, the once faint jingles now sounding a hell of a lot closer. Eventually, other noises began to accompany the bells. Some music followed along, the type of rhythmic jingling you'd hear in a carousel or merry-go-round. Sounds of clown horns honking. And finally, what sounded an awful lot like children's laughter echoed into the night sky. At first, I was speechless. My mind was trying to process what was happening. I was questioning if what I was hearing was even real. Sure, I wanted to believe in the wonderland, but now that the ritual seemed to have done something, I didn't know how to react. You guys hear that, right? Scott asked. I'm not going crazy? Yeah, I hear it, I responded. We then looked over at Rachel, who had stayed pretty quiet throughout the entire thing. It looked like she hadn't heard us, or like she wasn't paying attention at all. She seemed to just stare forward over the tree line, still as a statue. Hey, Rachel? Scott asked once again. Oh, my God, she said, speaking to seemingly thin air. You're back. How did you find me here? What are you talking about? I asked. Without answering, Rachel started walking forward, never once looking at us and keeping her eye glued ahead of her. She quickly disappeared into the darkness as she descended down the hill and into the jungle of branches. What do we do? Scott asked. Well, we have to follow her. We can't leave her. We can't leave her. I don't think Scott liked the idea of delving further into the forest. But we didn't have much of a choice, with the sounds of the carnival starting to become overbearing. I knelt down and stuffed my grandfather's journal into my backpack and slung it around my shoulder. I was expecting the walk through the forest to be just as bad as it was before, with the overabundance of branches gating me from entry. But this time, it was different. The trees almost seemed welcoming this time. The branches had cleared a path as they no longer stuck out in front of me, but instead pointed ahead. After what seemed to be at least a few minutes of walking through the forest, there was still no sign of Rachel. It was so overwhelmingly dark that my own vision seemed useless, and instead, I let the forest itself guide me. I didn't stop to see where Scott was, but at some point, I must have lost him as I no longer heard his footsteps behind me. I stopped in my tracks and frantically turned around in circles, yet to no avail. I had gotten lost in the forest. Hello? I called out as my voice echoed over the trees above me. Yet my cries for help seemed to get drowned out by the sounds of the carnival. I must have been turning in circles for quite some time until I got dizzy and had to stop. kneeling down and covering my ears to try blocking out the never-ending bells, horns, and laughter. It was then that I looked up and noticed a faint orange glow in the distance, only about 100 feet in front of me. I slowly stood up and followed the light. It looked as if it were calling out to me, leading me out of the forest by chance. My face felt warmer as the light got larger and brighter. I felt myself getting anxious, but not how I felt earlier. Rather, this time the anxiousness felt more like eagerness, excitement, and wonder. As I pushed through the last bits of foliage hanging in front of me, I stumbled out of the forest and found myself standing in a completely different place. A carnival, speechless. All I could do was take in my surroundings with an awe-stricken gaze. The sounds of jingles, horns, and laughter was all around me now, and I felt as if it were welcoming me. At that moment, I knew I had found it. I had found the Wonderland, and it was beautiful. A giant archway stood in front of me with a massive light-up sign above it which simply said, "Welcome to Wonderland." I pushed forward through the gate and took in the sights. A carousel to my right lit up with a bright orange as the horse rides almost appeared lifelike. On my left, I saw food stands, and the sweet smell of treats carried through the air and surrounded me like a mystical aroma. A mirror maze further down the road, racks of prizes, a stage for performers. This place had everything. Yes, I walked down the path. I noticed something was quite off, despite hearing the sounds of horns honking and children laughing. I never once saw anyone else there. Now that I was inside the Wonderland, the sounds seemed as if they were coming from thin air. No matter where I turned, they always sounded as if they were all around me. I always could have sworn I felt like someone was watching me. That feeling you get on the back of your neck when you know someone is glaring at you. That feeling persisted the entire time. As I continued to walk down the path, I watched as the carnival in front of me seemed to morph, shapeshift into something entirely different. Buildings in front of me rose up and turned into walls. The ground beneath me shook as a hardwood floor rose from the dirt below. The sounds of the carnival subsided, and I realized I was now standing in my own home. At first, I was alone, standing in my kitchen in the middle of the night. The room was dark for a little while, until a light down the hallway flicked on. I heard footsteps approaching and watched as my mother, who had been dead for a few years now, walked out to greet me. She looked just as she did the last day. I saw her, full of energy and life. There was no way anyone could have predicted she would die in childbirth. We seemed to stare at each other for a while. I wasn't sure how to react at first, but when she smiled, it made me feel a lot more comfortable. All feelings of uncertainty seemed to gracefully leave my body. That gracefulness continued when she spoke. "Jake," she said in a soft tone, "is everything all right? What are you doing up so late?" I couldn't respond. Tears filled up in my eyes, and all I could do was run towards her and give her a hug, something I'd wanted to do for so long. She held me in her arms and hugged me tightly. Her warm embrace felt so real. I didn't want to let go. "It's okay. I'm here now." She spoke softly. The warmness of her embrace didn't last long, unfortunately. It got slightly colder and colder until I looked up to see she was no longer there. And I had been hugging the air for who knows how long. I looked around to see that I'd been transported back into the Wonderland, with the vision of my home subsided. The sounds of the carnival grew louder once again, and I continued my walk through its grounds in search of whatever was next. That moment with my mother only lasted a moment, and although it wasn't real, it felt so genuine. I think it was that moment the Wonderland had hooked me. It did exactly what it was trying to do. It dug into my mind and found something it knew I was missing, and now I didn't want to leave. What other beautiful things could I find in here? I remember thinking to myself. I continued walking through the Wonderland, searching for my mother, but instead I found something else. "Jacob," I heard someone call out behind me. I turned quickly to see Rachel standing only a few steps behind me. I remember wondering how she got that close without me noticing. "Rachel," I said, "I was looking for you. Where did you go?" She came in closer to me, taking several steps and getting almost uncomfortably close as she wrapped her arms around my waist. "Don't worry," she smiled. "I'm just glad we finally got some alone time." "What do you mean? What do you think?" "I've always had a thing for you, Jake. Couldn't you tell?" "And no," I stumbled over my words, "I thought you were always soft or Scott." She snorted and began laughing, moving in even closer to me until she finally kissed me on the lips. I wasn't sure if it was real or not, but it felt amazing. It was something I had always wanted. Was Rachel really into me this entire time? She sure was good at hiding it if that was the case. I put my hands around her waist and kissed her back, and for the slightest of moments, I truly felt like I was in heaven. And just as quickly as she had started, Rachel pulled back from my embrace, taking a few steps back and leaving me confused. "What's wrong?" I asked. We can't do this." "Sure we can, why not? Not with him still around." "Who?" "Scott," she said. "Not with Scott still around. I know he has a crush on me. He's never going to stand by and allow us to be together. You've seen it, haven't you? The way he talks to me. We'll never be together with him in the picture. Not unless you do something about it." "Do what?" I asked. Rachel then stared me directly in the eyes, all emotion leaving her face as she gave me a stone-cold gaze. It didn't look natural. Then, with a demanding tone that didn't sound like her, she ordered, "Kill Scott." At first, I was taken aback. I took a few steps backwards to distance myself from Rachel. I looked down at my hand to find myself holding a knife, something I swore I didn't have before. How did it get in my hand? Yet, despite the confusion, I couldn't help but find myself clutching the knife tightly, almost like I didn't want to get rid of it. I looked down at the knife very carefully, studying it. A wooden handle and a long, serrated blade with a pointed tip. Something you would use in the kitchen. Did I bring a knife with me tonight? I didn't think I did. But at that point, my mind was all over the place. I wasn't sure what to believe. "Kill Scott," the phrase repeated in my head. Then again, like 1,000 voices all inside my head, urging me to kill Scott. I looked back up to find that Rachel was gone. There wasn't a trace of her in sight. Where had she gone so quickly? I began walking down the path in front of me. I knew what I needed to do in that moment. My mind wanted to tell me to ditch the knife and search for my mother again, but my tight grasp wouldn't seem to loosen as my legs carried me throughout the wonderland. I was looking for Scott. It didn't take long to find him. As I turned the corner of a prize booth, I saw him. His back turned to me as he looked up at the Ferris wheel. I hid my hand behind my back and crept toward him. I didn't think he could hear me coming until he spoke. "Thought I lost you back in the forest," he said, back still turned to me. I stopped walking and stood as still as a statue, trying to think of how I could act natural. "Yeah," I replied. "Same here. What happened back there?" We got separated. Coincidence or by choice?" "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Oh, come on. Who do you take me for? A fool. I know how you look at Rachel." I don't know what you're talking about, Scott. Are you feeling all right? This doesn't sound like you." "Oh, I'm great. Never been better, actually. This place is beautiful. To be honest, I thought you were full of nonsense when you took us out here. The magical wonderland?" He scoffed. "I thought you were taking us out into the wilderness to murder us. You do seem the type after all. I guess your weird dead grandpa was right." That was the moment I snapped. I wasn't sure if it was because Rachel told me to do it, or because he insulted me and my grandfather, but I saw red for the briefest of moments. The voices in my head got louder and louder, until I couldn't think of anything else but to kill Scott. I quickly lunged at him, brought my knife out from behind my back, and stuck him in the back with it. He collapsed to the ground, and I fell down with him as I held onto the knife. He wheezed in pain for a few moments, seeming as if he were trying to gasp for air. His breaths quick and short. Blood soaked the knife in my right hand as I pulled the knife from his back and stabbed him once again, then again, and again, and again until he stopped breathing. I stood up, pulled the knife from his back, and took a few steps backwards and looked down at Scott, who lied face down on the ground, a pool of blood underneath him. Never once did I see his face when I stabbed him. Never once did I look him in the eyes. What I expected was for overwhelming feelings of grief and dread to hit me like a truck. But instead another feeling came. I was filled with relief and joy. I had done what Rachel asked me to do, and I had gotten rid of the only person standing in between our love. I turned around to see her standing close once again, appearing suddenly behind me, just as she did last time. I was overjoyed to tell her what I had done. I smiled from cheek to cheek and walked close to her, bloody knife still in hand, and wrapped my arms around her for a hug. Although this time she didn't hug me back. She just stood there silently, not muttering a word. I slightly pulled away and looked down at her face to see it was painted with white, not an emotion in sight. She seemed to be staring off into a void, detached from reality. I felt angry that she wasn't showing me the same love she had previously shown just a few minutes ago. I had just killed one of my friends for her, and this was the thanks I got. It was then that I began to have my doubts about even her too. "Rachel, don't you love me?" I asked. "Yes, I do," she responded, but she sounded ingenuine. I went in for another hug, and once again, I felt nothing back, no reciprocation. I started to get worried. Thoughts raced through my mind, and I hugged her tighter. "Jake," she stated, still without emotion, "you're squeezing. I can't breathe." I clutched the knife tighter and didn't let go of her. The voices in my head began again. They were similar to last time, but now they were telling me to kill someone else. "Jake?" She wheezed one more time before I plunged the knife into her back. I held on to her tightly and continued stabbing her in the back. I'm not sure if anything rational at all was going through my head at that point. I felt like a robot. I was given commands, and I seemed to follow them effortlessly. In that moment, I truly felt like what I was doing was the right thing. If Rachel didn't want me then, I wasn't going to allow her to have anybody else. I understood her best. I told myself in that moment. This was what needed to happen. As I let Rachel's lifeless body fall to the ground, I regained my footing and took in my surroundings, and realized in that moment that I was truly all alone in the wonderland. Both Rachel and Scott's bodies lied on each side of me, and I held the knife that killed them proudly in my hand, never letting go of it. After coming to the realization of what I had done, I couldn't help but feel so relieved. I once again smiled from cheek to cheek, admiring what I had always wanted to do. Those two had always disgusted me. Scott was nothing more than a fool with the fortunate luck of being born good-looking. Rachel was nothing more than some dipsy bimbo who couldn't see a good man if it was standing right in front of her. I had done them both a favor. With blood-soaked clothes and a smile that didn't seem to fade, I wandered off to explore more of the wonderland, eager to see what other fantasies I would finally be able to fulfill, and it didn't take long to find it. If what would come next would be the final fantasy the wonderland would fulfill for me, and the one that has stuck with me the longest. As I turned the corner from around the prize booth and found myself on the main pathway again, I noticed something had changed. At the end of the pathway, at the very back of the wonderland, sat my house once again. The wonderland around me faded as I found myself back in my neighborhood, just as it had always looked. The vision was so surreal, it's impossible to explain. Headlights broke through the darkness of the night, and I watched as a car pulled up right beside me. and into my driveway. My father stepped out of the driver's seat in Maxwell. My little brother got out of the back seat. They paid no attention to me. It was like I was a ghost. They laughed and joked with each other and walked toward the house, up the porch steps and through the front door, closing it behind them. The sounds of Maxwell's laughter persisted from inside the house, seemingly echoing through the neighborhood, and all it did was make me angry. I can't explain why such an innocent noise of a little boy laughing angered me so much. Once again, the voices inside my head spoke up and seemed to express exactly how I was feeling in that moment. How can he be so happy? They hissed, so content and arrogant in the house that he was just born into. Born into this world at the expense of your mother. Someone who actually deserved life. That boy is nothing but a plague in your life. He stole the one thing you loved most, and he doesn't feel a lick of sadness for it. How does your father not hate him too? Did he not even love his own wife? My lip quivered and my knees shook. I clenched my fist with anger, and I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my beet-red face. I looked down at my right hand to find a single lit match, the fire sputtering weakly in the wind. I was careful not to let it blow out. The knife from before was nowhere to be seen. The voices were right. Throughout my entire life, I had always felt some sort of resentment towards Maxwell, but I could never figure out why. It was so difficult to put it into words, but the Wonderland had just done it so seamlessly. It understood it so seamlessly. It understood exactly how I was feeling. I then looked down to my feet to see a trail of gasoline that led from the front lawn, up the porch, and all the way inside of the house. It was difficult to hold my smile back when I gave in to the Wonderland's demands and dropped the match onto the gasoline trail. The fire traveled from the match to the trail and quickly grew as it chased after the trail of gasoline and made its way inside of the house. I slowly backed away, grinning maniacally as the trail of fire intruded inside of my own home. The windows glowed orange, and I heard as Maxwell's ignorant laughter turned to terrified screams. The house was quickly engulfed in flames, and I just stood and watched. It was at that point that I had begun laughing. The image brought me so much joy, I didn't try to understand it. I just took it all in joyously. I did it, Mother, I told myself in between cackles. I got them back. Then it happened. As I watched as my house slowly burned to the ground, I heard a ringing that derailed my focus. Ring, 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 ring. The house that was burning in front of my eyes just a moment ago suddenly disappeared. It was like it had completely blinked out of existence, not leaving a single trace behind. The ringing persisted, and when I turned around to figure out what it was, I saw a single backpack lying on the pathway just a few feet in front of me. It sounded like it was coming from there. I rushed over and knelt down, unzipping the backpack and pulling out a single alarm clock, my grandfather's. It was 5 o'clock, only 1 hour until the Wonderland closes. It was at that moment that my mind abruptly exited its euphoric, dreamlike trance and back to reality. My head felt foggy and I felt confused, similar to how someone would feel after just waking up. I remember how confused I was. That time had passed so quickly. It had felt like just a minute ago I was on the hill doing the ritual with Scott and Rachel. I looked around the Wonderland and noticed that it had changed, and something was seriously wrong. The wind had picked up tremendously. Fries and food stands shook violently, and the carousel got faster and faster as the jingle grew more distorted and unnatural sounding. I looked up to see the Ferris wheel, noticing that it was also spinning unnervingly fast like the carousel, and what was originally the sounds of children laughing turned to blood-curdling screams of terror all around me. I stopped the alarm clock from ringing and tossed it back into my backpack, slinging it around my shoulder and sprinting towards the exit. All around me, I watched as the Wonderland fell apart. Buildings seemed to collapse in on themselves and sink into the ground as the pathway in front of me cracked and separated, Jack in the boxes randomly begun malfunctioning and sprung out at every prize booth they sat at, and the once sweet smells of the carnival turned to abhorrent and repulsive smells of what I can only describe as rotting meat. All while the tormented screaming of dozens of people grew louder all around me. It was like the wonderland was collapsing in on me, and it also seemed like it was trying to prevent me from leaving. I made the mistake of looking behind me, and I saw the bloodied bodies of Scott and Rachel, and the burned body of Maxwell, all standing at the end of the pathway, waving goodbye to me. I screamed in terror, running faster and making it to the exit. I looked up to see the archway that greeted me before, but on the side facing me it simply read, "We'll see you soon." I sprinted under the archway as it quickly collapsed behind me. Hot, stumbling back into the forest, I ran through the thickness of the trees and never looked back. The further I got away from the wonderland, the less I heard the screaming and the less I smelled the rotted meat. I eventually stopped running when I had made it back onto the hill overlooking the forest. The noises and smells had stopped by that point, and I collapsed onto all fours, panting and struggling for air. I finally found the strength to stand back up and take everything in. I looked around the forest to find myself in a reassuring emptiness, the sun peeking over the horizon and filling the morning sky with that familiar glow. No signs of the carnival in sight, and the forest was dead silent with the exception of birds chirping. I sighed in relief. I also noticed that there was no blood on me, the blood of Scott and Rachel, entirely gone and replaced with dirt and grass stains. Yet despite this, Scott and Rachel disappeared forever that day, never to be seen or heard from again. Authorities found Scott's baseball weeks later, lying in the middle of the forest, with no other trace left of him. Rumor around town was that Scott and Rachel ran off together as lovers, and nobody ever questioned me. I never brought up what happened that night to anybody, and allowed myself to become invisible, like I'd always been, and always will be. That leads to where I am today, distance from my family and living a life of seclusion, just like my grandfather did. After I had visited the Wonderland, I learned some disturbing things about myself, some things that I do not think I was ever supposed to know. After I had found myself finding joy in the killing of my friends and family, I couldn't stomach to be around them. Every time I would see Maxwell laughing or my dad smiling, it would make me feel awful about myself. I didn't trust myself to be around them anymore, and as a result, I left Rose Creek only a few years later, never looking back. I would be lying if I said that I didn't fantasize about going back to the Wonderland from time to time. I was lucky to have made it out alive that day. If it weren't for my grandfather's alarm clock, I think I would have disappeared alongside Scott and Rachel that night. Dubois must have known that there was a possibility I would visit the Wonderland someday. I was the only person in the family that ever seemed to pay his stories any attention, and perhaps he thought he would look over me just in case. However, whenever I think of returning to the Wonderland, I always stop and tell myself, the mind is a very fragile and dark place. It is not meant to be explored completely. We cannot and should not ever expect to completely understand our own minds. We should instead fear it. Sometimes there are things about ourselves that we should simply leave alone. Things to leave buried deep in our subconsciousness, never to be tapped into. Although however many times I tell myself this, there will always be that nagging feeling deep inside of me. And while I have gotten better at suppressing it over the years, once in a while, it flaps its wings, rears its head, and tells me go and free my mind one last time. Story 11. The things that haunt a man the most are not usually the choices that he's made, but rather the choices that he never did make. I've lived through some of the worst hells that you could ever imagine. 490 of them, to be exact. Every night when I lay down to sleep, I find myself praying for the same thing. Sleep, with the absence of dreams. Every night is exactly the same. This trend started 26 years ago when I was 10. first time that the nightmare overtook my dreams. I had come home from the worst day of my life. My dad had taken me to a splash park. It wasn't much, just a couple water jets that shot up into the air that kids could run around under and cool off from the heat. We were poor growing up and never could afford to go to any big water parks, but the splash pad was always fun. That is, until that day. I remember running around under the jets, carefree, enjoying the sweet relief that the cool water brought as it splashed on my red skin. There were a couple of other kids there too, but I didn't pay them much attention, as I was always a bit of a loner even as a child. "Kyle, come on, buddy. It's time to go," I heard my dad say from the bench that sat across the way. "Oh, come on, Dad. Just a little longer," I pleaded, not noticing the little girl that was making her way toward me from the other side of the pad. "5 more minutes," he replied, shaking his head and smiling. As I turned back toward the water jet, happy for the extra time to play, I was met with a little girl standing, not even a foot away from me. My heart felt as though it was going to jump out of my chest as I noticed her face. It looked decayed. Her eyes were sunken back into her skull. They were pure white, and her mouth was wide open. She stood there gazing at me inches away, mouth hanging open for what seemed like hours. I couldn't move. I was frozen at the sight of this hideous girl. After a while of this, I finally regained my ability to speak and said, in a shaky voice, "Hi, I'm Kyle. What's your name?" The girl turned her head to the side, like a dog does when he's trying to understand what you're saying to him. "Oh, ha." She let out a long gasp in response. Her breath hit my face. It smelled like smoke and burnt hair. It wasn't until I stopped choking that I realized she had burns all over her arms and legs. Long singe marks going up the sides from foot to waist. The skin was hanging off from several places. I turned in fear back toward my dad, hoping that he would see the girl and come rescue me. But he was chatting with another kid's mom on the bench, not even looking in my direction. As I turned back to face the little girl, she was gone. I ran hard and fast to where my dad was sitting. "Hey, buddy, you finally ready to go?" he said, smiling, but his facial expression quickly changed as I got close to him. "What's wrong?" "What happened?" he asked, concern now mixed into his tone. "The girl over by the pad," I replied through heavy breaths. "She's hurt or burned, or I don't know." Looking over my shoulder to the pad, my dad asked, "What girl?" "I don't see anyone, Kyle. Let's go home. I think you've just had too much sun today." I didn't argue. Maybe I had just imagined it. We walked back to the car. Dad was talking to me, but I didn't hear anything he was saying. I was too preoccupied looking over my shoulder, back toward the pad, searching for the little girl. My dad basically had to push me back to keep me from walking straight into the car door as he held it open for me. "Oh, champ, watch where you're going. I can't afford a hospital visit if you bust your noggin open on the car door. We will come back to another day, I promise." The car ride home seemed much longer than usual. My mind was still thinking about the little girl. Where had she come from? Surely her parents would be looking for her to get her wounds patched up. As my dad and I pulled into the driveway, I could see my mom coming out to greet us. "He's a little shook up. Too much sun, I think. Better get him inside and cool him off," I could hear my dad tell her after their usual welcome home kiss and hug. After we ate dinner, Mom came up to my room as I was getting ready for bed. She closed the door, which was strange considering she normally came in, picked up my dirty clothes, and gave me a hug and kiss goodnight. There was something strange about her facial expression, something different about her tone of voice as she said, "Your dad told me about the splash pad. What did you see?" A little reluctantly, I recounted the events, not leaving out any detail. Mom just sat on my bed listening, her new expression never changing as I concluded the story. "There is something you need to know, Kyle, but this stays between you and me. I don't want your father knowing about this," she said while I looked nervously at her. "My parents were always the perfect couple, even through hard times. They always loved each other. They never fought or had harsh words between them, so the thought of her keeping anything from Dad seemed odd to me, and I didn't really like the idea of it. We come from a long line of mediums." She stopped as if trying to really think of the right way to explain. "What you saw was an omen. Not a particularly bad one, since the girl didn't touch you, and she disappeared. Still, you need to be aware of a few things." Her eyes started to water as she continued. "These kind of omens are never good. In this case, I believe that the little girl you killed in the fire, and she came to you because you're like a magnet to the spirits that still walk the earth. I didn't know what to say. I had no idea what she was talking about. I thought that ghosts were just make-believes, and now she was telling me that I attract them. Finally, after staring at her for a while in disbelief, I asked, 'Are you a medium?' She laughed, confusing me for a second, before she replied with a big smile. 'Oh heavens no, baby. I'm not a medium. Do you really think that I could kept that a secret from your father all these years? No, your grandmother, my mom, was a medium.' 'So, what does this mean for me?' I asked. "It means that things are going to start happening around you. Lights flickering, shadows in your room moving at night, waking up to voices talking to you, premonitions and dreams." There it was. Dreams. The very thing that would plague me every night for the next 26 years. I never did see any ghosts or any of the other weird things that my mom spoke of. Just the dreams. After our talk, Mom left my room, leaving me scared and confused about all of the new information she had just offloaded onto me. I laid down and turned out my lamp. I lay awake for a long time, spooked, rapidly looking around my room, searching for anything out of the ordinary when sleep finally took me. The first thing I saw was a building on fire. It was a large 2-story house at the end of a cul-de-sac. The mailbox read 322 James St. There were fire trucks with ladders and firefighters pointing hoses toward the inferno, trying to extinguish the flame. I became a little disoriented from all the lights and the sirens. It was dark outside, and besides the fire that engulfed the house, the only lights were from the emergency vehicles, and they were blinding. I stumbled a little, and as I looked down toward the ground to regain my bearings, I realized that I was wearing firefighting equipment. I reached my hand up and felt the helmet on my head. I could hear someone shouting something from behind me. I turned back around to see who it was, nearly hitting another firefighter with the axe I had in my hand. I hadn't even realized I was carrying it until that moment. A man standing by a red SUV with the words "Fire Chief" on the side was looking right at me. "Kyle, go!" he shouted, pointing at the blazing house. I didn't know what I was doing, but at the same time, it felt like I had done this before. 100 times over. I turned back to the house, running full speed toward the flames. Even with my protective gear on, I could feel the extreme heat radiating from the blaze. I then heard someone's voice come over the radio. "Parents say there is a little girl trapped in the second-story bathroom." Without hesitation, I responded, "10 Fort, I'm making entry now. Keep on my 6 and stay sharp. Watch for falling debris. This kid is not dying on my watch." Me and 2 other firefighters made our way into the house. The black smoke that billowed in front of me almost blacked out the hallway we were traveling down. I could hardly see 10 feet ahead. We pushed forward with the hose slung over our shoulders. "There's the stairs," I yelled, pointing to my right as we continued down the hallway. The stairs were not yet on fire, save for a few burning embers that had fallen from the top floor. I made my way up, tapping on each step with my Halligan bar to make sure they were stable. The climb was slow, and the hose was heavy. Once we got to the top landing, I could see flames engulfing the sides of the walls and roof going down the second-story hallway. The heat was almost too much to bear. We made our way to the first door on the right, touching it to feel for heat. There was fire on the other side of the door, and we opened it. It could cause an explosion, potentially killing us all. After determining that there was no fire on the other side, I began to scream, "Holly, Holly, are you here?" No answer. I don't know how I knew what name to call. It just came to me. I tried the knob and it was locked. "If you're in here, stand away from the door. I'm going to break it down," I yelled before swinging my axe at the door. It took 3 swings before it opened. As I stepped into the bathroom, I heard a loud crash from behind me. It shook the entire house. Looking back, I could see that part of the roof had caved in, blocking the hallway to the stairs. Frantically, I searched for the girl. She was sitting in the tub unconscious. Another crash, this time causing an explosion in the hallway, blowing out the window at the end. I could hear the glass shatter and feel the pressure from the blast. "Get the girl, we have to get out of here," I could hear someone say on my radio. I reached down, picking her up and cradling her against my chest. As I turned back to leave, the other 2 firefighters were using the hose to put out the fire from the fallen beam, so that we would have a safe path to leave from. Slowly, testing every step, we made our way back down the hallway, the flames becoming more violent, and the heat growing more intense with each passing moment. Just as I made it to the stairs, one of the other firefighters pushed past, almost knocking me off my feet as he ran by, flying down the stairs in fear. "Damn!" I cursed as I slammed into the wall, flinging the legs of the little girl into the fire. I could hear her skin sizzle in the flames. As I began to regain my balance, I saw why the other man had fled. The main beam in the roof was falling right toward me. With a loud crash, it pinned me to the ground, causing me to drop the little girl. She was still unconscious, lying directly in the flames to my right. My head spinning, I tried to push the beam off of me, but it was no use. It was too heavy. After a few minutes of pushing, I gave up, feeling the flames burning my skin. The fire was beyond control. I was stuck with no hope. My heart was pounding with the thought of the little girl burning to death, as well as my own fiery doom. I laid there in agony, feeling the flames licking the skin on my hands. I watched as the rest of the burning roof collapsed onto me. I woke drenched in sweat, screaming. My mother rushed into my room, fear on her face. After calming down, I recounted the dream. Her hands covered her mouth and tears streamed down her face as I spoke. She didn't say anything. She just sat there holding me. It's been 26 years to the day since that first dream, and every night has been the same since. The same house, same girl, same death. As I'm sitting here writing this, I can hear the alarm sounding, and a voice just came over the intercom. "Now, I have a hard choice to make. 1070 structure fire. All units respond. 322 James St.